Sen, are you going for it? Shi looked at Han Sen with hidden excitement. He felt even Han Sen's opponent was Li Yufeng, Han would still win. Although Shi had never seen Li Yufeng play, he believed so. Han Sen's performance so far made him think that Han must be almost invincible in this game. Lu Meng and Zhang Yang were also looking at Han Sen, awaiting his decision. Of course I will, Han Sen said casually. Ji Yanran was the girlfriend he won with a bet. Although he was too busy to look for her, he would not allow other guys to use himself to impress her. In the Han Sen's view, it was fine if Li tried to show off in front of Ji Yanran, but there was no way Han Sen would allow himself to be used in the process. Hearing Han Sen's answer, Shi and Lu were both thrilled. Zhang Yang rubbed his hands together and said, "Now that's it. Young people should be motivated, and we all support you to defeat Li Yufeng and make Ji Yanran your girlfriend for real." Right. If you really have such a gorgeous girlfriend, the entire room 304 would all feel honored, said Shi excitedly. Go on the forum and reply him with a time for the duel. Sen has a big chance to beat Li, in my opinion. Lu Meng laughed. Chance? Li Yufeng is no match to Sen at all, Shi curled his lips downward and said. Han Sen went to the campus community forum and found the post at the top. After he clicked on it, he replied with a time using his account. My girlfriend is Jianran. 10:30 p.m. Han Sen left just the time and did not even bother to read Li Yufeng's post. Han Sen never took any of his schoolmates as a serious match of his. In a short amount of time, his reply attracted the attention of all the students. Because Li Yufeng's post had been up for several days, people thought Ji Yanran's boyfriend was too scared to reply. But today, seeing his reply and the ID name, a student was in shock. Having rubbed his eyes and confirmed several times, he started to spread the news. Ji Yanran's boyfriend replied directly with the time of the duel. We have something to watch. Really? He did that? So daring. It is Li Yufeng. What about Li Yufeng? I think Ji Yanran's boyfriend is definitely stronger. That is hard to say. After all, Li Yufeng is a professional player and the best on campus. He also had good performance in the contest across the alliance. How do you know that Ji Yanran's boyfriend is not professional? That makes sense. No one knows who Ji Yanran's boyfriend is, so he could be a professional player as well. Would it be Ouyang Xiaosan? I think not. According to Ouyang Xiaosan's character, he would not have replied at all. If it's not Ouyang Xiaosan, then who can it be? I really cannot think of anyone in the school who is so strong. Could it be a freshman? How can that be? Freshmen are all rookies. If there is such an outstanding person, we should have known when they had the entrance exam. Soon the duel between Li Yufeng and Ji Yanran's boyfriend was known by the entire school. Yanran, your boyfriend appeared. Chu Lily ran to the training hall, panting. Ji Yanran paused and bristled. I said 1,000,000 times that he is not my boyfriend, so do not call him that. Chu Lily took Ji Yanran's hand, grinned and said, I know. I won't do that again, but My girlfriend is Ji Yanran said online that he would have a duel against Li Yufeng tonight at 10:30. Yanran, I envy you that there are two great guys fighting for you, making you quite the princess, Chu Lily said admiringly. You can have them both if you want, Ji Yanran said sullenly. She did not really like Li Yufeng, but Li had been chasing after her for 2 years. She was quite upset by his pursuit. As for my girlfriend is Ji Yanran, he was using such a devious means that Ji Yanran had even less interest in him. But Ji Yanran was still a little curious and wanted to find out who that person was. In addition to lashing out at him, she also wanted to know who had such a good level as Li Yufeng and Ouyang Xiaosan. If he is not beyond salvation, she could consider recruiting him into her society so that their ranking this year could be further enhanced. I want to, but they did not do it for me, Chu Lily complained. If there are two men at a duel for me, I will give them a chance. You little fool. You said 10:30 tonight, right? Ji Yanran asked. Yes, your boyfriend said that, said Chu Lily. Ji Yanran was speechless, but she was not about to correct Chu Lily. In fact, the entire school called him that and she was just powerless. This time I will find out who you are. Ji Yanran stopped training and went back to get ready to see their duel. As soon as she watched that person play, she should be able to tell who he was from his style. Unless he was not one of the players on campus, she would have an idea. After Li Yufeng saw the reply, his eyes lit up and continued his Hand of God training. Boss, Ji Yanran's boyfriend replied. A thin man rushed in and exclaimed. Li Yufeng suddenly frowned at him, so the thin man quickly corrected himself. No, the despicable guy replied 10:30 tonight. I have seen it. Li Yufeng said casually. Boss, you must kick his ass this time, and prove our society's worth, said the thin man. I will not go easy on him, said Li Yufeng coldly. This duel had caught the attention of the entire school. No one dared to gamble in a military school, but students were betting in private and more were betting on Li Yufeng. After all, Li Yufeng was the best player on campus and his skills were indeed amazing. For the last 2 years, the reason Blackhawk got good ranking in the alliance was him. So students trusted him. At 10:30 at night, the BattleNet had a historical number of students online. Many of those who did not play this game even registered new accounts to watch this duel. Ji Yanran was also watching. When she saw Li Yufeng had a game room set up, she entered the room. In fact, 80% of those online were in this game room to wait for them to start. The rest saw there was still time and started gaming themselves. When it was about time, the number of people in this game room was more than 90% of all the students online, and more people were flooding in. In an office building of Blackhawk, 2 middle-aged men were also in this game room. One of them lit a cigarette and said casually, Lu, you are too sensitive. You know what kind of students we have. Unless Ji Yanran's boyfriend is Ouyang Shaosan, his level will not be very high. Maybe we will have some new talent. Lu Jiangwo just smiled. What kind of new talent can there be? This year's freshmen are not that impressive. Zhao Yanhua blew a smoke ring and said, if that person is Ouyang Shaosan, maybe he could beat Li Yufeng. If not, Li Yufeng could certainly beat him by 5 points or more. Let's check it out first. Even if he loses to Li Yufeng by 5 points, it would still mean that he is a strong player. Our Hand of God society has not made much progress in the past 2 years, so maybe it's time to add some fresh talents, Lu Jiangwo said. Lu Jiangwo was the coach of Hand of God society, and Zhao Yanhua was the manager. After they had heard about the ins and outs of things, they also logged in the BattleNet and would like to see for themselves what level Ji Yanran's boyfriend was on. Zhao Yanhua did not care about this person, as they knew the level of all the returning students who played well and saw how the freshmen performed in their entrance exam. The good ones were either already invited to join Hand of God Society or other societies. Even if there was someone out there, that person could not beat Li Yufeng. Freshmen were just freshmen. Lu Jiangwo was just trying to hunt for talent. If not, he could also check to see which level of Li Yufeng had actually reached. At 10:30, everyone suddenly saw a notification, my girlfriend is Ji Yanran entered the room. Haha, finally. The crowd was overjoyed. Ji Yanran threw an angry gaze at the ID, and vowed to find him. Zhang Yang, Lu Meng and Shi were not online, but standing next to Han Sen, watching his holographic image directly, which was more interesting than viewing it online. Seeing that ID, coldness flashed in Li's eyes. He simply sent an invite and texted, after you lose, I want you to get rid of this ID immediately and apologize to Ji Yanran. Everyone was staring at the screen, wondering what my girlfriend is Jianran would say to that. It is too easy to beat you, so no strings attached this time. Just leave my Yanran alone in the future. Seeing this line from my girlfriend is Jianran, the screen was full in an instant. Huh, shameless just like me. He's too arrogant. Brag if you want, our boss will not lose to you, idiot. Huh, my Yanran. Is he really Ji Yanran's boyfriend? Just leave my Yanran alone. Just leave my Yanran alone. Now he is bragging. It would be so shameful when he got his ass kicked. This person is really arrogant, Wang Long said in a bad mood. Li Zhe, what do you think? Lu Ku looked at Li Zhe with a wry smile. Li Zhe pondered for a moment and said, I used to play against Li Yufeng. He has beaten me many times and once by 27 points. You mean that Li Yufeng will win? Lu Ku looked at Li Zhe and asked. Li Zhe shook his head and said, although Li Yufeng had beaten me by more points, but Ji Yanran's boyfriend gave me more pressure than Li Yufeng. When facing Li Yufeng, I could calm down to play. When facing Ji Yanran's boyfriend, I felt uneasy and afraid. Taking a deep breath, Li Zhe then said, if I am to predict the result, I think Li Yufeng will be defeated by a lot. Don't ask me why, it's just a hunch. What? Wang Long and Lu Ku were stupefied and did not understand Li Zhe's comment. Chu Lily pinched Ji Yanran and said with a grin, my Yanran, so intimate. Tell me the truth, is he really your boyfriend? Of course he is not, that bastard. Ji Yanran stared at the ID angrily. If the game was not about to begin, she wanted to lash out at that guy in person. It begins. Seeing the countdown end, the light spots lit up on both sides. Li Yufeng's fingers danced like a snake and almost hit a spot the moment it lit up. Because he did not really know his opponent's style and this guy had won Li Zhe by 20 points, Li Yufeng played safe and chose to clear up his own side and gain points as fast as he could, so as to beat his opponent in a dignified way. Li Yufeng was playing very well and he was quite satisfied with how he performed. With a glance, he saw his opponent also hitting a spot at a speed no lower than his, which made him pause. In the momentary pause, his opponent went for another spot. Li Yufeng quickly calmed himself down and hit his second spot as fast as he could. Knowing his opponent's speed, Li Yufeng did not dare to be distracted again and played with his best speed and skills. The two players' hands were like two butterflies dancing away, hitting all the light spots around them at an amazing speed. The game room was silent. In a room where more than 10,000 people were watching, none typed anything. Everyone was staring at their screen. It was not because the duel was so wonderful, but because it was not at all. A person's speed had been completely overwhelmed by the other person. Even one with high myopia without glasses could tell, there was no twists and turns in this game. Everyone had a blank look on their faces, with their eyes and mouths both wide open. Ji Yanran's lips were also O-shaped. Watching the holographic image of the game, she was so stunned that her pupils enlarged. In the office building, Lu Jiangwo was also stupefied. He almost could not believe his eyes. And Zhao Lianhua did not even realize that his burning cigarette had fallen on his pants. Zhao Lianhua did not even feel that, and kept gazing at the two hands in the holographic image. Li Zhe, Lu Ku, and Wang Long were all stunned. A huge gap in strength was demonstrated by these two hands. Li Yufeng's hand had a speed and flexibility that were amazing to begin with. But in front of the other hand, Li Yufeng's hand suddenly looked a bit clumsy. And this feeling was just incredible, because this was Li Yufeng, the best player on campus, who had a nickname, Dreamy Right Hand. How could his hand look clumsy? It was hard for the viewers to believe their own judgment. But in contrast to the other hand, Li Yufeng's hand did look clumsy. It was originally not the case, but the strong contrast had made people feel this way. It was not because Li Yufeng's hand was clumsy, but because the other hand was too fast and too flexible. At this time, people came to realize this fact and looked to the other hand. Slender but strong, this was an attractive hand. In addition to that, people could not tell anything else from the image. How they wanted to see the owner of the hand. But in Hand of God, all they could see was the hand and wrist. There was no way they could tell who he was. Total silence. Although the result was clear. Many refused to believe that Li Yufeng would be beaten like this. That was Li Yufeng. Li Yufeng concentrated on his hand and raised its speed to his limit, constantly hitting the spots. At least I will beat him by 5 points, Li Yufeng thought proudly. He knew Ji Yanran was certainly watching this game, and he was glad to show off his strength in front of her. Although Ji Yanran had not given any response to his pursuit, and was even deliberately keeping distance from him, he had never given up and believed that with his ability and conditions, he must have the opportunity to make her his. And this was a very good opportunity. He knew Ji Yanran was mad at that idea. If he could beat this person to make him change his ID and apologize to her, she would be at least grateful to him. And this was enough. Li Yufeng had enough time and patience. Many a little make a mickle. He believed that sooner or later he could make Ji Yanran fall in love with him. But now, first he needed to beat this despicable and shameless bastard to approach his goddess. Li Yufeng was hitting the spots with all he had, thinking that if he went faster and raised the difference to 6 or 7 points, then the effect might be even better. But when Li Yufeng was reaching for a spot again, all spots suddenly disappeared. Is it a server failure? Why did all the spots disappear? Li Yufeng hesitated. With his rich experience, he knew that the 100 spots were not up yet and there could be no other explanation to their disappearance than a technical failure. But when he looked up, he was suddenly stunned. In front of him, the holographic image said, "Game over," and his score was also fixed at 80. He turned his eyes and looked at his opponent's score. 100 points. Li Yufeng could not move. He could not believe that he had been beaten by 20 points. He could not believe this. Nor could anyone who knew Li Yufeng and his skills at this game. Everyone looked blankly at that score, and no one made a sound. What Han Sen said just now was interesting when they were thinking back. It is too easy to beat you, so no strings attached this time. Just leave my Yanran alone in the future. At that time, they all felt it was pure insolence. But now thinking back, it was just honesty. Another 20, Li Zhe snapped to attention and said with a wry smile. His remark reminded Lu Ku and Wang Long, making their shocking expression even more twisted. Their mouths were so wide open that they could fit a big duck egg. This number was so familiar, and what it represented was even more shocking. Yanran, your boyfriend is so fierce. Chu Lily just recovered from surprise and said to Ji Yanran, who was still staring at the score. Who is this person? Ji Yanran had now forgotten about her anger and shame, and simply wanted to find out who he was. 20 points. Whoever could beat Li Yufeng by 20 was absolutely top 10 in the alliance. If she could invite him into Hand of God society, Ji Yanran could imagine how much their ranking could be improved. Now she just wanted to find out who this person was, but she just did not know. Now her heart felt like it was scratched by a cat. She wanted to go and look for him, but paused as she had no idea where to look. Ouch! The cigarette burned through Zhao Lianhua's pants, and brought him back from surprise. While he was stamping, a big hole was left on his pants. I must have this person in Hand of God society. Lu Zhengwo looked at the score and yelled excitedly. He knew what this score meant. It was a score that would make Blackhawk soar in Hand of God contest. Go get this person and make him join us, Lu Zhengwo said to Zhao Lianhua. Zhao Lianhua looked depressed. Lu, I do not even know who this person is. Where should I start looking? Lu Jiangwo paused and said, go look anyway. In any case, we must have him. He is too important for us. With him, we would soar and it would be much easier for you to seek sponsorship in the future. I will try, Zhao Yanhua said helplessly. He knew this guy would have a great influence on them, but it was not easy to find someone based just on an ID. When Li Yufeng recovered from surprise and wanted to invite the guy to fight again, he found that his opponent was already offline. He was at loss and did not move for a long time. Black Hawk went mad. It was at night but many continued to talk about the duel. What a speed! #King awesome. After watching the duel, I know that my years of playing that game were wasted. Even Li Yufeng was wiped out. Ji Yanran's boyfriend was just amazing. Who is he anyway? You have to ask Ji Yanran. 20 points, Li was not his match at all. It is too easy to beat you, haha. My Yanran. Could he really be her boyfriend? You really have to ask her yourself. Ji Yanran also wanted to know who her boyfriend was, but she did not. After logging out of the game, she had contacted a lot of friends, wanting to find out who that person was. However, almost everyone she called would tell her with a trace of gloating, you have to ask yourself who your boyfriend is. How do I know who my boyfriend is? Ji Yanran blurted out after hearing that reply a lot of times, feeling she was out of her mind after she realized what she had said. In room 304, Han Sen was surrounded by Shi Zhikang, Lu Meng, and Zhang Yang. Sen, 4 dishes and a soup in the cafeteria. 1 dish less than that and I will out you, Lu Meng said with a grin. All 4 dishes need to be meat. If I see anything green, I will expose you first, Shi added. Sen, you deserve to be my destined opponent. Zhang Yang's eyes were full of sparks. Let's go eat then. I'm hungry anyway, Han Sen smiled and said. The 4 walked toward a cafeteria. Black Hawk was the size of a small city and all cafeterias ran 24/7. There was no need to worry about where to eat. But after the 4 went out, they constantly heard people on the street talking about the duel. Sen, just go ahead and admit it's you. With your skills at the game, maybe Ji Yanran will fall in love with you, and we can all benefit from that by asking her to introduce her friends to us, Shi whispered. She is my girlfriend, Han Sen said. Shi made a contemptuous gesture at him. Ji Yanran was not the kind of girl that would fall for a good player. Or else Li Yufeng would not have had to chase after her for 2 years. Everyone knew that. The 4 went to the nearest cafeteria, ordered a few dishes and chatted over drinks. While eating, Shi suddenly lowered his voice and said to the rest, glancing in one direction, there is a babe over there, the innocent kind. So pretty. And the other 2 with her are not bad either. Sure, we don't trust your taste. Lu Meng laughed. Han Sen and Zhang Yang also laughed. They had all witnessed Shi's judgment. A tough lady 6 feet tall was a little beauty in his eyes. But you could not blame him either, as he was too tall himself indeed. Really? Oh. The babe looked at me, and smiled at me. Here she comes. Shi flushed. His roommates then felt a bit surprised. It looked like someone really was approaching them. They turned to look and saw an innocent, sweet girl with a great body walking toward them. It looked like she was a freshman like themselves. Brother Han, under the excited gaze of Shi, she walked to Han Sen and called in a sweet voice, making Shi want to kill Han Sr., Meng Meng, why are you here? Han Sen recognized Wang Meng Meng. I came to eat with my classmates and did not expect to meet you here. Let me introduce them. These are my classmates and roommates, Li Zhenzhen and Wang Chun. Wang Meng Meng introduced the 2 girls following her to Han Sr., hello. Han Sen shook hands with the 2 girls, and introduced his 3 roommates. Since we are all friends now, shall we sit together? Shi pulled the chairs and invited the girls. Well, we happen to have something to ask, Wang Mengmeng blushed and said. What's the matter? We will do anything for you, promised Shi. Wang Chun looked at Shi and seemed very happy. It would be great if you could help. We are looking for people to join our society. Have you already registered at some societies? If not, can you join us? Well, we did not register yet, so you have come to the right people. With us, your society will do so well. Right, which society are you talking about? Shi quickly said, making faces to his roommates to ask them to play along. Judging from the 3 girls' looks, it was easy to tell that the society they were in must have lots of babes. We are with Heavy Warframe Society, said Wang Chun. Shi almost choked on the water he just drank. Warframe Society was considered a temple of monks, where members were almost all guys. And Heavy Warframe Society would be Shaolin Temple among all temples, where girls were probably nowhere to be seen. The guys had not expected the girls to be members of Heavy Warframe Society. The reason why Heavy Warframe Society was independent from Warframe Society was that heavy warframes were much bigger in size than average warframes and were much harder to operate. Ordinary soldiers did not need to use heavy warframes, and 99% of those who operated heavy warframes were male. Chapter 137, Heavy Warframes. Shi was dumbfounded, but he could not take back his words, so they all had to go. The next morning, Wang Mengmeng sent a text to invite the 4 of them to fill in the application form at Heavy Warframe Society. Fortunately, there were 3 beautiful girls, Wang Mengmeng, Wang Chun and Li Zhenzhen. Therefore they thought Heavy Warframe Society would not be so unbearable. But when they arrived at Heavy Warframe Society, they found out that it was even worse than they thought. In addition to Wang Mengmeng, Wang Chun and Li Zhenzhen, the Heavy Warframe Society had only 2 returning students, a fat guy and a skinny guy. There were barely any guys, let alone girls. The fat guy was the president of Heavy Warframe Society and the skinny guy was the only returning member. Han Sen and his roommates failed to memorize their names because the girls only referred to them by their nickname, Fatty and Skinny. Fatty was smiling ear to ear when he saw Wang Mengmeng taking 4 new members to register, but his face collapsed when he found out they were from Department of Archery. Since there was a special enrollment program for archery students, the requirement of fitness index was lowered for them. Normally speaking, one would have to reach 11 in fitness index to be admitted, but archery students only needed to reach 10 as long as they passed their archery test. The difference of 1 point was a big gap, so archery students might be the weakest in the history of Blackhawk. The operation of heavy warframes required one to have great physique, so Fatty and Skinny were very disappointed when they learned that all 4 were from Department of Archery. Han Sen and his roommates ignored that, filled in the forms and registered in the society. This is also good. Now we have less competition. Fatty and Skinny would not be able to beat us anyway. Shi was very contented, checking the 3 girls out. Brother Han, we will first take you to see our training field. Wang Mengmeng was very happy to show Han Sen around. Mengmeng, this is not right. Why do you call us by names, but call Sen brother? We are all freshmen and he is 3rd oldest among us, only a dozen days older than Lu Meng, Shi said sullenly. Wang Mengmeng thought about it seriously, tilted her head and said, I think only Brother Han looks like a brother to me. How come we don't? Shu was not convinced, squared his shoulder, made a pose like a bodybuilding model. It does not depend on age or body size. Wang Mengmeng did not care about Shi's muscles. Shi was speechless, but he had to accept the fact that she would only call Han Sen brother. Li Zhenzhen and Wang Chun soon followed suit. When they came to the training field, the 4 guys were all shocked. They thought that Heavy Warframe Society had so few members that their training field must be small and shabby, and did not expect there to be any heavy warframes. Instead, they had expected to train on a holographic simulator. But their training field turned out to be a large warehouse, with huge space and 3 real heavy warframes, each over 10 meters tall and looking domineering. "How about these? Meng Meng has negotiated for these," Wang Chun said proudly. Han Sen suddenly realized why a society with few members could have such a training field. It was because of Wang Meng Meng. But it made Han Sen very excited, as he had been studying warframe operation, but the performance of the warframe for practice was wanting and people had to take turns to use it. Although these are heavy warframes, they were warframes nonetheless. He did not have to wait to practice on a warframe in the future. But heavy warframes were different from normal ones in that they had stronger horsepower and bigger sizes. They were generally used for special purposes and were more difficult to operate. They could be very cumbersome as well. But this was not a problem for Han Sen. The difficult operation worked for him. If he could operate a heavy warframe well, an ordinary one would be easy. The 3 heavy warframes on the training field were Rhinoceros T, Porter RS, and Builder. Rhinoceros T1 was a quadruped heavy warframe used for transport. It had a strong load-bearing capacity, and its 4 feet allowed easy access to a variety of terrains. It was also strong in digging and drilling. Even when buried in a mine, it could get out on its own. Porter RS was also a quadruped heavy warframe, with an extra arm and strong horsepower. It was mainly used to organize a warehouse and carry goods. It came with a variety of loading and unloading tools, as well as welding and cutting tools. Builder was a bipedal heavy warframe used for construction, and it was close to an ordinary warframe. Builder, however, had 4 arms, and was much bigger and heavier than in its peers. In addition, the warehouse was also equipped with 10 holographic virtual training machines. Each member could have one and there were some left. Han Sen suddenly felt that the decision to join the Heavy Warframe Society was brilliant. It was like a paradise to him. Obviously, his roommates were not very interested in practicing on the heavy warframes. They preferred to use the holographic virtual training machine to operate advanced fighting warframes. Someone would use Rhinoceros T1 occasional, while Porter RS and Builder were never used. They were too hard to operate and would not be used for fighting. Generally speaking, those who driving heavy warframes were soldiers of lower ranks, while officers would hardly use these. That was why his roommates were not very interested. Han Sen liked Porter RS and Builder a lot, and would practice on them when he had time. The gratification he got from operating heavy warframes was much greater than using a virtual training machine or warframe for practice. Room 304 happily joined the Heavy Warframe Society, while everyone else in the school was looking for Ji Yanran's boyfriend madly, especially Zhao Lianhua, who was pressured by Lu Jiangwo to find him. However, no one knew who Ji Yanran's boyfriend was, not to mention where he was. In addition to Zhao Lianhua, Ji Yanran was dying to find Han Senator. Now she was sure the boyfriend was not Ouyang Shaosan, because during the match against Li Yufeng, Ouyang was participating in the training of martial arts society and could not have been at the match. Also, Ji Yanran did not believe Ouyang could have beaten Li Yufeng by 20 points. Who was it? Our school has such a hidden master at Hand of God. Ji Yanran thought of that hateful idea and vowed, I will find you after all. If you really want to find him out, I have a way, Chu Lily said with a smile. What way? Ji Yanran did not believe Chu Lily. In fact, the approach is very simple. Since he used that ID, certainly he is one of your admirers. All you need to do is to host a Hand of God contest at school and say the champion's prize is a kiss from you. I think he will participate for sure, said Chu, blinking. Ji Yanran rolled her eyes. What a bad idea. What if he does not show up? Chu Lily suddenly grinned at Ji Yanran and said, so you are willing to kiss him if he's the champion? Hey! That bastard, how could I? Ji Yanran was mad and shy at the same time. She grabbed Chu Lily and threatened, "Little girl, wait and see how I tame you." Ka Lily quickly begged for mercy, but Ji Yanran continued to tickle her and until she was almost out of breath. Chu Lily's idea was not that great, but it did remind Ji Yanran that in more than half a month, a school-wide contest named Starry Cup, sponsored by Starry Group, would start. The prize would be great and maybe that person would show up and participate. But Ji Yanran did not know which department he was in. Hand of God was just one item in Starry Cup, which also included combat, warframe, archery and other items. If that person did not come to Hand of God, but registered in another item, it would be difficult to tell who he was. It calls for a little trick, Ji Yanran thought with a devious smile on her face. In the training hall, several students were sitting together. Have you heard that the champion of Hand of God in Starry Cup could get a set of Z Steel weapons of King series and visit the main factory of Starry Group? Who doesn't know that? I heard that Starry Group had also invited the president of Hand of God Society to visit their main factory. The president of Hand of God Society. Isn't that Ji Yanran? Yeah, the visit is 5 days and 4 nights. Wow, I'm definitely going to participate in the contest this time. What is the point? This is clearly meant for Ji Yanran's boyfriend. It's their honeymoon. Everything is possible. People make mistakes. What if Ji Yanran's boyfriend did not do so well this time? He beat Li Yifeng by 20 points. Even if he makes 20 mistakes, he would still be as good as Li. What chance do you stand? Right. Soon the news was spread throughout the school. When Chu Lily heard the news and asked Ji Yanran, the latter smiled and cunningly said, "That is what other people say. I have not mentioned a thing. You are obviously stealing my idea. Pay me for the copyright." Chu Lily reached out to tickle Ji. Ji Yanran thought that this could force Han to register for the Hand of God contest, but little did she know that Han Sen had not even heard about it because he had been practicing driving a heavy warframe builder. This was more fun than driving the training warframes. Builder's versatility allowed Han Sen to reach the limit of his speed. In Principal's office, Luo Xiangyang looked at Principal Wei and complained, "This is nonsense. How could you give the 7th warehouse to Heavy Warframe Society as their training ground? And the 3 heavy warframes are totally beyond the abilities of those students. What if there is an accident? Luo, you have to look at the specific circumstances. Those are good students and that's why I gave them a relaxed training environment," Wei said slowly. "More like rich and powerful students," Luo Xiangyang said with some disdain. "You should know that the school has its own difficulties." "Luo, you need to get rid of this temper of yours," said Wei earnestly. Luo Xiangyang's face was still gloomy. He said, "I do not care what privileges they have. I can give them the warehouse, but the 3 heavy warframes can't be wasted like this. I must get them back." Luo left, disregarding Principal Wei's calling him. Wei shook his head and sighed. A nasty temper indeed. He thought about it and let it go. That young lady would not touch those heavy warframes anyway, so there should be no problem that Luo were to take them away. Luo Xiangyang stepped toward the 7th warehouse and was quite upset. He had wanted this warehouse for a while and the school never agreed. Then they gave it to the Heavy Warframe Society. He knew everything about Heavy Warframe Society, just several people who were wasting their time. Who would pay attention to heavy warframes anyway? Normal soldiers would not even have the chance to touch them. Only the specialized soldiers would like them. He was now the coach of the Warframe Society, which was doing very well and had lots of members, among which a lot were excellent. However, their training field and equipment were quite lacking. He wanted to use the 7th warehouse as a training field, but the school had never approved and later gave it to Heavy Warframe Society. How could he stay calm knowing that? But Luo Xiangyang also knew that Principal Wei was having a hard time. So he was fine with giving them the warehouse, but the 3 heavy warframes should not be wasted like that. He planned to take them back to his society and pick a few students to practice on them. If possible, he'd like to train those students into professional heavy warframe operators. When Luo Xiangyang came to the 7th warehouse, he saw Builder was driven by someone, doing a lot of strange moves on the training ground. Chapter 139, Sparring with a Coach. The reason that the moves seemed strange was that Builder was holding a thick and long alloy tube in each of its 4 hands, wielding the tubes as swords like a human. Because Builder itself was too cumbersome and had 4 arms, its actions looked very odd. Luo Xiangyang looked at it and was slightly surprised. Anyone able to drive Builder like this must have reached the level of an evolver. Which teacher or coach in the school is driving Builder? Luo Xiangyang could not think of any student, as an unevolved person could hardly achieve this speed. After watching for a while, Luo Xiangyang started to have a craving. He used to be a heavy warframe soldier and operate heavy warframes as combat warframes for fun. After he entered the school, he did not have heavy warframes to play with and few knew how to operate heavy warframes, so he had no one to spar with either. When he saw someone using a heavy warframe to mimic a combat warframe, his craving was evoked. Seeing Porter RS parked on the other side, Luo Xiangyang went directly into its cockpit, and activated it using his coach authorization. Han Sen was practicing driving Builder because it was the closest to an ordinary combat warframe. Suddenly, Han Sen saw a shadow coming toward him from the holographic image. With his strong reflexes, he immediately operated Builder to raise one of the tubes it was grabbing to block that shadow. Clank! A loud clanking of metals rang and Han Sen saw that it was Porter RS that had attacked him using its 30-foot-long multifunction wrench. And on Porter RS' other arm, the cutter was turned on and waved toward him. Han Sen did not have any time to consider who was driving Porter's RS, but had to block it with another tube in Builder's hand. The alloy tube was cut off by the cutter instantly and the fearsome blade spinning at a high speed was approaching Builder. Shocked, Han Sen pushed the speed of his hands to the limit, manipulating Builder to step back and avoided the swing from Porter RS. Good! Luo Xiangyang exclaimed in excitement, controlling the Porter RS to launch crazy attacks against Builder. The giant wrench, cutter, drill bits, hooks and other tools all became terrifying weapons with his control. Luo Xiangyang took his opponent for a veteran, because he believed no one could use Builder like this otherwise. An unevolved person could never achieve this level. Han Sen was a bit dumbfounded and did not know who was driving Porter RS. This person had better operation and speed than Han Sen as well. Even when Han Sen was trying with all he had, he still could not make any progress and was about to be defeated. Han Sen did not want to accept this failure, and used what he learned from Hand of God, raising the speed of his hand to level evolved 4. Suddenly he became the incarnation of the thousand-hand Buddha, completing various complex operations at dazzling speed. Luo Xiangyang felt his opponent was a bit weaker in the beginning, and thought maybe this guy was probably just a low-level heavy warframe soldier. Also, it seemed this guy had not operated a heavy warframe in a long time and was obviously a bit rusty. But soon, Luo Xiangyang found the guy became so much better that it was like Builder had become alive. Flexible and swift, it was more like a combat warframe and a heavy one. Luo Xiangyang was ecstatic. It was so rare that he encountered such an opponent. Using all he had, he was on the same level as his opponent. Then Luo Xiangyang found that this guy was also rapidly improving. When fighting with Luo, this guy's operation was more and more accurate, which again convinced Luo that this was a retired heavy warframe soldier like himself. Awesome! Luo Xiangyang had not been so happy in a long time. If he had to describe, he would have said the ordinary combat warframes were like women, and heavy warframes were like men. The domineering feeling, the clanking of the wrench and alloy tubes, and the pressure his body was under, all brought Luo's blood to a boil, reminding him of the days when he was in the army. The two large-scale heavy warframes were constantly colliding into each other and the sounds kept echoing in the warehouse. Han Sen did not know who he was fighting, but felt much pressure. Even when he was using all he got, he was still completely overwhelmed. His opponent was so much better than him in technique and Han Sen had learned a lot. Is it fatty or skinny? Indeed they are more experienced than I am, Han Sen was guessing. There were only a few people in the society and he knew his roommates, and the girls were not able to achieve this level, so fatty and skinny were all that were left. Han Sen did not expect that the person he was fighting would be the coach of Warframe Society and a veteran in heavy warframe operation. Han Sen had no hard feelings, but was quite excited about a fight like this, because he could learn so much more from it than when he practiced alone. It seems that I have underestimated fatty and skinny. I need to practice more often with them, Han Sen thought. Having been fighting for an hour, Han Sen was unable to handle the physical stress brought by the fight and came out of the warframe. He was soaked in his own sweat. Operating a heavy warframe like Builder could stress one out easily, and it was impressive that Han Sen had been operating it for such a long time. Luo Xiangyang felt a bit unsatisfied, but did not insist when seeing his opponent had stopped. He came out of the cockpit and wanted to meet this person. Since they were both veterans, they could communicate and fight again later. But he was stunned when he saw the man coming out of Builder. He always thought that this guy must be a veteran, but the person coming out of Builder was a fair-skinned young man of no more than 17 years of age. He must have not even reached the age to serve, and thus could not be a veteran. Chapter 140, Meeting Ji Yanran again. You are a student? Luo Xiangyang asked. Hello, I am Han Senator. I have just entered the Heavy Warframe Society. Are you also in our society? I have never met you. Your skills are amazing. Could you teach me when you have time? Han Sen said with a smile. You just entered the Heavy Warframe Society. You are a freshman. Luo Xiangyang could not believe that he was just sparring with a freshman. Yes, I joined our society 7 or 8 days ago, replied Han Sr. Have you ever driven a heavy warframe before? No. Before I was using the training warframes at school to practice and only had the opportunity to use a heavy warframe after I joined the society. It is much harder than using a training warframe and I have not made much progress. You on the other hand are so much better. I had to shape-shift using a beast soul to hang in there, explained Han Senator. Although in Han's view, this schoolmate seemed a bit older, Han Sen had to admit that he was skilled. Luo Xiangyang's thought sullenly, you only touched a heavy warframe for the first time a few days ago and now you can fight me. If you are calling this not much progress, then everyone in my society should probably kill themselves. What is your department? How did you join the Heavy Warframe Society? Luo Xiangyang believed if he could poach this guy and get him to join Warframe Society instead, then Warframe Society could probably be in the top 10, no, top 5 in the alliance. I am in the department of archery and a friend introduced me to join our society, Han Sen said. Archery department? Luo Xiangyang regretted so much that he had never looked into that department full of specially enrolled students. Had he looked, he would have never let a talent go somewhere like Heavy Warframe Society. When Luo Xiangyang was thinking about how to persuade Han Sen to quit Heavy Warframe Society and join Warframe Society, Han's comlink rang. Han Sen only thought Luo Xiangyang was a senior, so he answered the call. Brother, I need to run now. Let's have another go next time, Han Sen hung up and said, waving to Luo. Not having had the time to start his persuasion before Han Sen took off, Luo thought to himself, anyway, now that I know who he is, I can always come back later. Looking at the 3 heavy warframes, Luo Xiangyang did not intend to move them away anymore. Since Han Sen was still here, he will let Han use them and move these warframes when Han transferred to Warframe Society. Luo Xiangyang was really glad when he left the 7th warehouse, celebrating the fact that he had found such a genius. No longer discontent about the fact that Principal Wei gave the warehouse to someone else, he was focused on the idea of getting Han Sen to join Warframe Society. As a freshman, Han Sen still had years left in Blackhawk. Maybe in these years, he could build a champion team in the Alliance. After coming out of the 7th warehouse, Han Sen went to a cafeteria. His roommates asked him to bring them some snacks, and Han Sen was also hungry himself after his Warframe fight. This cafeteria was very close to their dormitory and had great fruit juices. Han Sen almost had a juice here every day. But the juices were particularly sought after and always sold out early. Han Sen forgot about the time when fighting Luo Xiangyang and only came after being reminded by his roommates. When he arrived at the place, he was surprised to see there was only one bottle of juice left and quickly swiped to pay for it. But when he finished the payment and was reaching for the bottle of juice, another hand grabbed the bottle. Han Sen quickly looked up and saw that person looking back at him. "You," the two called out almost at the same time. Han Sen saw the sweet face in front of him and was slightly surprised, not expecting to see Ji Yanran here. Apparently, Ji Yanran was also surprised to see him. She frowned and asked, "Why are you here?" "I am a Blackhawk student, and have, of course, come here to eat," Han Sen replied. "Didn't think you would be admitted." Ji Yanran curled her lips and looked at Han Sen's hand on the bottle. "Let go. You are the one who should let go." "I paid first," said Han. Senator Ji Yanran gave him a glance full of disdain. "Your pickup line is too old. Let go, or I will yell." "What do you mean by pickup line? Why do I need that? Have you seen anyone using a pickup line on his girlfriend?" Han Sen said. Ji Yanran disagreed. "You have the nerve to mention that, cheater." "Who cheated?" Han Sen frowned. "If you did not cheat, why didn't you come to find me?" Ji Yanran had identified Han Sen as a cheater because he did not dare to come to her. "I did not have time," said Han Sr. "Oh, save it please." Ji Yanran rolled her pretty eyes. "Suit yourself, but I really did pay first for the juice." Han Sen did not bother to explain. "I grabbed it first, and I paid as well. Please come early next time," Ji Yanran said with a smile. Looking at Ji Yanran, Han Sen suddenly bowed his head, stretched out his tongue and pretended to lick her hand on the bottle. Ji Yanran screamed and cringed. "Please come early next time." Han Sen grabbed the bottle, waved his hand at her and walked away with a grin. What a shameless guy. Ji Yanran bit her lips and saw Han Sen taking the juice away sullenly. When she saw Han Sen go away to buy other things, she had an idea, so she took a detour and approached him from another side. When he put the juice down to reach for something else, she grabbed the bottle and turned away. "Hey, how can you do that?" Han Sen was carrying his roommate's snacks with both hands and had to look at Ji Yanran, who was already away. "A tooth for a tooth." Ji Yanran stuck out her little pink tongue and made a face before she happily walked away. "I did not expect that a cheater could actually be admitted to Blackhawk. Has the school lowered its standards?" Ji Yanran thought as she walked and made no connection between Han Sen and "my girlfriend is Jianran." In her mind, Han Sen was a cheater and nowhere near a master. Soon, Ji Yanran saw Han Sen was behind her, so she turned around and frowned at him. "What do you want?" "I'm going back to my dorm." "You think I'm following you?" Han Sen rolled his eyes. "Which department are you in? Where is your dorm?" Ji Yanran refused to believe him. "Archery department, Building E10 Room 304. Han Sen smiled at her. Ji Yanran paused, for Han Sen's dormitory was really this way. And the building where Han Sen lived was right behind her building. Archery department, no wonder you can be admitted to Black Hawk. Cheater in games and cheater in the entrance exam, Ji Yanran said. Why are you treating your boyfriend like this, said Han Sen helplessly. You can save that comment when you could beat me, cheater, Ji Yanran said. Piece of cake. I can do it now if you wish. Han Sen was a little annoyed by being called a cheater. Want to cheat again? Ji Yanran said with disdain. Hansen was speechless. You said I cheated, and refused to let me prove it to you. What do you want? If you really have what it takes, we could have a match on the professional holographic training machine tomorrow, Ji Yanran said confidently. Well, give me your comlink number. I'll contact you tomorrow, Han Sen smiled and said. Ji Yanran rolled her eyes, don't try to get my number. Tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, I will wait for you in building E16 room 138. Well, I will go. Wait to become my girlfriend. Han Sen laughed. Ji Yanran did not talk to him again and walked away. The next afternoon, when Han Sen was ready to go, Qin Xian suddenly gave him an order to go back to Steel Armor Shelter for an important task. Han Sen had to give up the plan to meet Ji Yanran and teleported to Steel Armor Shelter. Although he would like to inform Ji Yanran, she did not tell him her number, so he had no way to do it. Ji Yanran went there at 3 o'clock and waited, but saw no one there. She was even more convinced that he was a cheater. Han Sen came back after 2 days, and there was still no way to contact Ji Yanran. He did not worry about it too much and continued to study according to his own plan. Everyone, I have something to say. Fatty cleared his throat and said, holding a stack of paper in his hand. President, we can hear you, replied Sher as he was training on a holographic machine. Other people were also doing their own thing. Feeling helpless, Fatty said, in a few days, Starry Cup will begin, and as a society of Warframe, we must register for some Warframe items. Let's see which ones we should go for. You are the president. You decide. Lu Meng had nothing to contribute. Zhang Yang was zealous, of course all of them. The number of our members would not even cover all the items. Wang Mengmeng blinked her eyes and said. We are the Heavy Warframe Society, so we will fall short to the Warframe Society in many items, Li Zhenzhen said. Wang Chun added, for the items in combat, we will not do well. And we haven't even practiced the 5-on-5 team combat and will be much worse than the Warframe Society. That is challenging, but as long as we unite as one, we will be able to win. Zhang Yang was full of self-confidence. Fatty looked to Wang Mengmeng, which ones should we apply for? Wang Mengmeng looked at Han Sen who was reading, Brother Han, what do you say? That Starry Cup, what is in it for the champion? Han Sen pondered and asked. Skinny quickly said, of course. The prize depends on the item and all top 3 will get something. Of course, the champion's prize is the best. For example, all members of the champion team of the 5-on-5 combat will gain a Warframe of the Star Beast series, which was worth more than 1 million each. The champion of the single combat will win the lastest Warframe of the King series, which has a value of nearly 10 million. There are prizes for the top 3 of all items. We should try our best. Even if we don't win anything, it would be a great opportunity for us to practice, Fatty said. Let's register for all then. Han Sen heard there were so many awards paid by Starry Group and decided to try. For real. Fatty looked to Wang Mengmeng again. If Brother Han says so. Wang Mengmeng thought about it and asked, is there any overlaps between these items? Can one show up in all of them? Fatty checked the schedule and said, there is no problem other than one item, which is a single item, so one of us could go for that. Well then. Our president will take care of the registration. Wang Mengmeng said with a smile. Mengmeng, will this work? Our society has so few people, and almost all of us are freshmen. Would it look too bad if we lost in everything? Li Zhenjin said with some concern. It does not matter. With Brother Han here, we will not lose. Wang Mengmeng had blind trust in Han Senator Li Zhenjin, and Wang Chun cast an odd look to Han Senator. They could not tell what was so special about this freshman that Wang worshipped him so much. They had also asked Wang Mengmeng about it, and Wang simply said she had known him all her life and he had always been an impressive person. But Li Zhenjin and Wang Chun were quite skeptical about it, since they had not seen any excellent performance from him. And Han Sen had been practicing on heavy warframes instead of combat warframes these days, so it would be unrealistic to say he would get any prize. Luo Xiangyang originally wanted to persuade Han Sen to join the Warframe Society, but was delayed by something else. When he had finished his other business on this day, he returned to school and immediately came to the Heavy Warframe Society. When Luo Xiangyang arrived at the Heavy Warframe Society, the society members just decided on their application in the upcoming Starry Cup. Han Sen, Luo Xiangyang walked into the 7th warehouse and called. "Brother, you just came." Han Sen got up and greeted Luo. "Who is this man?" Li Zhenjin felt puzzled and asked. Other people also looked at Han Senator. Apparently, they did not know who he was either. However, Fatty and Skinny were surprised because they knew who Luo Xiangyang was, the coach of Warframe Society, but they did not understand why Han Sen called him brother. "Isn't he a member here?" Han Sen hesitated. He never asked anyone about this and assumed that Luo was a member student. Hearing the words of Han Sen, Fatty and Skinny almost choked. Luo was a coach at Warframe Society, how could he be a student? Luo Xinyang smiled and patted Han Sen on the shoulder. "Han Sen, your Warframe operation skills are great. Are you interested in joining the Warframe Society?" "Oh, I forgot to tell you that I am the coach at Warframe Society, and I promise you will be able to get the best training, use the best training equipment in school, and get the best guidance." Luo Xiangyang's words shocked everyone but Wang Mengmeng. They could not imagine that a coach of Warframe Society would personally invite Han Sen to join them. Warframe Society and Martial Arts Society were the two most popular societies. Many talented students took the initiative to join them each year, and these two societies never needed to recruit any members. Those who wanted to join even needed to go through their selection. These two societies carved up more than 60% of the talented students of Blackhawk. Different from Heavy Warframe Society, they never lacked talents. But then the dignified coach of Warframe Society even personally went to poach someone from Heavy Warframe Society and made such a promise, which was quite shocking. Fatty and Skinny had their mouths wide open but could not make a sound. They were familiar with Luo, because the only reason they were here was that they had failed to enter the Warframe Society in the first place. They were surprised that someone that Luo Xiangyang would personally invite was in their society. "I am sorry, Coach Luo, but I have joined the Heavy Warframe Society already," Han Sen declined. The reason Han Sen had promised to join Heavy Warframe Society was twofold. First, he did it for Wang Mengmeng. Second, he valued the freedom here. He could come and go as he wanted and did not need to worry about anything. This way he could take tasks as he wanted any time or go to God's sanctuary to hunt. He would not quite like it if he had to practice on a warframe every single day. Luo Xiangyang did not give up and continued to persuade him, "With your talent and ability, it would be a waste if you stayed here. Give me 2 or 3 years and I can get you into the top 3 in the entire alliance. The championship is not impossible either, which is exactly my goal." The rest were dumbfounded and regarded Han Sen, since they had never seen anything special about him that deserved these words from Luo. "Sorry, Coach Luo. I cannot take your offer," Han Sen once again refused. "Do not rush to refuse. Think about it. If you become a champion in the Warframe contest in the Alliance during your study, your final rating will be a lot higher. Luo Xiangyang added, I will also try my best to give you the best rating possible. When you figure it out, you can come to me at Warframe Society. I will always welcome you to join. After Luo Xiangyang left, the rest were still staring at Han Sr. Coach Luo offered you such conditions, and you actually refused him. Fatty could not believe what had happened and asked Han Sen, don't you know what higher final rating means? I certainly do, Han Sen said with a smile. The higher the final rating, the bigger the chance to get a better position and rank when one's served. And you turned him down. Li Zhenjin said with a disbelieving look. If I wanted those extra points, I would not have chosen to join our society. Han Sen shrugged. His goal was his own perfect evolution, rather than a certain expertise. Although he was interested in Warframe operation, it was just a hobby. He would not put everything in it or waste too much time on it. If he could become a sacred blood aristocrat, it would be much more useful than getting the highest final rating, level S. In addition, he was confident that he would be rated level S with or without any extra points. The rest looked at Han Sen as if he was an alien, not believing he had given up such a great opportunity to get a better final rating. His roommates were not too surprised. With Han Sen's skill and Hand of God, he could beat Li Yufeng by 20 points. Had he joined Hand of God Society, he could have gotten the extra points a long time ago. Why would he wait for Luo Xiangyang to invite him? I said that we would be great in the contest with Brother Han here. Now do you believe me? Wang Mengmeng said proudly. Fatty thought of Starry Cup and became thrilled. With Han Sen, whom Luo Xiangyang had invited personally in their society, maybe Heavy Warframe Society could get somewhere this time. Even if they could not win the championship, some third places were enough to give them a reputation. Obviously Fatty was still underestimating Han Senator. Had he known that Han Sen had fought Luo Xiangyang for an hour without losing, he would have set his goal higher. Han Sen was once again the last one to leave the 7th warehouse. He made a habitual visit to the cafeteria and found the juices were all gone again. Then it chanced that he saw Ji Yanran sitting there eating her meal. Ji Yanran had been preparing for Starry Cup recently as well and had spent long hours practicing every day. She did not expect to see Han Sen here again. She saw Han Sen and said nothing. Since he did not show up, it meant he had admitted he was not good enough and she did not want to rub it in. Han Sen sat across her and said, last time I was delayed by something else. Without your number, I was not able to inform you, and I am so sorry about it. Why do men always have so many excuses? Ji Yanran said. Han Sen opened his mouth and felt it was hard to explain. He had failed to show up indeed, so no explanation seemed good enough. Shall we have a match tomorrow? Han Sen thought for a moment and decided he could only prove himself with his ability. Forget it, I do not want to be played again. Ji Yanran had clearly identified Han Sen as a cheater and did not intend to indulge him. When Han Sen wanted to explain, a few students came to them. One of them saw Han Sen and asked Ji Yanran, Yanran, who is he? A freshman, I don't know his name. Ji Yanran did not tell Li Yufeng about Han Sen, afraid that Li might look for trouble. Li Yufeng nodded and asked Han Sen, which department are you in? Archery, replied Han Sen casually. A thin man sat next to Han Sen, threw one arm around Han's shoulder and said while squinting, brother, if you want to get yourself a girl, you need to be smarter. Now this is our president. How dare you? Anyone could chase after a pretty girl. Why can't I? Han Sen seemed very naive. The thin man grinned, put a spitball on the table, and took a cup to cover the spitball. Taking 2 extra cups, he put them upside down and began to move the 3 cups around so swiftly that it was bedazzling. After a while, the thin man smiled and said to Han Sen, if you can tell under which cup the spitball is, you can go out with anyone you choose. If not, get lost and do not show your face in front of our president again. Ji Yanran did not stop the thin man, because she was interested to know Han Sen's reply. The thin man had a speed that was among the top 3 in the Hand of God Society. It was not that easy to tell. Han Sen looked at the thin man, and put his hand on a cup with a smile. The thin man was overjoyed. But Han Sen smiled and said, "There's nothing under this cup." Then Han Sen lifted the cup and there was nothing underneath. Han Sen put his hand on the next cup, stroked it and said, "Not under this one either." The cup was again lifted by Han Sen, and there was nothing on the table. Han Sen placed a finger on the last cup and said with a smile, "No need to tell you about this one." The thin man and the rest were embarrassed, and even Ji Yanran regarded Han Sen curiously, not expecting him to be so good. "You are lucky today. Do not let me see you again," snapped the thin man. "You think this is finished?" Han Sen looked at the thin man, smiling. He was not someone who would not fight back after being bullied. "What do you want?" The thin man stared at Han Senator without a word. Han Sen put the 3 cups upside down in front of him and covered the spitball with 1 cup like the thin man, then quickly moved the 3 cups around. Ji Yiran, Li Yufeng and the thin man all knew what Han was trying to do, but felt he was trying to teach fish how to swim. His speed was much lower than that of the thin man, so the latter even snorted. Han Sen acted as if he had not heard it and continued to exchange the cups. Then he sat up and looked at the group of people. "As you said, if you could guess right, I don't care what you do. If not, then #K off and stay away from Ji Yanran." The thin man sneered, reached out and was about to lift one of the cups. "You just don't understand your limit, do you?" Han Sen blocked the thin man's hand, and the latter stared at Han angrily. "What are you doing?" Han Sen looked at Li Yufeng, smiled and said, "I just want to know if you are sure that you could represent everyone here. If not, please get me someone who could." The thin man suddenly looked at Li Yufeng. Although he was sure, he did not know whether he could represent Li Yufeng. Li Yufeng said quietly, "Lift it." Hearing Li Yufeng's approval, the thin man was bathed in pride. He said to Han Sen condescendingly, "Boy, I will now show you who the real master is. It's under this cup." The thin man lifted the cup in the middle up, full of self-confidence. But after the cup was lifted, all were stunned, and the thin man looked dreadful. There was nothing under that cup. "Impossible, this is impossible." The thin man widened his eyes and looked into the cup he was holding. There was nothing. Ji Yanran was also puzzled, as she thought that the spitball should be under the middle cup. How could it disappear? "In case you are not convinced, I will let you try one more time. Pick another one." Han Sen pointed to the 2 cups left on the table, and said to Li Yufeng. Li Yufeng snorted and put his hand on 1 cup. "There is nothing here." Li Yufeng had learned Han Sen's way. Since the spitball was not where it should be, and there was no way they were all wrong about where it was, the only possibility was that Han Sen used some method to hide the spitball. Therefore, the 2 cups left should also be empty. But when Li Yufeng lifted the cup, he paused, as the spitball was under that cup. The thin man and the rest were stunned. If Han Sen simply took the spitball away, they would not be surprised, because that was exactly what the thin man had done. And there should be nothing under all 3 cups. However, the spitball was indeed under a different cup, which appalled everyone. Ji Yanran looked at Han Sen in surprise and did not know how he could have done that. "Now you can disappear, right?" said Han Sen while drinking water. "Boy, don't be too arrogant," exclaimed the thin man. "Go," Li Yufeng stood up and said. Watching the group going away, Han Sen was then able to focus on his food. "How did you do that?" Ji Yanran looked at Han Sen curiously and asked. She trusted her own judgment, and the spitball should be under the middle cup originally. What she did not understand was when Han Sen retrieved the spitball from the middle cup and placed it in another cup. She did not see how he did it. Han Sen just smiled at Ji Yanran and said faintly, "It's a secret." "Big deal. You must have used some cheating method as well," Ji Yanran said, pouting. "You show me how I cheated then," Han Sen blinked and said. "I don't know how to cheat," Ji Yanran said, with her gaze on the 3 cups, wanting to know how Han Sen did it. "If you really want to know, I can tell you on one condition," he said. "What do you want me to do?" Ji Yanran looked at Han Sen vigilantly. "Since you are my girlfriend, shall we go to dinner and movie sometime?" Han Sen suggested with a smile. Ji Yanran stared at Han Sen and said, "Who is your girlfriend? If you say that again, I won't be polite anymore." "So, you do not want to know?" Han Sen was not the least scared by the ferocious look on her sweet face. Ji Yanran paused. She really wanted to know how Han Sen did it. The members of Hand of God Society were always playing this game, the key factors of which were speed and eyesight. If she could learn the method Han Sen had used, she would be invincible in this game. "Just a meal and movie?" Ji Yanran blinked and asked. "Yes." Han Sen laughed. "Well, that's fine. Now tell me how you did it." Ji Yanran hesitated and said. "In fact, it is very simple. As long as your hand is fast enough, you can do it with some special gestures." Han Sen did not lie. He was simply using sleeve blade. But his hand was too fast and his movements too subtle, so Ji Yanran could not have seen how he had managed to do it. "If you won't tell me the truth, then forget it." Ji Yanran refused to take Han Sen's word for it, as she did not believe that he was that fast. "If you do not believe me, then there is nothing I could do. I've said all I could. Don't forget about the dinner and movie tomorrow," Han Sen shrugged and said. "I promised you dinner and movie, but did not say when." "In 100 years, liar." Ji Yanran spit out her tongue at him, chuckled and left. Han Sen had intended to practice operating warframes before Starry Cup began. However, Lin Beifong told him excitedly that he had discovered a nest full of mutant creatures, which Lin could not take care of alone, and asked Han Sen to hunt with him. "Sen, hurry. Teleport now and we could split the mutant creatures 50-50. Lin Beifong did not dare to go alone and was reluctant to cooperate with any of the gangs. If he did that, he might not even be able to get 30%. After all, he only provided a location, and in accordance with the rules, if he did not contribute anything else, all he could have was 30%. "How long does it take?" Han Sen hesitated. "The Starry Cup will begin in a few days." He had promised Fatty that he would go. It was also his idea to apply for all the items, so it would not make sense if he missed it. "It's not far. Just in the southern mountains. With mounts, it would take us less than a day." Lin Beifong quickly said. "Fine, wait for me at the gate of Steel Armor Shelter. I will be there." Han Sen was very interested as he only had 52 mutant geno points and wished to gain more. Han Sen used the school's teleport station to enter the shelter, and saw Lin Beifong walking around the gate in circles, looking very anxious. "My brother, you finally come. Let's go now." Lin Beifong grabbed Han Sen the moment he saw Han. The two summoned their mounts and marched into the southern mountains. Han Sen saw that Lin Beifong was still riding a primitive mount and laughed. "Lin, why are you still riding a primitive mount? Mutant mounts are very rare." "I have been looking but no one was selling." Lin looked at the mutant three-eyed beast Han Sen was riding admiringly. "I have one. Are you interested?" Han Sen was ready to sell the mutant horned sand fox mount since he had no use of it. "You should have said so earlier. What kind of mount is it?" "Show me." Lin quickly said. Han Sen summoned the mutant horned sand fox. Lin fell in love with the strong white fox and said, "Senator, I will take it. Name your price." "Do you have S-Class license of St. Hall?" Han Sen asked. "Those are hard to come by." "My family had some, but we have used them up," Lin said helplessly. "All right, then I will take a larger share of the mutant creatures this time," Han Sen pondered and said. "No problem, but they all seem to be the same type of creatures and it does not do anything if you eat too many." Lin looked at Han puzzled, not understanding why he would want so much of the same kind of meat. "I'm not eating them myself, but feeding a pet." Han Sen summoned his golden rock worm king. Feeding a pet with mutant meat. How extravagant. Lin saw the golden little worm in Han's palm and asked, "It must be a mutant pet." "Guess again," Han Sen said with a smile. Lin Beifong suddenly widened his eyes. "This is a sacred blood pet." "Why not?" Han Sen said. "Wow, Sen, you are so awesome that even your pet is sacred blood." Lin Benfeng thought about it and said, "So I will take this mutant beast's soul mount. No matter how many mutant creatures we hunt, I will only take 5 and the rest are all yours." "Cool," Han Sen agreed right away. What Lin Beifeng found was a large nest of mutant creatures and it would not be a bad deal. Chapter 145 Chapter 145, Olympic-Size Appetite Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor. Nioebo Studio. When Lin Beifeng arrived at a crevice of the mountain, Han Sen was shocked. A crevice was cracked into the mountain for either an earthquake or other reasons. Many giant blue ants the size of mice were going in and out of the crevice. From afar, they could only see an ocean of blue lights, so there should be at least 100 or 200 of them. "Sen, these are the creatures. Their bodies are very hard, and there are too many of them. When I just found them, I tried to wield my mutant beast soul knife at one of them and was only able to leave a white mark on its shell." Lin paused and then said, "Although they are small in size, they are very fast. In shorter distances, their speed was about the same as our mutant beast soul mounts. They couldn't keep that speed up though. After running for 100 feet, they will become slow. And each of them can lift a stone of 300 pounds easily." When Lin Beifeng was explaining, Han Sen examined the giant ants that looked like they were made of blue crystal, and found that they were biting at the rocks and making the crevice wider and wider. The rocks were like chocolate in their mouth, and it was hard to tell the rocks were hard just by watching. "There are so many of them that the two of us would die there if we went inside," Han Sen said quietly. "How should we hunt then?" Lin sounded anxious. "It does not matter. I am an archer and we do not need to approach them." Han Sen looked around to find a suitable location, and summoned his horn bow and mutant black stinger arrow. He then tied a high-tech load-bearing thread on the nock of his arrow. Although the thread was as thin as a hair, it could withstand the weight of 100 pounds. A big ant would be easy. "Sen, is it too far from here? These creatures' shells are very hard and even mutant beast soul weapons could hardly hurt them." Lin Beifeng estimated that they were at least half a mile from those ants, and even if the arrow was a mutant beast soul, it probably still could not pierce their shells. If an archer could only shoot at the enemy's armor, then he would not be considered a competent archer, Han Sen said and aimed his arrow at the crevice. "Not the armor. But these things are covered in shell and there is only a very narrow gap in their joints." Lin Beifeng said and saw the arrow had left the string. Whiz! Half a mile away, the arrow flew as fast as electricity and went deep into the gap of a giant ant's shell. That blue ant was killed almost instantly, which amazed Lin. Mutant phantom ant killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly. With the voice in Han Sen's mind, he saw the phantom ants nearby were all alarmed and looking around for traces of their enemy. But after they covered the ground nearby, they found nothing and went back to the crevice and started to consume the rocks. Han Sen used the thread to pull back the arrow and the dead phantom ant. Soon he made another shot and killed another ant. Lin Beifeng admired Han Sen very much. From such a distance, Lin could not even tell what the ants looked like, and yet Han Sen could hit the small gaps in their shells each time. It was almost magical. When Han Sen was hunting the ants, Lin Beifeng was treating their bodies. The ants looked big, but the edible part was only a piece of jelly-like meat the size of an egg. Lin Beifeng ate several and enjoyed the fun of mutant genopoint growth. But like any other creature, only the first few of the same kind worked. Lin Beifeng had stopped after eating 5 ants. According to people's general experience, 5 was the limit. If one continued to eat the same type of meat after the 5th creature, it might take a dozen creatures for one to gain another genopoint. The phantom ants killed by Han Sen afterwards were treated with salt by Lin. They would then bake the meat dry so that it would be easier to carry and store. Han Sen also ate 5 ants himself and heard the voice telling him about the growth in his mutant genopoints. Han Sen's mutant genopoints also rose from 52 points to 64 points. He had a relatively high number of mutant genopoints, so in the future, even when he ate new meat, the effect would not be as good. Han Sen summoned the golden rock worm king. The small worm almost devoured a phantom ant instantaneously. And even the shell of the ant was crunched down by the worm. The worm king was not even as big as the ant, so Han Sen had no idea how it ate the ant up. Having consumed a dozen phantom ants, the worm king's body swelled up and became as big as a fist. Han Sen told Lin not to treat the meat anymore and threw the ants' bodies directly at the worm king, which was still able to continue eating. After eating 3 dozen ants, the worm king grew as big as the phantom ant and had no other change. A sacred blood pet is indeed impressive. It at least has an Olympic-size appetite. Lin Beifeng was already stunned. The worm king was basically eating gold. Han Sen was not distressed at all. He could not put large quantity of mutant meat on the market anyway. So, he might as well feed it to his pet. But Han Sen was not about to give it all the meat, as he needed to save some for Meowth. In front of Lin Beifeng, Han Sen could not summon Meowth. It was a beast soul pet that Qin Xian gave $, so if he were to summon it, the secret might get out. Had I known that an archer could do so much, I should have learned archery. Lin cast an envious look toward Han Sen, who was hunting casually. It's not like every archer can do this, Han Sen said with a smile. If he had not practiced Jade Skin, without his sacred genopoints, sacred blood bow and mutant arrow, there was no way he could hunt phantom ants like this. An average person could not see the gaps in the ants' bodies from such a distance at all. Han Sen suddenly heard a different voice when he killed another phantom ant. Mutant phantom ant killed. Beast soul of mutant phantom ant gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 mutant genopoints randomly. Chapter 146, Phantom Ant Beast Soul. Type of Beast Soul of Mutant Phantom Ant, Armor. Han Sen summoned the mutant beast soul armor and was suddenly covered in blue crystal. It had thorough protection like his black beetle armor and was even prettier. Lin Beifeng was amazed. What a gorgeous suit of armor. If a woman wears it, it would be. Lin was very eager to ask for the phantom ant armor, but did not know what to say. He had just got a mutant beast soul mount from Han Sen and did not have the nerve to ask for something else. Ahem, Sen, would you use this beast soul? If not, I can double, no, triple the price of an ordinary mutant beast soul armor to buy it, asked Lin, obsessed with the look of this suit of armor. I don't need money now, but I would trade it for an S-class license. Han Sen pondered and said. He did not really need this suit of armor, but could save it for later. He could sell it as well, but not just for money. My brother, I really do not have any S-class license. the military control is strict. A-class is fine but S-class is really hard to get, Lin said bitterly. Isn't this beast soul hard to get? Han Sen grinned and asked. Of course. Lin Beifeng frowned and thought for a moment, then said to Han Sen, I don't have S-class licenses, but do have one thing that you might like. When we are back, I will show you, and if you are interested, we could trade. If not, then forget it. What is it? Han Sen asked curiously. A super biological warframe, Lin replied. I know about biological warframes, but why super? Han Sen asked. Lin Beifeng said, the ones we usually see are semi-biological, semi-mechanical. Although their appearance is almost like a creature, and they can complete many difficult actions like human bodies, after all, there are many limitations to them. Super biological warframe is the product of the latest technology in the warframe industry. And it has not been sold in the Alliance yet. Now, only a few military labs have several prototypes. Because the military needs the rare metal our company produce, we have established a connection with the military. And this super biological warframe was a prototype I managed to get from them. It is super cool. What is the difference? Han Sen was very interested in the warframe. This super biological warframe is perfect except that it could not be used in God's sanctuary. An ordinary warframe must be at least 12 to 18 feet tall, not to mention the heavy warframes. Hence you could not bring them with you. A super biological warframe is different. It has adopted a particle restructure technology. I don't know for sure. But it can fit in a suitcase, and once it's open, countless small particles of intelligence will wrap your body up to form a super biological warframe. Mine is a prototype and does not have a weapon system. It is a little more than 12 feet tall and very powerful, much better than the King's series of Starry Group. Lin Beifeng said passionately. It can fit into a suitcase. Han Sen gestured the size and was very tempted. You can have a look later. I am sure you will like it, said Lin. Okay, we will see, said Han. Senator Lin Beifeng was filled with joy. He could always have another warframe, but had never seen a beast soul like this ever since he entered God's sanctuary. It was so gorgeous that even sacred blood armor was not its match in appearance. While talking to Lin, Han Sen was seeking opportunities to shoot the phantom ants at the same time. There were less and less phantom ants left in the crevice. However, the golden rock worm king was eating very fast. Han Sen had hunted hundreds of phantom ants, and most of them fell into the stomach of the golden rock worm king. It was never full and was constantly growing. When the phantom ants were almost all gone, the body of the worm king had become the size of a pillow and its shell grew as hard as solid gold. Will it become as big as the original golden rockworm king? Han Sen was full of hope. Because he had been feeding Meowth, he had read a lot about beast soul pets, which might be the only type of beast soul that could fight on their own. Beast soul mounts needed to be controlled by riders and could not attack creatures themselves, so their main function was still transportation. However, beast soul pets were different. Once they transformed, they would have the ability to hunt and fight, which was what made them important and unique. That was the reason why Han Sen was willing to pay such a big effort to feed Meowth and Golden Rockworm King, although it had seemed a difficult task so far not even Meowth had transformed. Han Sen felt something wrong when he was thinking about his pets. With a glance, he saw a phantom ant the size of a pony climbing out of the crevice. But the crevice was a bit narrow, and its body was stuck there. Using its sharp claws to break the rocks and gnawing at the rocks as if they were tofu, the ant was about to be able to come out. Han Sen suddenly understood why the mutant phantom ants had been eating the rocks. It was not because they enjoyed the taste, but because they were trying to widen the crevice to allow this giant ant to pass. *T. It can't be a sacred blood phantom ant, can it? Lin Beifeng also saw it and exclaimed with his eyes wide. Han Sen drew the string of the horn bow to the fullest and aimed his black stinger arrow at the giant phantom ant. He paused for a second before shooting the arrow. Clank! The black stinger arrow hit the ant in the head and fell, leaving nothing on its shell. *T. So hard. It's absolutely a sacred blood creature, shouted Lin Beifong. In the blink of an eye, the giant phantom ant had come out of the crevice and rushed toward Han Sen and Lin Beifong faster than a cheetah. Han Sen took back the black stinger arrow, drew the string one more time and shot the arrow at the giant phantom ant. Clank! The arrow once again ended up hitting its head and did nothing, while the ant had rushed forward more than 600 feet in that moment. You go first. Han Sen once again summoned the black stinger arrow and shot it at the ant. Let's go together. The gap on its shell is so narrow that no arrow could fit in there. Lin cried. I know what I'm doing. Go. When Han Sen once again pulled the string, the formidable merely half a mile from them. Lin Beifong saw that Han Sen did not want to leave and had to go first. Lin knew his limit. He could not even withstand one blow from this giant ant and would become a burden of Han Sen's if he stayed. Lin was constantly looking back as he ran, worried about Han Sen's safety. Han Sen soon shot 2 more arrows, which were equally useless, while the giant phantom ant was only less than 600 feet from him. Lin Beifeng's heart was in his throat. Han Sen was as stable as a rock. Suddenly, he had a suit of fiery red armor on his body and a ruby crown on his head. Even his hair turned blonde. His scarlet eyes staring at the giant phantom ant, Han Sen paused. Almost instantaneously, that giant phantom ant was less than 9 feet from him. Throwing itself at Han Sen, the giant phantom ant waved its saw-like claws at his body. Lin Beifeng's heart raced. He saw Han Sen suddenly took a step, which was incredibly fast. Han moved forward instead of backward and stayed very close to the giant phantom ant. He finally shot the arrow. Snap! The distance between them was so short and Han Sen's arrow directly went into the giant phantom ant's mouth. The entire arrow disappeared there and the giant phantom ant made a painful hissing sound. Han Sen took another step away from the giant phantom ant that was going on a rampage. The giant phantom ant went after him at an incredible speed, making it impossible for Han Sen to pull away from it. When it was about to get him, Han Sen again stepped aside and perfectly dodged its deadly blow. Watching from afar, Lin Beifong was very nervous. The giant phantom ant was so fast that Han Sen was treading upon sharp knives. Once mistake and he would be dead. But this fight also made Lin's blood hot, giving him the urge to go back and fight with Han Sen side by side. Checking the speed of the giant phantom ant, Lin Beifong gave up this stupid thought as once he went back, he would become an appetizer for the ant. Lin Beifong felt Han Sen's movements were odd after he looked for a while. Although Han was not as fast as the giant phantom ant, he could always avoid its fatal blows. The steps he made in those critical moments were incredibly fast. Obviously, it was not luck, but a certain footwork Han Sen was practicing. Even so, Lin's heart was still racing when seeing signs of danger everywhere. Han Sen had practiced Spartacle for just a short amount of time, so his acceleration could not last more than 1 step. He must wait for a while before he made his second step. And that was enough for Han Senator. As long as he could avoid the fatal attacks from the giant phantom ant, he still had time to seek opportunities. The seemingly dangerous situation had become quite predictable for Han Sen since he had shape-shifted into the Fairy Queen. The movements of the giant phantom ant did not look too swift to him. And he had enough time to react. If it weren't for the fact that his speed was not as good as his reflexes, he would not even need Spartacle. While dodging the attacks from the giant phantom ant, Han Sen was seeking opportunities to shoot his arrows. He had but one goal, which was the mouth of this ant. The ant's shell was too hard and it did not even matter when the arrow hit the gap. He could only shoot the arrow directly inside its body. Snap! Another arrow disappeared in its mouth, making the giant phantom ant roll around on the ground in pain. Han Sen took the chance to pull away from it. When the giant phantom ant again threw itself at him, he had already pulled the string again. Snap! Between his steps, Han Sen shot another arrow into the ant's mouth. Lin Beifeng, who was watching from afar, was dumbfounded. It was the first time he had seen an archer like him. Han Sen was shooting the arrow from all kinds of weird angles without so much as a pause, and all his arrows hit the target. Han Sen's achievement should be attributed to his opponent at the contest, Lei Ban, who showed Han what a real archer should do. Shooting while moving was the key. Since then, Han Sen began to consciously train himself. Coupled with the training from Yang Monli and what he had learned at Black Hawk, Han Sen became very good at this. But compared to Lei Ban, his accuracy was still lower. His fitness level and hyper-geno arts made up for it though. The giant phantom ant slowed down after taking 6 hits. Han Sen knew the toxins from his arrow were working. Although it was not fatal, the giant phantom ant was losing its strength. Hit the iron when it is hot. Han Sen would never give up an opportunity like this and was looking for a chance to shoot his next arrow. This giant phantom ant was not nearly as intelligent as the Sacred Blood Fox King. When it was injured badly already, it still did not have the sense to retreat. Chapter 148, Super Biological Warframe, Sacred Blood Phantom Ant Killed. Beast Soul of Sacred Blood Phantom Ant gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. The Sacred Blood Phantom Ant finally collapsed in front of Han Senator. Hearing the voice in his mind, Han Sen just wanted to laugh out loud. Another Sacred Blood Beast Soul, and it was an armor as good as his Black Beetle armor. Sen, awesome. Is it a Sacred Blood creature? Lin Beifeng trotted back and asked Han Sr. It sure is, Han Sen said with a smile. Sen, did you gain its beast soul? Lin stared at Han Sen and asked. Yep. Han Sen did not lie. Since Lin had seen the mutant beast soul armor, he would recognize the Sacred Blood version. There was no need to deny it. A Sacred Blood beast soul. Honestly, did you sleep with Lady Luck? Lin grabbed Han Sen's shoulder and shook him violently. But Lin did not try to purchase the Sacred Blood Beast soul and meat. After Lin calmed down, Han Sen smiled and said to him, Lin, I also need the Sacred Blood Beast soul and meat badly, so I can't share. You can take more meat of the mutant ants if you want. Lin Beifeng rolled his eyes at Han Sr. What do I need that for? Sell them. Do I look poor to you? Maybe you can take it back to see if you could trade it for a mutant beast soul. Han Sen laughed. Lin Beifeng said, after I saw the mutant phantom ant beast soul armor, I don't want any other mutant beast soul now. I'm not necessarily able to trade it for a beast soul, even if I am simply not in the mood. Lin stared at Han Sen and said, I don't want anything else. But if you want to sell that Sacred Blood Phantom Ant armor, you must come to me first. Lin Beifeng had considered this thoroughly. Han Sen would enter Second God Sanctuary soon, and by that time, he still had the opportunity to get the Sacred Blood Phantom Ant armor. Okay, this I promise you. If I want to sell it, I will ask you first, agreed Henson readily. It's a deal. Lin reached out his hand and wanted to pinky swear. This is too childish, right? Han Sen was embarrassed. I do not care. Lin entwined his little finger with Han's, while murmuring, whoever breaks the promise will have 10 wives and no penis. *#. That is devious. Han Sen quickly got rid of Lin's finger. That's what it takes. Lin laughed. Then the two cleaned up the rest of the mutant phantom ants, which were about 500 in total. Most of them ended up in the Worm King's belly, which was probably bottomless. Han Sen dried and saved 100 phantom ants as Meowth's food. And all the rest was fed to the Worm King. In addition to the 5 he ate, Lin Beifong was not the least interested in the mutant meat. Han Sen asked him to take some back, but he declined. Lin repeatedly begged Han Sen to inform him immediately once Han Sen wanted to sell the sacred blood phantom ant armor. Han Sen assured Lin that he would do that. Lin Beifong watched Han Sen ate a whole pot of sacred blood phantom ant stew and drank the liquid up, feeling upset. Another 5 sacred Geno points gained. Han Sen had a staggering 45 sacred Geno points, almost half of the max. And Han Sen had only entered First God's Sanctuary about a year ago. To comfort Lin Beifong, Han Sen gave him the mutant phantom ant armor first. So as soon as Lin was back in steel armor shelter, he immediately brought the warframe he was talking about to Han Senator. Sure enough, it was just a silver alloy box the size of a suitcase. Although heavy, it was still hard for one to imagine that it contained a warframe more than 12 feet tall. In God's Sanctuary, there was no way to test this warframe, but Han Sen believed that Lin Beifong would not deceive him for a mutant beast soul. Hence, he left God's Sanctuary with the case. It was night when Han Sen teleported back to school. He paused and went to the 7th warehouse with the super biological warframe. The warehouse was empty. Han Sen opened the case the way Lin Beifong taught him. A light beam was projected from the case and scanned Han Sen's body. Scan completed. Analysis completed. Super biological warframe Silver Killer unlocked. The moment the case was opened, liquid like mercury mixed with colorful particles flowed out of the case. The entire case then became part of the liquid and flowed toward Han Senator. Soon, he was covered in that liquid. That feeling was hard to describe. It was like the Iron Man putting his armor on, but a bit different in that all the parts were constructed by the particles. Soon a silver humanoid warframe more than 12 feet tall appeared where Han Sen was standing, and Han Sen was sitting in a tight cockpit. Han Sen could only praise the great power of science and technology. A small case of less than 100 pounds could become such a huge warframe. And its weight was also matching the tonnage of a regular warframe. Unfortunately, human science and technology are completely useless in God's Sanctuary. Or else human would have dominated God's Sanctuary already, and all the creatures would have been wiped out. Han Sen sighed. In fact, the reason why Han Sen had this idea was that he was still in First God's Sanctuary. If he evolved and went to the higher phases, he would change his mind. Han Sen tried to drive the Silver Killer, which was indeed powerful as Lin Beifong said. Such a small warframe was actually more powerful than a heavy one like Builder, and of course much more flexible. As long as the operational level was there, Silver Killer could perform all the movements a person could. Like Lin Beifong had said, except for the lack of weapon system, Silver Killer was perfect. Of course, the more difficult the operation, the greater the burden on one's body. Most people would have a hard time controlling their own bodies on a roller coaster. So, to operate a warframe at a high speed was not something anyone could do. After all, it was only a prototype from the military laboratory, so it was impossible to equip it with a weapon system. Or else they would not give it to Lin. Han Sen was content. Although there was no weapon system, Han Sen could install some individual weapons himself, such as laser sword, laser gun, and particle gun. In short, Han Sen was more than satisfied with Silver Killer. If it was not for Lin Beifong, he could never have a warframe like this for a mutant beast soul. Perhaps it was arranged by fate. Washing Station had designated Fong Mingquan to host the live broadcast of Starry Cup in Blackhawk Division. Contest Center was, after all, only a temporary show and went off the air soon after the contest. It will resume until the contest next year. Since Fong Mingquan had no shows to host at this point, he chose to host the live broadcast of Starry Cup in Blackhawk Division when asked to choose his next show. Fang Mingquan and Han Sen seemed to have been brought together by fate once again. But Fang Mingquan did not know that Dollar was a student at Blackhawk. At the moment, Fang was quite distressed because he did not know which items he should cover. Because there were many items, some of them were arranged at the same time. As he had brought limited manpower, he had to pick and choose which ones to cover. Lu, what were the traditionally strong items of Blackhawk? Fang Mingquan asked his assistant while checking some data. Lu did some searching on his smart device and quickly replied, Blackhawk's strongest item is men's singles in martial arts. In last year's Starry Cup, they got the third place in the final of the entire alliance. The student who won is still studying here. His name is Ouyang Xiaosan, and he has also signed up this year. Any other strong item? Fang Mingquan asked. Not much. Their Warframe Society and Hand of God Society had good performance, which was not that outstanding across the alliance. They were both top 20 to top 10. Lu looked at the data and said with a smile, but it is interesting that with a terrible record in archery, Blackhawk had recruited lots of students specialized in archery this year. I believe they will do much better than in previous years. Archery? Fang Mingquan slightly frowned. Archery was, after all, an unpopular game. The popular ones in the alliance were mainly related to aircraft, warframe or combat. Archery was quite peripheral, because most people were even more willing to see a game of firearm. Anchor, the only highlight in Blackhawk will be martial arts. We should cover Ouyang Xiaosan's games and throw in some Warframe and Hand of God matches in between, suggested Lu. Still 2 days until the games start. We can decide after learning more about Blackhawk. Fang Mingquan looked at the time. It's late. Let's call it a day. We have been working all night. Some snacks now would be a good idea. Fang Mingquan and Lu left the room assigned to them by the school and went to a cafeteria. It was midnight. The cafeteria was almost empty and food was still being sold at the smart machines. Fang Mingquan looked inside the hall, and only one student was sitting in the corner, eating. Fang then took the food they just bought and sat opposite the student. Fellow, you are eating so late, sitting opposite the student, Fang Mingquan said with a smile. Fang believed that the student would recognize himself, because judging from his age, the student must be in First God's Sanctuary and should have watched Contest Center, of which Fang was the host. Han Sen looked up and did not recognize Fang. He had read and appreciated A King Marches in Loneliness written by him, but he had no time to watch Contest Center. That was why he had heard of Fang Mingquan, but had never seen his face, and thus could not have recognized him. Because I just finished training and felt a bit hungry. Han Sen looked at Fang Mingquan and Lu, wondering who they were, as they were a bit too old to be students. Fang Mingquan was a little disappointed that Han Sen did not recognize him, but soon let it go. He asked casually while eating, "What is your name? And which department are you from?" Han Sen, Archery Department, Han Sen answered simply. Archery Department. Fang Mingquan and Lu were surprised that they had met a specially enrolled student the first day they had arrived. Fang Mingquan looked Han Sen up and down. So you are from the Department of Archery. Have you applied for Starry Cup? Which items in archery did you sign up for? None in archery. Han Sen smiled. What did you sign up for then? Lu could not help but asked. Warframe, Han Sen said. So you are in the Warframe Society? Lu asked. No, I'm in the Heavy Warframe Society. Han Sen laughed. Lu knew what the Heavy Warframe Society was about since he had graduated from a military school as well. That society was most likely full of people who were just wasting their time. Fang Mingquan said with a smile, Heavy Warframe Society is also a society of Warframe. Sen, you must be great at that then. Which items did you sign up for? I have enrolled in all the items, with one exception due to a time conflict. Han Sen thought about it and said. Lu was even more convinced that Han Sen was a dawdler. Although there were many Warframe items, the differences between them were huge. Most people would focus on 1 to 2 items to strive for the best results possible. So, what kind of performance can we expect from you? Fang Mingquan asked with a smile. I will try to get championship in all the items I have signed up for, Han Sen casually replied. Lu almost choked on his drink when hearing his reply. After coughing for a while, Lu cast an odd gaze at Han. Fellow, I think you should sign up for more items then, such as Hand of God. The more championships the better, right? Hand of God is boring. Han Sen did not care about the irony in Lu's words. Why? Fang Mingquan was quite curious. Because all the opponents are too weak, said Han Sen casually. Lu regarded Han Sen, unable to believe what he had heard. Lu felt that students nowadays were so arrogant that they would say anything just to impress others. Chapter 150 A Kiss Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor. Nioebo Studio. Lu had checked Blackhawk's record in Hand of God, which was quite impressive. And Li Yufeng, among others, was in the top 50 in the alliance. However, he had never heard of Han Senator from the data he had collected. Han Sen was not even in the Hand of God Society. Lu looked at Han Sen and ridiculed, so, you must be much stronger than Li Yufeng at Hand of God. Not much, but I could beat him by 20 points, Han Sen said. Lu thought this student was not making any sense at all and gave up talking to him. Fang Mingquan, on the other hand, was intrigued by Han Senator. He said with a smile, It's great that young people have confidence. When is your game? We will go cheer for you. I have not got the schedule yet, but I will be at almost all the Warframe matches. You could come at any time. Han Sen swallowed the last bit of his food, stood up and said, Please take your time. I will go back to rest now. After Han Sen had walked away, Lu said, The youth nowadays are really spoiled. He was just talking through his hat. I think it is a good thing. He has signed up for everything, which is much better than nothing, Fang Mingquan commented with a smile. But Fang Mingquan did not take Han Sen's words seriously. Archery department had low entrance requirements to begin with, so students in that department were generally lacking in fitness. As a freshman from archery department and member of the infamous Heavy Warframe Society, Han Sen was not likely to be the champion of any Warframe item. Han Sen left the cafeteria and walked toward his dormitory. By chance, he saw Ji Yanran, who was also walking back to her dormitory. Hey! Han Sen walked up quickly to greet her, since she was his girlfriend, technically. Ji Yanran saw Han Sen and glanced at him sharply. Then she suddenly had an idea and put on a smile. You always wanted to prove that you did not cheat. So, you must have signed up for Hand of God in Starry Cup. Han Sen sighed, I was going to register for Hand of God, but the members of my society have all signed up for Warframe items, so it seems that there is no chance for me to prove myself. Save it. Ji Yanran despised Han Sen, believing that he simply did not dare to participate in Hand of God games. You are my girlfriend, so do you want to come and see my games? Han Sen smiled and asked her. Enough with the nonsense, Ji Yanran said. Which Warframe items did you sign up for? All of them, with one exception because of a time conflict. Why? You think this is like casting a net, the wider the better? Ji Yanran was slightly curious. For the prizes. There are nearly 10 items under the Warframe category, which was the biggest of all. I could get several first places and easily earn 10 million, Han Sen told the truth. He entered purely to get the rewards. Several first places. I don't think you could even make top 10, let alone top 3, Ji Yanran questioned him. You are underestimating me again, Han Sen said helplessly. That's called analyzing, not underestimating, Ji Yanran said with a smile. That's fine. Since you think I cannot get any prize, then shall we make a bet, proposed Han Sr. You want to cheat again? Ji Yanran felt a bit uncertain when it came to Han Sen, since she still had not figured out how he had beaten the thin man and Li Yufeng in the cup game. Li Yufeng was equally clueless when he thought about it afterwards. Missy, this is a school-wide game. What can I possibly do? Han Sen really did not know why she had this stubborn impression of him being a cheater. For heaven's sake, he had never cheated in front of Ji Yanran. Ji Yanran suggested, okay. I'm down. You just said you will take several first places in Warframe items. I do not want to embarrass you, so if you can get 5 first places in those items, consider yourself winning the bet. What do I get if I win? Han Sen grinned and asked. If you can be the champion in 5 items, then you will be able to prove yourself, and I will keep my promise to be your girlfriend, Ji Yanran said with a smile, not believing he could get a single championship. Not fair. Han Sen shook his head again and again. How so? Ji Yanran was a bit annoyed. You are already my girlfriend, so the stake means nothing to me. You will have to kiss me if you lose, on the mouth, not cheeks. Han Sen then added, it also must be completed within 1 day after the end of the game. The penalty for any delay is 1 kiss per extra day. Ji Yanran was about to lose her temper before she suddenly smiled. All right. But if you are not champion in 5 items, then I will have to punish you as well. Do you disagree? Any punishment you like. I will win anyway, said Han Sen confidently. Do not be so arrogant yet. We have to sign a contract, in case you deny it afterwards. Ji Yanran did not have pen or paper, so she said, come with me. We will print the contract out and both sign. Ji Yanran led Han Sen to a self-service terminal and printed out 2 copies of the contract. She showed them to Han Sr., check if you agree with everything stated here. If you do, then sign it please. Han Sen picked up the contract and carefully read it. It was a legally binding document and he was afraid she might set him up. Fortunately, Ji Yanran did not think she would lose at all, so the contract was fair. If he lost, he just had to teach her how to do his trick in the cup game and make sure she can do it as well. Also, he would need to promise that he would never show up and talk to her without her permission. After reading the contract, Han Sen hesitated because he was not sure if he could teach Sleeve Blade to others, as it was from Gambler's family, and he could not leak it without his approval. Ji Yanran saw Han Sen's hesitation and thought he got cold feet. She pouted and said, you are scared now. Where did your arrogance go? Chapter 151, Fang Mingquan's discovery, I cannot agree on this term. Can we use a different one? Han Sen said frankly. Although he was sure that he would not lose, but he would not bet with what belonged to others. It was a matter of principle. I know you will act this way. Ji Yanran looked like she had guessed this would happen. She said with disdain, well, it's fine if you do not teach me, but you will have to show me how it is done until I don't want to watch anymore. Deal? Han Sen pondered and thought that should be fine. Ji Yanran provoked him, are you a man or not? You are so fussy. Right away. Han Sen signed both copies of the contract and scanned them with his comlink to approve with his personal code, which was key to the signature. None could imitate a signature since it was linked to one's comlink number and personal identity. Ji Yanran was delighted and thought Han Sen was provoked to sign. She quickly did the same. This one is yours. I will check on your matches later. Don't be a deadbeat. Ji Yanran proudly waved her copy of the contract. That's exactly what I wanted to say, Han Sen said with a smile. The next morning, Fang Mingquan and his team started to prepare for the live broadcast. The main game to cover was Ouyang Xiaosan's martial art game, followed by Warframe and Hand of God games. Fang Mingquan took some time to browse the Blackhawk online community, for he believed that it was the best way to know the school better. Soon Fang was attracted to one of the topics many people were discussing: who Ji Yanran's boyfriend was. As someone working in media, Fang Mingquan had heard of the name Ji Yanran, and knew that she was the president of Hand of God Society in Campus Bell. However, she was not a star, and who her boyfriend was did not catch his attention originally, as it would not be interesting to the viewers. But Fang Mingquan still read that through, and was shocked and enraptured by what he had read. Ji Yanran's boyfriend had beaten Li Yufeng by 20 points in Hand of God. Such unexpected news thrilled Fang. He was just worried that the live might be lackluster. If they simply showed Ouyang Xiaosan's game, their ratings could not be great. And Fang had smelled something that had the potential to go viral about this topic of Ji Yanran's boyfriend. "Lu, come and see this," called Fang Mingquan. Lu read the title with some doubts, wondering why Fang would show him campus gossip, which seemed to be of little use to their show. But after Lu read the entire discussion, he opened his mouth wide and said after a long while, "That is impossible. Someone who could beat Li Yifeng by 20 points would be in the top 10 of the whole alliance. How is it possible that we never knew of such a person? There were many witnesses, so it could not be fake." "You can browse and see what others say," said Fang Mingquan. Xiao Lu read some more and became more and more excited. "Fang, we should focus our live on the game of Hand of God. If we could get this master player on camera, our show will be a hit. Lu, you remember what the name of that student we met last night was?" Fang Mingquan suddenly asked. "No. Why did you mention him?" Lu was puzzled. "Don't you remember what he had said?" "He said he could easily beat Li Yufeng by 20 points, Fang Ming recalled. "You think that student is Ji Yanran's boyfriend?" "That is unlikely. He is a freshman in the archery department, and a member of Heavy Warframe Society. All he signed up for was Warframe items. How could he be Ji Yanran's boyfriend? If he is that good at Hand of God, why didn't he sign up for that?" Lu could not believe that Han Sen was Ji Yanran's boyfriend. "That's what makes things interesting." Fang Mingquan smiled. "He did enroll in most of the Warframe items. Go move our equipment now. We will cover all the Warframe games. Fang, since we cannot be sure that he is Ji Yanran's boyfriend, isn't this too risky? And even if he is Ji Yanran's boyfriend and is great at Hand of God, it doesn't mean he would do well in Warframe as well." Lu was worried. "There are enough media covering Ouyang's game, so it doesn't matter if we do it as well. Just do as I just told you," Fang Mingquan said firmly. Although he cannot be sure that Han Sen was Ji Yanran's boyfriend, Fang felt Han Sen was an interesting person. If he is not the strongest player, he will definitely be the most eye-catching one. Fang Mingquan preferred taking the risk to following the crowd. It could turn out to be great. If not, there would not be too much loss. Although Lu did not agree with Fang Mingquan's idea, and did not believe that Han Sen could be Ji Yanran's boyfriend, he had to follow Fang Mingquan's instructions. Their media peers saw Washing Station removing the installed equipment and felt odd. When they asked if Washing was going after something big and found out Washing was going to cover the Warframe items, they simply laughed. Blackhawk was just okay in Warframe items. They would sooner broadcast the Hand of God games, as there were at least the beauty Ji Yanran and the master Li Yufeng. Washing Station had finally installed all their equipment at the site of the Warframe games. They had to work overtime for that. Fang Mingquan continued to browse the campus online community. Although there were a lot of equipment in the Warframe game site, they were mostly just backups of other media in case they wanted to say something about the Warframe items during the breaks of Ouyang's game. Washing Station was the only one that had their full set of equipment at the Warframe game site, since martial arts were Blackhawk's strong suit. On the day of the game, Han Sen drove Silver Killer out of the 7th warehouse, because it was allowed to use one's own warframe in the warframe items. After all players were skilled in different types of warframes, and it was impossible to ask everyone to drive the same type. For those who did not have their own warframe, the contest committee would even provide their warframes. Since Starry Group was the sponsor, the warframes provided were not bad, normally worth 1 million to several millions. But many students were still using their own. Generally speaking, the advanced players would all bring the warframes they used every day. This way, they would be more familiar with the functions and parameters and able to eliminate errors. The advanced players from the Warframe Society all had their own warframes, some of which were even worth 12 million. Sen, I did not know you are rich. This warframe is gorgeous. Sure stared at Silver Killer. Among the heavy Warframe Society members, Fatty, Skinny, Lu Meng and Wang Mengmeng all had their own warframes. In addition to Han, Senator Wang Mengmeng's was the most high-end one. Lu Meng's also looked quite expensive. But when it came to the appearance, Silver Killer was the winner. The streamlined shape and exquisite craftsmanship was simply beyond any mass-produced products. It was a true limited edition, and the only one in the laboratory. All prototypes would be different as the design concept and technology changed. And Silver Killer was especially unique. It is just an ordinary warframe, and doesn't even have a weapon system. Han Sen told the truth about the only flaw of Silver Killer. With a weapon system, it would not look so fine, Lu Meng said. The heavy Warframe Society members went toward the match venue. Silver Killer caught a lot of attention, but more people were attracted by Wang Mengmeng's warframe. Some people even shouted out, "Destroyer, someone is driving a destroyer. Who is this player? Which master in the Warframe Society is it?" More and more people were noticing the warframe Wang Mengmeng was driving. Destroyer had been discontinued a few years ago. As a classic luxury model, many warframe lovers took pride in owning a destroyer. And it was so incredible to see it in the school-wide match. Although the performance of Destroyer was just as good as the current ones, its value as a collective was over 100 million. Who would drive it to a match? Outside the venue, more and more people were paying attention to Destroyer, and many were inquiring about who the driver was. Later, they were stunned by what they learned. The person driving Destroyer was not one of the advanced player in the Warframe Society, but a heavy Warframe Society member. And they also learned that the driver was a girl in freshman year and her fellow society members were almost all freshmen. Heavy Warframe Society is in the match. Shouldn't they go participate in some moving contest? Do not say that. There is at least Warframe in their name. It's a pity. Such a great warframe. It is the Destroyer. Naturally, no one was optimistic about the heavy Warframe Society's performance. After all, no matter how good a warframe was, the key was the player. On the other hand, Fang Mingquan had started the live and focused the camera on the heavy Warframe Society members. The holographic footage was being uploaded to the Skynet simultaneously. Many loyal fans had been waiting in front of their screens already. Most of them did not care too much about the content, but who the host was. With Fang's reputation, the live started with several 100,000 viewers. Wow, Destroyer! Starry Cup has some class. Many people could not help but praise when recognizing the Destroyer in the holographic image. Hello friends. This is your host Fang Mingquan. From today, I will be covering Starry Cup, Blackhawk Division for you. I will broadcast the Warframe items live. The viewers who knew something about Starry Cup started to leave comments. Fang, why don't you broadcast Ouyang Xiaosan's martial arts match? Why Warframes? Blackhawk is just so in Warframe items. Is there something shady going on here? Fang must be marginalized in the station. Fang Mingquan saw these comments and smiled. Thank you, friends, for your concern. The reason I chose to broadcast live all the Warframe matches is that I think this year there will be a most valuable player from Blackhawk who will be a star in the entire alliance. So, this show will focus on all his matches. In addition, this player is in all the items of Warframe except for one due to a time conflict. Let us wait and see his performance. Really? A star in the entire alliance. Last time he happened to be right and now he is trying his luck again. Nonsense. I graduated from Blackhawk and that school is lucky to be in the top 20 in Warframe in the Alliance. Fong must be talking about the driver of the destroyer. Haha, excited to see what will happen. Fong is so creative with his live show. Love you, Fong Mingquan. Both the believers and non-believers gazed at the destroyer. I will tell you something about this player briefly. He is a freshman in Blackhawk and majors in archery. As a member of the school's Heavy Warframe Society. His introduction left the audience confused. Freshman, archery, and Heavy Warframe Society seem to have nothing to do with a most valuable player. Fong Mingquan must be crazy, thought Wang Chongqing, who was also watching this live show. In Blackhawk Military Academy, many students were also watching the live show hosted by Fong Mingquan. No one could be in all the match venues at the same time, so some students in other venues were watching Warframe games through Fong's program. But most of them watched because of the fame of Fong Mingquan. Military school students were mostly in First God's Sanctuary and all knew of Fong. Ji Yanran was in the match venue of Hand of God, also watching Warframe games through Fong Mingquan's live show. Fong Mingquan is so dramatic. A star. Our school does not have anyone like that, Chu Lily protested. Ji Yanran smiled. Journalists are all like that, and Fong Mingquan is no exception. Ji Yanran then started to search Han Sen's figure in the frame, but Fong Mingquan's introduction caught her attention. Freshman, archery, Heavy Warframe Society, these all seem to fit that cheating guy. Fong couldn't be talking about him. Ji Yanran felt a little uneasy. But she did not find Han Sen in the image since she did not know which Warframe Han Sen was in. And her gaze fell on the destroyer like the rest. With the intense discussion of the audience, the first match in Warframe items had begun. It was the most straightforward 30,000 feet ring race. All the Warframes were at the starting point, awaiting the order to start. Everyone thought Fong Mingquan's introduction was about the driver of the destroyer. Ji Yanran also watched the destroyer with her heart racing. A whistle sounded, and under the crowd's watch, the destroyer took the first step with the rest and all were waiting to see its performance. But in the next moment, the destroyer, which was only one step away from the starting point, fell to the ground with a thump. A strange silence fell on the venue. This is what Fong Mingquan calls MVP. Is this supposed to be funny? Haha, hilarious. Fong Mingquan, you should do stand-up comedy instead. It was a destroyer. Ji Yanran could hardly believe her eyes. She had seen bad players, but not this bad. Tripping at the start point in a race. It was difficult to imagine that someone like this would dare to come to the competition. Haha, this is what Fong Mingquan called a star. A star indeed, but a comedy star. Chu Lily laughed herself into a state of helplessness. But suddenly they heard the smart machine announcing the results: Warframe ring race, first place, number 69, Han Sen from Archery Department and Heavy Warframe Society, second place. Everyone was shocked and found a gorgeous silver Warframe standing on the finish line. When they were laughing at the funny destroyer driver, the game had ended. And the champion was someone fitted Fong Mingquan's description. Ji Yanran was also a little dumbfounded. She had clearly heard Han Sen was the champion of the Warframe ring race. The Starry Cup covered a wide range of schools, and within the Blackhawk division, the games were rather straightforward. The ring race, for example, did not involve any pre-finals. *#T. So the driver of that silver warframe was whom Fong was talking about. I know that Fong would not joke like that. How did he win just now? I didn't even look. I do not know. I was just laughing too hard. They are both in heavy warframe society and are so different. This live is so interesting. Fong makes much better shows than others. Fong is the best host. Who is the driver of the silver warframe? Fong Mingquan clenched his fist and was so excited that he almost called out. Han Sen was even better than he had thought. It seemed that he had made the right bet again. Everyone watched the silver warframe walking on the podium and raising the trophy and prize for the ring race champion. The advanced players from the Warframe Society were rather mad. They thought that the only reason Han Sen could beat them was the performance of his warframe. Looking at the heavy Warframe Society cheering, some members in the Warframe Society sneered, lying back on his warframe isn't worth bragging about. We will see how he does in the items that test operational skills. Yes, the next one is hurdle race, and we will kill it. Exactly. Luo Xiangyang gazed at his students in silence. He did not mention Han Sen to them on purpose, to humble them so that they would focus more on improving their skills than bragging about themselves. Soon the hurdle race began, which took place on the same ring, only with many obstacles. The players had to keep the speed while avoid the obstacles, which called for more than a strong engine. When Silver Killer stood on the starting point again, all eyes were focused on it, and Fong Mingquan's live was gaining popularity. More and more people had heard about Fong Mingquan's prediction and wanted to see for themselves the person Fong Ming had called a star in the alliance. Ji Yanran was gazing nervously at the Silver Killer in the holographic image. She was a little scared because she could not imagine what she should do if Han Sen really got 5 championships. The players from the Warframe Society vowed to show Han Sen their strength this time. As the whistle sounded, all the warframes took off like arrows leaving the string, and that silver figure was obviously faster than the others by a body length, pulling away from them. So fast! Chu Lily could not help exclaiming. At this speed, he had no time to avoid the first obstacle wall. Ji Yanran slightly frowned. Han Sen's silver warframe was too powerful that it was now within 30 feet from the first obstacle wall. He had no time to run around the wall with such speed and distance. Chapter 154, Brutal Force. The Warframe Society members were overjoyed to see this. They were slowing their warframes down to bypass the obstacle wall, while Han Sen could not do that at the speed he was going. What a fool! Doesn't matter if his warframe is good, thought the Warframe Society members contemptuously. Boom! The silver warframe in leading position knocked out the obstacle wall and kept rushing forward at the same speed. Boom! 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 One wall after another was crushed by Silver Killer. Foot-thick concrete walls were like bubbles under the impact created by the silver warframe. The viewers of the live show were in an uproar. *#T. Is this a foul? Can you do it this way? There is no provision that prohibits this either. That warframe's performance was so incredible that it could withstand such collisions and maintain the speed at the same time. This is a man's way of driving. Awesome! This is not even a fair game. It's more like a test of warframe performance. Other players are almost bursting into tears. It is even faster than others after knocking out a wall. I don't recognize this warframe. Whose product is it? What kind of warframe is that? I want one. Boring. You think you can bully people if you are rich? This game does not make any sense. It's only fair if they all use the same type of warframe. I did not see a star, only a rich bastard. Fong Mingquan actually supports such a person. Is he the same Fong Mingquan I used to know? What are you talking about? Winning is winning. The Warframe performance is a part of a Warframe game. What is your problem? Right. When you fight the Shu-Ras, would you go off your Warframes if they don't use any? Han Sen's approach caused a lot of controversy, while Ji Yanran was even more upset by his crushing wall after wall. He is a cheater indeed. With such a Warframe, it is highly likely that he will win 5 championships. Ji Yanran regretted so much that she had signed a contract with this guy. She could not believe that this guy had a way to cheat in an official match. In the end, Silver Killer was the first to cross the finish line again and became the champion at the hurdle race. The Warframe Society members were shooting fiery gazes at him. Due to Han Sen's highly controversial win, many students who were watching other games came to the Warframe match venue. Even the most popular martial arts games started to lose audience to the Warframe matches. People at the news stations were confused to see students abandoning even Ouyang Xiaosan's match. When they learned from a few students what had happened, it was too late to move their equipment around. They had to use simple equipment to do the report of the Warframe game, which was not comparable to Fang Mingquan's show. On the Skynet, more and more people were watching Fang's live show. The number of the viewers had reached 1 million and continued to grow. Although 1 million people were nothing compared to the entire alliance, for the game in one division, this number was quite impressive. After all, most people interested in Starry Cup would rather focus their attention on the schools that were potential champions. Despite the fact that Blackhawk was a famous school, it did not have one item that was outstanding. Therefore not many people would choose to watch this division. Many people watched because it was Fang Mingquan who was doing the live show. Other stations that focused on Blackhawk division had even less viewers, 10,000 tops. Fang Mingquan's live show was also quickly gaining momentum. The viewers came for Fang's fame, but became more and more interested in Han Sen and Silver Killer later. Han Sen beat all his opponents in one item after another, relying on the excellent performance of Silver Killer. When people believed that it was only because of the Warframe that he won, they had ignored the importance of his operation. Even in Warframe shooting, Han Sen was using a mounted manual weapon system and achieved high accuracy, which was also considered to be one of the virtues of Silver Killer. Everyone thought it was the performance of Silver Killer that led to Han Sen's success and started to discuss which company had produced it. Other discussions were focused on whether such a victory was meaningless. Most people ignored the driver of Silver Killer. Ji Yanran's face darkened when seeing Han Sen winning again and again. Each time he won, she felt as if she was punched in the chest. When Han Sen won his 5th championship, she was about to cry. The thought of having to kiss that brat, which would also be her first kiss, made Ji Yanran feel hopeless. "What's the matter? You look pale," asked Chu Lily, concerned. "I am fine." Ji Yanran continued to watch the game, absent-minded. Han Sen kept winning, which made Ji more and more upset. She was distracted when it was her turn to compete in Hand of God and only got the 13th place in the end, worse than her performance last year. The thought of kissing that bastard made her uneasy. Han Sen's winning streak was unstoppable. He had won all the games he was in, counting 8 championships out of 9 now. The Warframe Society won the only item he did not participate in. There were now only 2 items left. One was single Warframe combat, and the other was group Warframe combat. The Warframe Society members could not wait to hit Han Sen hard in these 2 items, because they needed to vent after being sullen from the previous matches. Chapter 155, Changing the rules different from other Warframe games. Single Warframe combat and group Warframe combat were both realized via the virtual simulation to avoid casualties and Warframe damages. After all, it was not a real war, and the players were only military school students, so they would not be asked to fight like real soldiers. In a virtual combat, the data of their Warframes would be scanned and virtual Warframes would be generated. The operation was also the same as that in reality. As the sponsor of the game, Starry Group suddenly changed the game rules. Luo Xiangyang put both hands on the table in anger, stared at Zhao Ningtian, director of Starry Cup, and asked, "Why did you change the rules of single warframe combat? This is not fair for most of the players." Zhao Ningtian looked calm and sipped from a cup of hot tea before he put on a fake smile. "The change itself is to maintain fairness. Coach Luo, you think it is fair for other players to compete with a warframe of such performance? There is nothing unfair here. The weak will be beaten. It is the same everywhere. Since it is a single warframe combat, it is supposed to be one-on-one. How can you change the rules so wantonly?" Luo Xiangyang said angrily. "Coach Luo, this is not a random change, but a responsible one. No need to speak further. As the sponsor, we have the right to make the most reasonable changes to the rules of the game. In addition, such a change would actually benefit your society," Zhao Ningtian said impatiently. "The Warframe Society does not need such an unfair advantage. We want to win using our own strength," Luo Xiangyang gritted his teeth and said. "Does not matter. The rules are set, and if you are not satisfied with the rules, you can quit," Zhao said coldly. Luo Xiangyang was mad, but helpless at the same time. He could not ask his society to step down just because of his anger. And technically speaking, Starry Group's change would benefit the Warframe Society indeed. The single Warframe combat was changed to a melee. All players would be sent to the same scene, and whoever survived in the end would become the champion. Luo Xiangyang knew well that all the players had a problem with the Silver Killer driven by Han Senator. This rule was basically allowing all the players to gang up on Han Sen and the heavy Warframe Society members. Even if Han Sen was outstanding, he would not be able to withstand the attack from hundreds of Warframes. He was doomed. Starry Group did not do that to help the Warframe Society, but because of Han Sen and Silver Killer's excellence in Starry Cup. After all, Silver Killer was not one of their products. Before knowing which company made Silver Killer, Starry Group would not tolerate a Warframe that was not one of their own products to appear and stand out in the finals. That was why Starry Group had changed the rules, to eliminate Han Sen and Silver Killer. Luo Xiangyang was extremely angry about this. He wanted his students to beat Han Sen, but not in such a way. This would bring his society shame instead of glory. People would probably even speculate that they were behind this change and consider them sore losers. When the changed rules were announced, there was suddenly an uproar. Not only the Blackhawk students, but also viewers on the Skynet were debating. This rule is clear targeting Silver Killer's driver. Can they change the rules just like this? Haha, it should have been done a long time ago. He is a bully with a good warframe. Now it's time for others to revenge. Starry Group is really shameless. They even changed the rules. So shameless and petty. My condolences to the driver of Silver Killer. I'm waiting to see him being torn into pieces. Heavy Warframe Society members will be miserable. This will be a good show. Silver Killer is doomed. A great Warframe wasted. I wanted to see how far it could go. Fang Mingquan was also upset at this time. He did not imagine that Starry Group would be so shameless that they changed a one-on-one combat to a melee. But Fang Mingquan also knew that a corporation like Starry Group was not something he could confront. He had to say in the live show, because of the change of the rules, Han Sen and his Silver Killer will be stuck in reverse. I do not know what the sponsor of the Starry Cup was thinking, but this is undoubtedly an unfair fight. I can only hope that Han Sen could fulfill his potential and thrive. The result does not matter at this point. Agreed. Starry Group is disgusting. More than disgusting, it's rubbish. Starry Group has always been rubbish. But no matter how the audience protested, the game still started in accordance with the new rules. This change is very unfair to that archery student. Chu Lily could not help but said. Although Ji Yanran was unhappy to see the championships Han Sen had won, she felt that this temporary change of rules was too much. Not just him, the whole heavy Warframe society will suffer. They will be regarded as the first target to attack, Ji Yanran frowned and said. The students and viewers originally displeased by Han Sen's dependence on a high-performance Warframe suddenly adopted a sympathetic attitude. Only a few were gloating. After all, most people were kind and sympathized with the weak, and Starry Group had really gone too far. In any case, the game began. All the participants used a holographic simulator to scan their own Warframes and generated their own virtual Warframes, ready to fight in the virtual world. But when everyone saw the game map, they could not help but call the sponsor shameless. The map turned out to be a large fighting ring, a huge circular space without any shelters. In other words, Han Sen and Silver Killer would be exposed to attacks from the very beginning and did not even have any room to dodge or hide. Damn, Starry Group are a bunch of motherf *## curs. They are not leaving these guys any chances to survive. Curses of the unfair treatment filled the comments of the live show, as most people were very sympathetic to Han Sen. Sen, they will tear us apart. Feeling the wolfish gazes from other players, Shi Zhikong felt upset. He was sure that they would be besieged, because those guys simply hated Han Sen and Silver Killer too much to let go of such a good opportunity. What is there to be afraid of? We will show Starry Group the power of Room 304, Zhang Yang exclaimed in excitement. Not Room 304, but Heavy Warframe Society, Li Zhenjin corrected him. But we are so few. How could we survive the attacks from all the other players on campus? Fatty looked rather sad. It was rare that the Heavy Warframe Society had a chance to shine, which would end very soon. One society against the entire school. Even if we lose, we should still feel honored. Wang Mengmeng said seriously. Yes, even if we lose, we will give them a hard time, Skinny also said excitedly. Blindness cannot solve any problems, Lu Meng calmly said. Starry Group was stupid to have chosen this map. They think that now Sen could not dodge or hide, but they have forgotten that we are against students instead of an army. Maybe the Warframe Society members have better disciplines, but the rest of them have no experience in group fight. In such a narrow space, we have more opportunities. Lu, tell us what plan you have, Shi urged him anxiously. At that time, they will certainly place us in the same spot, so there has to be sacrifices. However, if some of us could manage to march into the crowd, they will become our best cover. Lu Meng said confidently, among us, Sen, Zhang Yang and I have the best skills, so the rest of you should cover us to get to the crows. I made a diagram and we should all have a look. Fatty and Skinny will come with us and sacrifice themselves when necessary. The three girls are responsible for covering the team by firing. Great. Let's do this and kill those sons of bitches out there. Skinny cried after looking at Lu Meng's diagram. No problem, this is our chance to shine. We will go as far as possible and none would dare to look down on Heavy Warframe Society, Fatty gritted his teeth and said. Brother Han, rest assured that I will cover you, Wang Mengmeng said. Don't, Mengmeng. Please do not try to cover Senator, just avoid firing on us, Shi quickly said. He was worried about Wang Mengmeng's operational skills. She was like a kid and completely wasted such a good Warframe as Destroyer. Haha. Others laughed. Well, Mengmeng, you will be the one responsible for covering me. Don't mind other things, Han Sen said with a smile. A brother is a brother, much better than the rest of you, Wang Mengmeng said happily. At the start of the fight, in the virtual scene, all players were sent from the surrounding channels. And the sponsor, Starry Group, did what Lu Meng said they would do, sending the Heavy Warframe Society members in the same spot in order for the rest to besiege them. The moment they appeared in the ring, Han Sen, Lu Meng, Zhang Yang, Fatty and Skinny drove their warframes at full speed and rushed to the crowd. Wang Mengmeng, Wang Chun and Li Zhenzhen were firing at them at the same time to cover the 5 warframes leading the team. What Lu Meng said was right. The opponents were not a well-trained army after all. Seeing the 5 coming over, everyone's first reaction was to fire at them, which made a complete mess. Because the venue is a ring with limited space, crossfire would easily cause accidental injuries. Han Sen and his people spread out, firing while approaching the other warframes, which was not easy to achieve under such intense assault. Han Sen's eyes were burning. Sitting in the holographic simulation machine, he summoned Fairy Queen and shapeshifted. Immediately, the holographic images seemed to have slowed down. Everything can be calculated now. Han Sen quickly made dazzling movements with his hands, making Silver Killer move like a ghost. Holding 1 particle submachine gun in each hand and carrying 2 laser swords on his back, Han Sen marched forward without pauses while shooting rapidly. At Blackhawk, most of the teachers and students were watching this game, and Fang Mingquan now had over 10 million viewers and was getting more. Haha, Heavy Warframe Society took the initiative to attack. It seems they have not given up. Come on, annihilate the rest. It's so exciting. Fang Mingquan was constantly adjusting all the lens to present the viewers with the best angles. They want to go inside the crowd, which is a very smart approach. Because their opponents are not professional soldiers, they can use the melee to their advantage. Those who knew tactics understood what the Heavy Warframe Society was trying to accomplish. Please let them go deep. Some people were praying for the Heavy Warframe Society. Go. More people were simply excited. No matter who won, all they wanted to see was a good fight. In the monitoring room of the sponsor, Zhao Ningtian sneered, with so few people, they could never beat hundreds of warframes. Director, you are so wise. That guy is dead, his secretary Zhang said with a flattering smile. Boom. 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 The sounds of explosion were ringing on the site and it was a total chaos. Wang Mengmeng made Destroyer stand still and fired away toward the direction of Silver Killer. *T. That destroyer must be operated by a spy. It will kill Silver Killer first before anything else. Ha, we have a traitor here. The destroyer is such a clown. When the viewers were amused by the performance of the destroyer, their faces suddenly froze. Silver Killer was moving like a phantom. As if it had eyes on its back as well, it managed to dodge all the attacks from the destroyer like it was rehearsed beforehand. Since the opponent's vision was first blocked by Silver Killer, they had failed to see the destroyer's attacks. When they saw, it was too late. Boom. 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 As Silver Killer moved past them, several warframes exploded under the fierce assault, leaving all the viewers stunned. The gorgeous killing feast had just begun. Silver Killer was moving quickly with the powerful destroyer behind it. The crazy killing made one warframe after another explode. People were almost trembling watching the fragments of warframes sent in the air by gunfire. Scattered attacks were aiming at Silver Killer, which seemed to be able to predict and avoid all the trajectory of the gunfire. It not only avoided all the attacks, but was also rapidly approaching the warframe crowd. Fire! Do not let him approach. Damn! Do not fire. Are you all stupid? Everyone, follow my command. Kill that bastard. Didn't you hear me say, follow my command? Using the Fairy Queen, Han Sen could see all the warframes and the movements of their guns. With the strong horsepower of Silver Killer and Han Sen's excellent operation, he managed to avoid all the attacks. No. Rather, Han Sen was deliberately leading the opponents to attack where he wanted. If the opponents was a real army and there was a real commander, Han Sen and Silver Killer would have been killed 1,000,000 times. But luckily, They were but a group of students who had no real experience at war. In addition, they did not come from the same society and many never even worked together before. Bang! Destroyer was finally finished off. Wang Mengmeng's level of operation was really bad. All she could do was to stand the destroyer still and use its automatic firing system. But that was enough for Han Senator. When the destroyer was wrecked, Han Sen was already less than 30 feet away from his opponents. Bang! The particle submachine gun ejected bullets, which penetrated and disabled a warframe. Then Silver Killer waltzed away from the intense gunfire and accelerated into the crowd. The real killing officially started. Silver Killer was like an excellent hunter in the forest, hunting the other warframes as it wished. Bang! With each of the guns shot, one warframe would be disabled or hit in the engine. Like a devil, Silver Killer was harvesting the lives of the warframes. Do not let him run. Damn, who hit me? Do not shoot if you don't know how. Are you all idiots? Move her over. You are the idiot. Are you blind? I asked you to follow my command. Those bastards are unreliable. Let's go near him and get it over with. Yes. Go. Silver Killers killed like Satin and moved like a ghost. The other warframes were moving in a clumsy way like heavy warframes in comparison. People who were watching the game were dumbfounded. The stadium was quiet, as they were shocked how incredible Silver Killer was acting. It was a killing machine in its true sense. Each of its bullets could hit the vital part with unbelievable accuracy. It was breathtaking to see someone capable of destroying one warframe with each shot while backing off and avoiding all the gunfire. The Skynet viewers were also silent. There were few comments. Only Fang Mingchuan's voice was non-stop. Silver Killer, again. Beautiful shooting, beautiful movement. Impeccable, impeccable operation and tactics. This is the star in the alliance. I don't have words for his gorgeous operation. Well done, beautiful. This is a wonderful performance. Han Sen and his Silver Killer showed us how a warframe can be operated. In the next few years, Blackhawk will occupy an important position in the Military Academy League game, just because there is this one person. With him, Blackhawk will be the undisputed champion. Boom! A warframe finally approached Silver Killer, which suddenly threw the submachine gun in the air and drew a laser sword from its back, cutting the offending warframe in half. It still had time to put the sword back and catch the gun, shooting another approaching warframe in the energy tank. My God, this guy must be an alien, Fang Mingquan roared excitedly, using all his enthusiasm and strength. This was his job, his favorite job. #King A. Who said Silver Killer was the only reason for his victory? He is a master himself. Huh, what a victory. Starry Group will be humiliated. They tried to set him up and still failed. A star in the Military Academy League game. Wow! Is it a Warframe veteran playing actually? No way. The players are all sitting inside the holographic simulation machine. Really cool. I want to see the sponsors' expressions. Silver Killer is a very high-end warframe. Ordinary warframes could not go like that. Their power and flexibility could not reach this level. I also want to know where to buy Silver Killer. The Skynet was exploding. Fang Mingchuan's live was being watched by more than 30 million people. Many people who were watching other divisions games also switched to this show after hearing about this match. Wow, you are sure this is not an official commercial of that warframe? So hot. That is the Silver Killer. Awesome. At this time, in the monitoring room, Zhao Nengsham was sizzling with anger. His fingers were squeezing his teacup so hard that they became pale. Bastard. Useless crap. Zhao Ningtian smashed the cup in wrath, his body shaking. Ji Yanran looked blankly at the silver figure in the holographic image, unable to link it to that smiling guy. Is it really him who is driving Silver Killer? Ji Yanran was reluctant to accept this fact. How could that guy who joked around all day with her have such incredible operational skills at Warframe? Judging from his performance now, his hands must be very fast. So, when we were in that spaceship, he did not cheat. That was what he could actually achieve. Ji Yanran suddenly thought of it, her body slightly shaking. Then her face was flushed on the thought of another matter. She could not help but thought, if he really has the skills, then, my girlfriend is Jianran would be him. Ji Yanran was more and more convinced of her guess. With that kind of speed and ID name, who else could it be? That bastard, how dare him lie to me? Ji Yanran felt embarrassed. On a second thought, she suddenly found that she was the one who took him for a cheater, while he was always trying to explain. Han Sen had never lied to her. He even told her who he was via the ID name, my girlfriend is Jianran. This ID is not already told Ji Yanran who is he. But Ji Yanran had never made that connect. Thinking of Han Sen and that ID, Ji Yanran blushed a little more. On the thought of the bet they made, her face was burning. Bad, bad, bad. Ji Yanran covered her face with both hands and cried in a meek voice. Sweetie, are you okay? Chu Lily was stunned by Ji, because she had never seen this girl acting this way. People next to them were also shocked by Ji Yanran's bashful look. Ji Yanran then realized she was still at the venue of the Hand of God Games, surrounded by the members of Hand of God Society. She was mortified and wished that she could become invisible. It's a great victory. Let's remember these two names, Silver Killer and its driver Han Senator. Maybe we're witnessing the rise of another king in the Military Academy League. He is creating history. Fang Mingquan's passionate voice marked the end of an extraordinary single Warframe combat. Remaining on the field were only two Warframes, Han Sen's Silver Killer and Lu Meng's Victor. All the other Warframes had exploded. Lu Meng quit the game and left the ring to Silver Killer, which had just ended its frenzy. More than 300 or 400 Warframes were blown off by it. When the Silver Killer stepped on the podium and accepted the trophy, thunderous applause lasted a long time. In any case, this was a memorable game. The two names, Silver Killer and Han Sen, were also imprinted on all viewers' minds. The group Warframe combat did not even begin. After the single combat, all other players were crushed psychologically and thus conceded in the beginning. The team of the Heavy Warframe Society won the championship by default. After the end of the game, a lot of people were still too excited to leave, talking about the crazy game. 1 hour after Fang Mingquan's live show had ended, the number of people watching his program even increased. More and more people were hoping to see Fang Mingquan's recording of the game. Although other news stations had also recorded this game, their equipment there was not good enough and the quality of their recordings was poor. Fang Mingquan did not waste a minute before he asked all the staff to edit the footage as fast as they could. Silver Killer was the center of attention in the edited recording, except in the beginning when it was covered by the destroyer. Silver Killer's movements were so perfect that the staff did not want to give up any frames. So, the final version was more than 30 minutes. Fang Mingquan named the video himself before uploading, Best Division Single Warframe Combat Champion, Silver Killer and its gorgeous conquer. The moment the video was uploaded, it was downloaded and spread at an incredible speed. All the people who had watched it could feel nothing but satisfactory. They were impressed by the silver Warframe that moved like ghost and its violent gunshots. Everyone enjoyed the pleasure of seeing its incredible accuracy and swift slaying. People even became addicted and watched it over and over again. This is a true Warframe. Have watched a dozen times. I can't stop now. A gorgeous killing feast. Which company made this? I want one so much. Same here. I need this warframe in my life. I want to buy 10 of this. Do not just look at the warframe. The driver is the key. He is definitely beyond the unevolved level. I bet that you can count the top players like him in the whole military academy league with one hand. Haha, and he is in the archery department and heavy warframe society. The warframe society must feel humiliated. Funny to think that an archery student is the champion of a warframe game. I heard that the archery department of Blackhawk was on the bottom of military academy league in the previous year. I wonder how his archery skills are. Of course he is good at archery. He is in the archery department. He has way too nice skin to drive in such a brutal style. I barely saw him miss. He is an archery student. How is his accuracy even worth discussing? The video went viral all over the alliance quickly. Students from all military schools had seen the video and made a variety of analyses of it. Most of their conclusion was that Silver Killer and its driver had gone beyond the level of ordinary military school students. Chapter 159, a fact: more people wanted to know where to buy a warframe like Silver Killer. They had searched the Skynet for all products available, but found nothing like it. Many people had guessed that it was custom-made, but still have no idea which company had produced it, as there was no imprint on Silver Killer. At the same time, in a military factory, Lu Changming said to Professor Tang, "Come and look at this." Tang Mingxiu was an authoritative figure in the warframe industry and specialized in biological warframe. The super biological warframes that they were preparing to launch was a product developed by Tang's team. After Tang Mingxiu sat down, Lu Changming played a video showing Han Sen and Silver Killer's game, the version edited by Fong Mingquan. Tang Mingxiu was slightly surprised and said, "This is the T9 prototype from our lab. Its driver must be an Evolver player." "Good eye, Professor Tang. It is the T9 prototype, but its driver is a freshman at Blackhawk, 17 years old and unevolved," Lu Changming said with a smile. A military school freshman. Tang Mingxiu was stunned, and carefully looked at the video again. He could not believe an unevolved person can reach this level. "Professor Tang, the video you see right now is a single warframe combat, which had aroused great attention among all major military schools. Now almost all the military school students know about Silver Killer, which is our T9 prototype," Lu Changming said with a smile. "You want to take advantage of this opportunity to launch T10. Tang Mingxiu immediately understood what Lu Changming was going for. "I think this student is fit to be T10's spokesperson to help us promote T10, and T10's appearance needs some changes to imitate T9. Professor Tang, what do you think of this idea?" Lu Changming explained his proposal. "I'm okay with it, but he is just a military school student. Can he really be the spokesperson of T10? Tang Mingxi wondered. Lu Changming laughed. "I have done a detailed investigation of him, and it chances that he is a member of the special squad." "He is a special squad member?" Tang Mingxiu was surprised again, because it was very rare that someone Han Sen's age could join the special squad. "Yes. You remember Qin Xian from House Qin? She was the one who recommended Han Sr., Lu Changming smiled. "That girl. She is still in First God Sanctuary." Tang Mingxiu nodded. He had a great impression of Qin Xian. "She should evolve and go to Second God Sanctuary very soon," Lu Changming replied. Tang Mingxiu nodded and said, "Since he is recommended by that girl, he should be able to endorse T10. Since you agree with me on this, then I will go ahead and execute the plan." Lu Changming was quite excited. Although T10 is a latest type of biological warframe, it fell short in performance and other aspects compared to T9. After all, T9 was a military prototype, whereas T10 was a model for civil use. Han Sen did not know there was a good thing waiting to happen. At this moment, he was humming a little song on the way to a date. After celebrating the entire night with his roommates, Han Sen texted Ji Yanran and got a reply from her unexpectedly. Ji asked him to meet at the cafeteria near their dorms, the one that had the fruit juice that they both enjoyed. Ready to be kissed by this beauty, Han Sen felt full of energy and power walked to the cafeteria. It was after 2 o'clock in the morning. There was only a curvy figure in the entire cafeteria. Han Sen sat down opposite Ji Yanran and said with a smile, "Well done. You are keeping your promise this time." She blushed a little and remained quiet. Biting her pink lip, she regarded Han Sen with her charming eyes for as long as 10 minutes. As thick-skinned as Han Sen, he was shy after being looked at for so long. He said, "I know I am very handsome, but if you keep gazing at me like this, I might get the wrong idea." "What wrong idea?" Ji Yanran finally spoke. "Wrong idea that you want to make a pass at me." Han Sen blinked, looking abashed. Ji Yanran blushed more and stared at Han Sr. "You wish?" "I'm afraid you would wish that." Han Sen looked scared. Ji Yanran snapped, "Stop the nonsense, or I will leave." "Do not go. You still owe me the kiss." Han Sen shamelessly stuck his face in front of Ji Yanran and pouted. "Here, on the lips." Ji Yanran was very shy and flicked him on the forehead. "If you keep doing that, I will leave for real." "I'm just trying to claim what is mine," Han Sen rubbed his forehead and said helplessly. "I can kiss you, but you have to answer a few questions first." Ji Yanran looked at Han Sen and asked. She had been wondering about some things. "If I can answer them, I will. But if I can't, you cannot refuse to kiss me." Han Sen was determined. "I know." She had never blushed so much in her life. "On the spaceship, did you or did you not cheat in the game?" Ji Yanran stayed calm and asked. "I've told you a lot of times. I have not cheated." Han Sen spread out his hands. "Did you have an account on the BattleNet?" Ji asked again. "Yes," replied Han Sr., "what is your ID?" Ji Yanran hesitated and asked anxiously. "My girlfriend is Ji Yanran," Han Sen answered directly. Ji Yanran's face was burning. She cried, "How can you use such an ID? I was just stating a fact." "You are my girlfriend." Han Sen looked at Ji Yanran, blinked and said. Ji Yanran bowed her head and bit her lip. She had mixed feelings and had never dreamed that she would feel this way. "Sister, shouldn't you honor the contract now?" Han Sen pouted. "You cannot expect me to do this in public." Ji Yanran looked like she was drunk with her crimson cheeks. Han Sen's heart suddenly raced. He widened his eyes and said, "Do you want to get a room?" "Shut up." Ji Yanran threw her cup at Han Sen and turned away. Han Sen caught the cup and quickly followed her. He walked side by side with her and touched her arm with his. "What?" Ji Yanran snappily glared at him. "A couple should walk like this." Han Sen put Ji Yanran's hand on his arm and said with a smile. Ji Yanran's cheeks were flushed, but she did not pull her hand back. She rolled her eyes and said, "Cheeky." "My mother said girlfriends are for cheeky guys," said Han Sen without shame. Ji Yanran was trying to say something when she saw a few students approach them. She quickly lowered her hood like a frightened little rabbit. Holding Han Sen's arm tightly, she used it to cover her face. Although Ji Yanran hid herself well, the students still came over to greet Han Sr., Han Sen. "Are you Han Sen? You are my idol. Your game was so great. Your skills are amazing." These freshmen talked excitedly to Han Sen, who had become a celebrity at Blackhawk. "This is your girlfriend." Soon they noticed the Han Sen had a girl next to him, but did not recognize Ji Yanran since she was hiding her face. Ji Yanran now wanted to find a hole on the ground and escape. She could not leave and did not want to stay. Yes, my girlfriend. She is shy and does not like to speak, Han Sen said with a smile. Quiet girls are great, commented the students, and Han Sen was very happy to chat with them. At this time, Ji Yanran was tightly holding his arm, and he could feel the softness surrounding his arm, which he enjoyed very much. Han Sen hoped he could prolong the conversation as much as possible. But the students were very polite and did not want to disturb them. Han Sen had to let them go. You did that on purpose. Ji Yanran pinched Han Sen on the waist after the students had gone far. What's wrong with that? Asked Han. Senator Ji Yanran was speechless. Han Sen took her hand and continued to walk. It was the middle of the night. They did not run into anyone else before they reached Ji Yanran's dormitory building. Sister, you will not go back like this, right? The contract has not been fulfilled yet, Han Sen bitterly said. Ji Yanran rolled her eyes at him and reached out a hand. Give me the contract. Han Sen obediently gave her his contract. She took the contract back, blushed and said, Close your eyes. Han Sen followed her command. Ji Yanran took a deep breath and fought back her desire to escape. With her heart racing, she stood on her toes, pressed her pink and tender lips on his lightly, and quickly turned away. It was too late. Before her lips could leave his hand held her waist and his other hand slipped into her silky hair and hugged her beautiful neck. Ji Yanran was suddenly in Han Sen's arms and her lips were pressed against his. Ji Yanran's body was stiff at first, and then slowly softened. Her hands helplessly clutching Han Sen's shirt, she stepped back uncontrollably as her legs became weak. Han Sen just had the best experience and would not let her off the hook. He kept up with her and pressed her body against a column of the building. The two just had the first taste of love and was lost in ecstasy. Suddenly, they heard a crisp female voice, Friends, at least you should find somewhere less public before you continue. Ji Yanran heard this voice and was suddenly terrified. It was the voice of Chu Lily, her good friend and roommate. Her first reaction was to push Han Sen away, but she could not do that since she would expose herself. Ji Yanran quickly buried her head in Han Sen's chest, her face on fire. She also blamed Han Sen secretly for putting her in this awkward position. Sister, why don't you go to bed now that it's late? Do you want to join us? Han Sen knew Ji Yanran was shy, and covered the back of her head with one hand, blocking Chu Lily's sight. Shameless. Chu Lily stomped on the floor and ran back to her dorm room. After Chu Lily went up, Ji Yanran brought the heel of her shoe hard on Han Sen's foot and ran into the building, leaving Han Sen clutching his feet. Ji Yanran did not dare to go back to her room right away. She hid in a restroom for a long while before she returned to her room. Chu Lily saw Ji Yanran was back and said, Sweetie, did you see that nasty couple downstairs? What nasty couple? Ji Yanran pretended to be making her bed, her face crimson. The couple that were making out in front of our building. OMG, are they horny? And the guy is so shameless, he even said, Forget it. I can't even repeat that. And the girl must be such a slut. Chu Lily said madly. Ji Yanran was so shy that she wished she could become invisible, but she had to acted like nothing had happened. In Han Sen's room at Steel Armor Shelter, Han Sen was taken aback by the black tiger with a third eye on its forehead in front of him. The tiger's claws looked like they were made from black metal. Han Sen could not believe it was Meowth that he was looking at. What was more surprising to him was the change in Meowth's data. Type of beast, soul of sacred blood, three-eyed cat, pet, transformed and evolved. The words were easy to understand, but shocking nonetheless. After eating some meat of mutant phantom ants, Meowth started to transform as a mutant pet. But after the transformation was over, it became a sacred blood pet, which was something Han Sen had never heard of before. Han Sen repeatedly confirmed the word sacred blood, and decided to go back to the Alliance and look it up on the Skynet. How could this happen? I have read a lot about beast soul pets, but never knew a pet could evolve. After a lot of searching, he finally found a relevant post on the Polar Night forum. The poster was someone with the ID, Pet Life, a fanatic about beast soul pets. Because beast soul pets were very rare and high maintenance, people would not bother to feed an average pet, since they would be useless even after transformation. But Pet Life had fed nearly 1,000 beast soul pets in a decade, all of which had transformed. Of course, what Pet Life had bought was mainly ordinary beast soul pets, some primitive beast soul pets and just a few mutant beast soul pets. Among all Pet Life's pets, there was an ordinary mini dog that had evolved after transformation and became a primitive beast soul pet. Pet Life posted the picture of this primitive mini dog and speculated that all beast soul pets had a certain chance to evolve. Although this post was old, there were a lot of replies. Many were calling Pet Life a liar, as there were other pet lovers who had fed hundreds of beast soul pets and saw no such thing as pet evolution. But some people said that their pets had evolved as well. It seemed like a popular post at the time, but had been replaced by other topics later. There is really such a thing as pet revolution. So this only happens for beast soul pets, while other beast souls could not evolve. Han Sen was ecstatic, not only because Meowth had evolved, but also because he had a sacred blood beast soul pet golden rockworm king. Although the chance was slim, what if the rockworm king evolved as well? What level would it reach then? But Han Sen knew that this was almost delusional thinking. The evolution of Meowth was great luck, which would not likely repeat itself. Although it was not quite possible, Han Sen was still feeding the rockworm king more vigorously. Looking at Meowth, which could switch back and forth between combat state and pet state as he wished, Han Sen grinned. When Han Sen entered Steel Armor Shelter again, his destination was Devil Desert. Taking Wang Mengmeng last time, he could not have hunted as he had wished. This time Han Sen had made up his mind to make the Sacred Blood Fox King into a barbecue if he saw it again. Putting his Sacred Blood Black Beetle armor on in a secluded place, Han Sen summoned Meowth and made it transform into the combat state. Meowth had fur like tungsten and was twice the size of a tiger. Han Sen was riding it like a mount and it was much faster than his mutant three-eyed beast. And whenever it encountered different creatures, Meowth would go ahead and kill them. Average creatures would simply avoid it when smelling its presence. Haha, feeding it for so long was totally worth it. This is so much better than a beast soul mount. A beast soul mount would not take the initiative to attack, and could only cause some damage when charging. However, a beast soul pet was simply a specialized killing machine. The only bad thing was that this guy was running too wild, and did not provide a comfortable ride. Once again, Han Sen entered Devil Desert. Without any burdens this time, Han Sen rode the Sacred Blood three-eyed cat in the direction of where the Fox King had appeared. Han Sen just discovered what a great thing it was to own a Sacred Blood pet. He did not even need to lift a finger. For ordinary creatures, Meowth could kill one with each blow. Its sharp claws would break their skulls in an instant, just like how a real Sacred Blood creature would. The creatures that the Sacred Blood three-eyed cat killed were all fed to the Golden Rockworm King. The Worm King was like a garbage disposal and could consume all that was fed to it. As a result, it grew bigger and bigger. But primitive creatures did not boost its size like the mutant ones did. Primitive Sand Snake killed. Beast soul of primitive sand snake gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 geno points randomly. Han Sen saw the Sacred Blood three-eyed cat tearing a sand snake of 12 feet long into parts and heard the voice in his mind. Ha, gorgeous. This is the best thing ever. Han Sen grabbed the sand snake beast soul in the form of a spear and felt on top of the world. For the time he had spent in God's sanctuary, this had been the most fun hunting trip Han Sen had ever taken. Meowth was responsible for killing, and Golden Rockworm King was cleaning after it. All he needed to do was to watch. His only regret was that he had not seen a single horned sand fox after traveling for 2 days in Devil Desert, let alone the Fox King. Strange. Has someone else killed all the foxes? Han Sen frowned. Chapter 162. In the valley. Having walked another half day, Han Sen had seen not even one creature on the way, which made him feel odd. Suddenly, the huge body of a rock worm appeared in front of him, and Han Sen quickly prepared himself for a fight. Although ordinary rock worms were only primitive creatures, their size was too big and strength too great to be taken lightly. That rock worm stayed still. Han Sen took a closer look only to find that the rock worm was already dead, with its whole head smashed by unknown attacks. It seems that someone has really come here. Han Sen became alert, took back Meowth, and went on walking alone. The number of the bodies of rock worms began to increase. Some died with only half of their bodies above the ground. Han Sen wondered what kind of weapon had made such brutal blows. In addition to the bodies of rock worms, he began to see more and more horned sand foxes' bodies. There were various scars on the bodies, which seemed to have been left by different individuals. Han Sen frowned and continued to travel ahead. In another half day, he started to hear beast roars, human noises, and steel clanks in front of him. Han Sen quickly hid himself behind a dune, took out his telescope, and started to observe. Son of Heaven! Han Sen yelped silently. In the valley, Son of Heaven and his gang were hunting horned sand foxes. Han Sen knew almost all of them. But one of them Han Sen had never seen before. He was a bear of a man, as strong as Shi Kong. Wearing half armor and wielding a black sledgehammer, he had a scary look. When he waved the sledgehammer, a rock worm would be crushed and a group of horned sand foxes would be wiped out. Crap! Where did Son of Heaven find this guy? Wondered Han Senator. If this guy was from Steel Armor Shelter, Han Sen should have heard of him. Han Sen saw the Sacred Blood Fox King at the end of the valley. The foxes were throwing themselves at the gang but could do nothing to stop the slaughter. The valley was a cul-de-sac and the foxes had nowhere to run, so they had to stay and fight. If it was not for the fact that I had killed the Golden Rockworm King, the Fox King might still be able to fight them off. I probably did Son of Heaven a favor. Han Sen quietly sneaked into the valley, unwilling to hand the favor to Son of Heaven. The guy using the sledgehammer was so fierce that the foxes could not resist his attacks at all. With countless casualties, the foxes had been forced into the end of the valley. That Sacred Blood Fox King was also screeching desperately, looking miserable. "Ha, Brother Gu, I admire you so much." Son of Heaven God gave the strong guy a rare compliment. "Brother, you flatter me. I just got lucky by gaining this Sacred Blood Beast Soul Sledgehammer is all." With Gu's modest words, he could not cover the pride on his face. Han Sen was outside the valley, hesitant whether he should rush into the fight right away. The foxes were obviously desperate now with their king stuck in the corner. The gang was about to make it. Suddenly, Han Sen saw a trace of inexplicable slyness from the eyes of the Fox King and suddenly felt a chill. How could I forget how cunning the Fox King is? If it really wanted to run, it would have never come to this place. There must be something wrong. Han Sen quickly hid himself in the valley and looked outside. As Son of Heaven and his gang thought they had all the foxes in their pocket, the Sacred Blood Fox King suddenly arched its body and moved a large stone away, revealing a bucket-sized hole. The Fox King suddenly disappeared in the hole and all the mutant foxes surrounding it entered the hole one by one. Damn, this beast is treacherous. Follow it and do not let it run away. Son of Heaven commanded furiously. Han Sen shook his head. Son of Heaven had let the sacred blood Fox King get under his skin. If Han Sen were Son of Heaven, he would have ordered retreat immediately. With such a small hole, only one person could squirm through like a snake at a time. There was no way to use weapons, and God knows what tricks the Fox King had set up. According to Han Sen's understanding of the Fox King, it would not have come here just to escape. There had to be something odd going on. So, if it was up to Han Sen, he would have chosen to run. Apparently, Son of Heaven and his gang did not share his thoughts and wanted to go after the Fox King. But when only half of them had gone through the hole, the entire valley started to tremble. All the sand and stones were trembling in waves like the ocean. Indeed, its tricks are about to come. Han Sen quickly retreated and watched this strange scene in the valley from afar. Retreat, quickly withdraw from the valley. Son of Heaven suddenly realized something was wrong and yelled, wanting to rush outside the valley. It was too late. Han Sen saw from where he was hiding that much golden liquid had welled from under the sand as if the sand was bleeding, suddenly coloring the valley golden and flowing toward the gang. With his extraordinary eyesight, Han Sen had seen that the liquid was formed by a sea of numerous bean-sized golden bugs. The golden bugs flowed over the bodies of rock worms and horned sand foxes, leaving nothing behind, not even a bone. When covered by these bugs, the huge rock worm's body disappeared in seconds, which made Han Sen nervous. Now this is gonna be fun. Son of Heaven's gang might all die here. Well done, Fox King. Han Sen thought delightedly. He was waiting to see if Son of Heaven would be killed. If not, he would finish Son of Heaven off himself. He had wanted to kill Son of Heaven for a while now, but never had the chance. Son of Heaven was too strong himself and was always followed by his gang. Finally he had encountered such a good opportunity, and Han Sen did not intend to let it go. Son of Heaven's gang was soon surrounded by those golden bugs. There was no way to run from the sea of bugs. Go out. Son of Heaven gritted his teeth and started to run. The gang stomped on the bugs and rushed out. The bugs were more fragile than Han Sen had imagined and could not even withstand their weight. But there were so many of the bugs that many managed to climb into the gang's clothes. Ah! Screams suddenly sounded, giving Han Sen goosebumps and pleasure at the same time. These people deserve this. Follow me, roared the guy using the sledgehammer. Wielding his weapon, he had blown away the bugs and sand and cleared out an area of 6 by 9 feet. Waving the sledgehammer, the big guy threw sand and bugs in front of him in the air and made a way for the rest. Following this guy, Son of Heaven's gang managed to leave the valley. *T. Who is this fierce guy? I can't believe Son of Heaven survived that. Han Sen was upset. When the gang left the valley, those golden bugs did not follow them. After swallowing all the dead bodies, the bugs descended into the ground again. It took less than half an hour before the valley was quiet again. Not even a drop of blood was left. It was as if nothing had happened. Son of Heaven's gang members were covered in rags and blood now. Luckily, their wounds were not serious and they had killed all the bugs stuck on their skin. Damn, that Fox King is too cunning, a gang member cursed while dealing with his wounds. Brother Gu, thanks to you, we are still alive, Son of Heaven said to Gu. Gu smiled and said, it's nothing. We are friends. Suddenly Gu's expression changed as he felt acute pain in his waist. 2 daggers were stabbed deep into both sides of his waist and only the handles were exposed. 2 of Son of Heaven's men each took one of Gu's arms and pushed him down on the ground. The rest helped control Gu as well, leaving him no chance to fight back. Blood flowed from his waist. Han Sen was appalled. He did not expect to see such a turn. They had just been through life and death, and Gu had even saved the gang members' lives. How come Gu was suddenly treated like a dog? What are you doing? Gu muttered, unable to believe what had happened. How dare a piece of crap like you call Son of Heaven brother? You only got lucky because you have gained a sacred blood beast soul. One of Son of Heaven's men stomped on Gu's face, filling Gu's nose and mouth with blood. You bastards! Seething with anger, Gu tried to struggle. Pushed down by several people, his strength still almost allowed him to throw them off. One of Son of Heaven's men grabbed a dagger stuck in Gu's body and gave it a twist. With a scream, Gu suddenly lost all his strength. The gang kicked and hit Gu, about which Gu could do nothing as he was held down. Son of Heaven remained silent and nodded to his men when Gu had become weak. Gu, since you have saved us, hand over your sacred blood sledgehammer and we can let you live, a man said fiercely as he grabbed Gu's hair. Even if I had to die, I will not give you anything. Gu spit out a mouthful of blood at the man's face. Snap! The man slapped Gu hard in anger and said viciously, "Do you #king think that you can die whenever you want? If you don't give me the hammer, I will make you beg for a chance to kill yourself. Get rid of his claws first." The gang was skilled at torture. They held Gu's hand down and nailed it on the ground with a dagger. Gu let out an excruciating scream, his fingers could not help spreading out. A man held one of Gu's fingers and stuck a knife under his nail. Covered in blood, the nail had almost been separated from the flesh. With a hard pull, the man took the entire nail abruptly from the finger. Gu was screaming like a pig being slaughtered, his body twitching. The pain was simply beyond imagination. It so happened that he was held down by a few people and could not even move. All he could do was scream desperately. Damn, this gang is heinous. Originally Han Sen did not want to meddle in this, but he could not stand watching this anymore. The enemy of his enemy was his friend. Although he had no idea who Gu was, Han Sen did not mind adding an enemy of Son of Heaven's. In addition, this kind of torture was too much. Han Sen observed the situation and found that there were too many strong men in Son of Heaven's gang. Han Sen could not save Gu on his own. Why did you have to rescue them? Look at what's happening now, thought Han Sen, waiting for an opportunity. Gu was really tough. After 3 of his nails were pulled off, he still did not agree to their demand and was still cursing the gang. In the end, his body could no longer take the pain and he fainted. Son of Heaven, what now? This guy is tough. Tie him up. Let's find a place to set up the tent and get something to eat first. Son of Heaven saw it was late and did not dare to camp right outside this strange valley. Han Sen quietly tracked the gang and saw they had set up a tent and made a fire. Gu was tied up and Han Sen had not found any good opportunities to rescue him. As Son of Heaven's gang were about to finish eating, Han Sen thought if Gu was tortured again, the big guy would probably be useless even if rescued. Having an idea, Han Sen summoned Meowth and ordered it to run toward the other side and roar at the gang. A creature. It's a sacred blood creature. Do not let it run away. Knife and Baldy stay, we will go hunt that sacred blood creature, ordered Son of Heaven, leaving 2 guys watching the camp and Gu, while he chased the sacred blood 3-eyed cat with the rest. Running, Son of Heaven instructed, spread out and circle around it. We could not go far since it's dark. Seeing the gang running away, Han Sen summoned the wings and shape-shifted into Bloody Slayer, flying toward the camp in darkness. Baldy, incoming, shouted Knife when Han Sen was 30 feet from the camp. Baldy quickly summoned a mutant beast soul spear and watched Han Sen closely. Knife also summoned his pair of daggers. Han Sen was in their face in no more than the blink of an eye. Holding the Shura katana, Han Sen whacked it at Baldy. This strike from above was swift and powerful, but Baldy raised his spear with 2 hands and tried to block it. The Shura katana cut into the spear deeply, and Baldy's legs were forced into the sand by Han Sen's terrifying strength. When Baldy thought that he had warded off the strike, his spear broke. Baldy wanted to go back, but his legs were still in the sand and there was no way to run. Another katana strike cut Baldy in half. Ding! Ding! 2 daggers were shot at Han Sen and mercilessly nailed in the gaps on the elbow part of his armor. To kill Baldy, Han Sen had no time to dodge. Fortunately, these 2 daggers were only mutant beast souls. Although they were swift enough, they were still stuck before they could cut deeper. Otherwise, Han Sen's arms would have been disabled. After killing Baldy, Han Sen turned to deal with Knife, who immediately started running at an incredible speed, not leaving any chance for Han Sen to approach him. Shouting while running, Knife managed to alert Son of Heaven and the rest of the gang. Han Sen did not chase him, but lifted Gu, who was tied up, and ran away with all 4 hooves of the bloody slayer. "Dollar, you son of a bitch. If you are a man, fight me one-on-one," cursed Son of Heaven behind him. "I think it is more like one gang on one person," said Han Sen full of disdain, running at full speed. The gang thought that lifting a big man like Gu must slow Han Sen down and they could eventually catch up. But suddenly, a black 3-eyed tiger appeared next to Han Sen and he simply lay Gu on the tiger's back. The bloody slayer and the tiger disappeared from their sight in an instant. Why would that sacred blood creature help Dollar? The gang members were confused. Son of Heaven finally understood, "Damn, that is not a sacred blood creature. It is a sacred blood beast soul pet." That motherf * hashtagger had fed a sacred blood pet. Everyone was shocked. A sacred blood pet must have cost so much advanced creature meat to transform. After chasing for a while, the gang gave up. In fact, when they found out that the tiger was a sacred blood pet, they had lost confidence. How did he make a sacred blood pet transform? Did he use sacred blood creature meat to feed his pet? Everyone was shocked by the fact that Dollar had a transformed sacred blood pet, which implied incredible power of him. Han Sen ran for a while and shape-shifted back after losing the gang. He put Gu on the ground and cut loose the ropes. "Dollar." Gu recognized him. "Friend, how much do you think your life is worth?" asked Han. Senator Gu was suddenly taken aback. "You also want my sacred blood sledgehammer?" "Not necessarily that beast soul, but I did save you." "You do not mean to say the risks I took are for nothing, right?" said Han. Senator Gu did not speak and cast an odd look at Han Sr., "and now you have nothing but injuries. Can you leave Devil Desert alone safely?" "If you pay me properly, I can get you back to the shelter," Han Sen continued. "Why should I believe in you?" asked Gu. "Do you have any other choice?" Han Sen laughed. "Except for the sacred blood sledgehammer, you can pick from all the other beast souls I have. But you have to take me to the shelter first," said Gu, wiping blood off his face. "Brother Gu, is it?" Han Sen looked at Gu. "Call me Gu Ming, or whatever you like. I will not hear Brother Gu ever again." Gu Ming gnashed the teeth in anger. Han Sen smiled, "Okay. Now you have 2 options. One is to go out on your own, and the other is to pay up front. There is no other options. I am not Son of Heaven and will keep my promises. If you pay me 2 mutant beast souls, I could promise to get you back to the shelter alive." Gu Ming looked Han Sen up and down and summoned several beast souls. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I know you and Son of Heaven are enemies, so I believe you. Here are all my mutant beast souls. Take your pick." Henson glanced at them and pointed twice. "This one is my reward for saving you, and that one is the price to take you back to the shelter." In the station master's office of the teleport station on planet Roka, Qin Xian and Yang Monli were watching a video, the edited game recording made by Fong Mingquan. "He is this good at Warframes." Yang Monli could not believe Han Sen was the one driving Silver Killer. His operational level was almost the same as the evolved Warframe drivers in the army, which was so hard for her to believe. After all, Han Sen had just spent a few months in Black Hawk. Although Yang Monli already knew that Han Sen had fast hands and that he had passed Evolver 3 in Hand of God, she still could not help looking surprised, since this kind of operational skills took more than fast hands. Station Master, so Daegong is really asking Han Sen to endorse their new warframe? Yang had mixed feelings. Daegong was one of the 3 major suppliers for the military in the Alliance, with their products ranging from combat suits to interstellar warships. Daegong made countless products for the military each year, but they also had product lines designed for civil use, which were known for their high quality. Although Daegong did not sell as many as Starry Group, Daegong's reputation was much better. It was not as well known as Starry Group only because its main client was the military. Recently, Daegong had been committed to expanding its civil products. With the military labs as its research and development department, the quality of its products was not in question. However, business did not rely on the technology alone. Currently, Daegong was still much worse than its peer Starry Group in terms of sales. This time, Daegong had found Han Sen to represent their new flagship product, Biological Warframe, which was beyond the imagination of both Qin Xian and Yang Monli. With Daegong's influence, it would be easy for them to seek endorsement of Evolver or Surpasser stars, yet Daegong had chosen Han Sen, an unevolved person. Yang Monli was puzzled. Although Han Sen's skills were great among the unevolved, his level was still lower than the Evolver Masters. She wondered what it was that Daegong had seen in him. To endorse a Daegong product was a great honor, which Yang knew very well. All the stars who had this honor had military backgrounds and outstanding military exploits. This time, Daegong had chosen a military school student who had no military background and had never been to a battlefield. This decision was shocking, to say the least. Monli, contact Han Sen as soon as possible. This is an honor for the special squad as well. Qin Xian felt that she had made the right call to recruit him. A few months after he joined the special squad, Han Sen had become the spokesperson of Daegong, which was a boost in the relationship between the squad and Daegong. Many weapons of the squad were supplied by Daegong, after all. And this time, to the joy of the leadership of the squad, in order to invite Han Sen to endorse their new biological warframe, Daegong had promised to provide the squad with a lot more equipment. The leadership was thus very pleased with Qin Xian and Han Sr. will do. Yang Monli nodded slightly. Han Sen escorted Gu Ming safely to the shelter in a great mood. Although he had not hunted any mutant or sacred blood creatures, he did weaken Son of Heaven's gang and left Son of Heaven with a sworn enemy. In addition, he had gained 2 mutant beast souls. As soon as he was back in the shelter, he was summoned by Yang Monli, which gave Han Sen a little headache. Although Yang Monli had great legs and breasts, she was cold as ice. Han Sen would do his best to keep away from her. Between Qin Xian and her, Han Sen thought Qin Xian was a true woman. Daegong has invited you to endorse their new warframe. Go prepare yourself. When you are back in the Alliance, Daegong will send someone to Black Hawk to sign a contract with you. If you have any concerns, speak to me right now and we will talk to Daegong, Yang Monli said and laid a file in front of Han Sr. This is your incentives for the endorsement. Can I turn this endorsement down? Han Sen picked up the file, read it, and then asked. Why? Yang Monli was shocked. It was a great honor even for many stars to be able to do this. She herself had dreamed of becoming the spokesperson for Daegong someday. But presented with such an opportunity, Han Sen was asking whether he could turn this down, which confused Yang. I would have to be a part of their campaigns and roadshows. And that sounds like a lot of work, Han Sen said with his head crooked. Yang Monli was sizzling with anger, wishing she could choke Han Sen to death. You don't want to do the endorsement because it is a lot of work. Yang Monli clenched her fists until her knuckles turned pale. She was controlling herself not to slap this guy in the face. Digong is blind to have picked this guy, thought young Monli. After a while, young Monli calmed herself down and handed some more files to Han Sen. Take a good look and let me know if you need anything. Han Sen was satisfied with the offer. Each year he could receive a handsome endorsement fee, and Digong would provide him with a full set of the endorsed products, and free lifelong after-sales service. That was to say Han Sen could receive one of each warframe that he endorsed and would not need to pay a penny for their maintenance. Although Han Sen did not know how much their new biological warframes would cost, he knew that even Daigang's low-end products would cost a few million, much more expensive than the products of Starry Group. I have one condition, Han Sen looked up at Yang Monli and said. Say it. Yang Monli did not want to spare any words on this lucky yet shameless guy. If soldiers had the chance to endorse any Digong products, they would probably even do it for free. Not to mention Daigang's offer had been very generous considering Han Sen's identity. Such an offer was more than enough to hire a big unevolved star such as Tang Zhenliu. Now Han Sen was getting this great offer as a student and he even dared to ask for more. I have a warframe from a Digong lab and wish that Digong could install a weapon system to it and give it the same free lifelong after-sales service. Han Sen knew that although his was a prototype, the military standard was applied during its making. And the ones that he would endorse would be for civil use and not as great as Silver Killer. The only beef Han Sen had with Silver Killer was the lack of a weapon system. Using independent weapons was not convenient and he did not want to carry the weapons around, which would defeat the purpose of portability. Also, once Silver Killer was damaged, ordinary repair stations would not be able to fix this super biological warframe. Hence he really needed Daigang's service. Any other conditions? Yang Monli asked mechanically. Not at this time, Han Sen said with a smile. Yang Monli got up and said, I will submit your request and the leadership will negotiate with Digong. Go back and stay in Blackhawk so that I could notify you with the result. Yang Monli turned to leave, not wanting to spend one more second with this guy. I am finally rich. 20 million endorsement fee per year and the latest warframes to use. If Digong could agree to my conditions, it would be perfect. After Yang Monli left, Han Sen excitedly shook his fist. Han Sen naturally would never have turned down such a good deal in the first place. Little did he know that Ji Yanran was simmering with anger at this point. After that night, Ji Yanran had quite complex feelings, not sure what she wanted to do, to become Han Sen's girlfriend, or turn him down. But how could she make him give up? He had shown her that he would not easily let go. Ji Yanran thought about all kinds of possibilities for the entire night and was expecting hot pursuits from Han Sen to follow. However, she never even saw him again. The first day she did not see Han Sen, Ji Yanran curled her lips and thought, playing hard to get. I've seen this trick before. I will ignore you and see what kind of excuse you'd come up with to see me tomorrow. But on the next day, Ji Yanran still did not see him. You do have some patience, but this would never work on me. On the third day, Han Sen was still nowhere to be seen. Ji Yanran became a bit impatient. He must have been in an accident. Was he hit by an aircraft? Is his leg broken? Ji Yanran thought. On the fourth day, still no Han Sr., that bastard must feel that he doesn't deserve me who is gentle and pretty, regal and sexy. That must be why he did not dare to approach me. Certainly, that must be the case. The fifth day, the sixth day, the seventh day, after 10 days she still had not seen him. And she lost her temper. Han Sen, you bastard, what do you take me for? You want to kiss and run. There is no such thing in my world. Ji Yanran was mad. And at this time, Han Sen had just come back to school and did not even have the chance to find her. Sen, you have come back just in time. Come with me to Professor Yan's class. Han Sen met Zhang Yang in the dorm room, who took his hand and dragged him away. How come you are going to Professor Yan's class? Han Sen was puzzled. Zhang Yang was a hot-blooded guy. He learned everything fast, but when it came to boring theories, he would feel tortured. Professor Yan's new course, Modern Theories of Martial Arts, was one of the courses that would give Zhang Yang a headache. The professor himself also had a dull style and expression and was not Zhang's favorite. But Modern Theories of Martial Arts was a compulsory course, and Zhang Yang had to go for fear of failing. This time, however, he seemed excited to go, which was odd for Han Sr., you have not heard. Two of the chosen, Ding Zhiming and Tang Zhenliu, have been invited to do a teaching demonstration today at Professor Yan's class. Zhang Yang was filled with excitement. Han Sen then suddenly realized why he was so excited. Tang Zhenliu was Zhang's idol. It was a poster of Tang instead of a hot girl that Zhang was hanging next to his bed. Zhang Yang's ideal major was not archery, but martial arts. Because his fitness index was not high enough, he had to take the special enrollment program. Han Sen had also wondered why someone like Zhang would study archery, which needed patience, and learned the reason later. Tang Zhenliu's fierce style was Zhang's favorite. No wonder he was so excited. Han Sen was taken to the classroom by Zhang Yang. For an unpopular class, the classroom was overcrowded on this day. There were no seats and even the stands on the second floor were full. A lot of girls were chatting excitedly about Yu Mingji and Tang Zhenliu. Han Sen, you have also come to see Yu Mingji and Tang Zhenliu. Come here and have a seat. A student saw Han Sen and offered him a seat very enthusiastically. Han Sen hesitated, since he did not recognize this student. It is natural that you do not know me. I am also in the department of archery. You did our department right in Starry Cup. I would give the seat to none but you. Come here. The student smiled and offered Han Sen his own seat. Thank you. Han Sen could not imagine he would enjoy such treatment. It really is Han Sr., his Warframe game was so exciting. Is he also one of the Stars fans? Many students whispered and cast a few glances his way, but they were too well educated to bother Han Senator. As the class began, Professor Yen came in with two young men. One of them Han Sen was familiar with. With a handsome smile, Tang Zhenliu greeted the students. Another guy had an angled face. Han Sen knew he was the chosen that ranked 6th, Yu Zhiming. Since Han Sen did not go to the ranking rounds, he had never fought Yu. Blackhawk students were polite and gave no more than applause. When Tang was introduced, Zhang Yang clapped so hard his hands were almost swollen. Professor Yen still used his old-fashioned way to teach, but when talking about different theories, he would ask Tang Zhenliu and Yu Mingji to do demonstrations. With the participation of 2 stars, the teaching effect was perfect. Both stars showed high attainment in martial arts, and their demonstrations were successful. In a few words, the ultimate goal of the martial arts was to leverage one's own strength. And in real combat, in addition to strength, the psychological factor would also be very important. Hence, in the various categories of martial arts, there would be training for psychological gaming. For example, the focus of Tai Chi was the application of the true and false forces. Professor Yen continued with his monotonous voice. Another example is the black and white boxing. Please welcome Yu Zhiming and Tang Zhenliu to demonstrate black and white boxing for us. Yu Zhiming cut in, Professor Yen, if it is just the two of us, the students would not feel for themselves the essence of black and white boxing. Would you invite 2 students to spar with Tang and me? The proposal led to applause. To spar with such stars was of course a rare opportunity. Tang, what do you think? Professor Yen looked at Tang, as the school did not arrange any interactions with the students and he must seek his approval first. This is your class. I will follow your lead, Tang said with a smile. Tang also glanced at Yu Mingji. He knew what Yu was thinking. You had fought him in the contest before and lost miserably. Now you was afraid he would lose again and did not want to be humiliated in front of the class. That being the case, we will choose 2 students to spar with Yu Mingji and Tang Junliu in black and white boxing. Any volunteers? Professor Yen glanced across the room. Almost all the students raised their hands at the same time, except for Han Sen and a few others. Tang had noticed Han Sen a long time ago. Seeing Han Sen not raising his hand, he felt relieved. Han Sen was so great at this that he would definitely lose if Han Sen came up on stage. As Tang Junrong let out a sigh of relief, Yu Mingji suddenly asked, "Professor Yen, I heard that Black Hawk has a student named Ouyang Shaosan who is in the top 10 of the Military Academy League." "Sorry, Ouyang is not here today," Professor Yen said casually. "Would you choose someone else yourself?" Yu Mingji smiled and asked the students, "Besides Ouyang Shaosan, who is the best martial artist here?" All eyes were on Han Senator. Although they had never seen him practicing martial arts, they could tell from his skills of warframe operation that his fitness was great. Yu Mingji paused. He did not expect the students to have the same candidate in mind. It seemed that the student that was looked at was very influential in the school. But you did not take Han Sen too seriously. There were so many military school students in First God's Sanctuary, yet few were among the chosen. As one of the chosen, he did not really think of the students as his true opponents. Tang Junliu saw the look in Yu's eyes and knew he was about to do something stupid. But Yu did not know what was on Tang's mind. He smiled at Han Sen and asked, "What is your name? Would you spar with me in black and white boxing?" Han Sen was a bit upset. He did not raise his hand, so why would you appoint him? "Go ahead, senior, you will be great." His classmates were very supportive and curious about Han Sen's martial arts skill level. Yu Mingji was glad to see that Han Sen's popularity even exceeded himself as a star. He wanted to appoint Ouyang Shaosan to show off, so that these students would realize the difference between a military student and the chosen. However, Ouyang was not there, and beating a nobody would not help him achieve his objective. "Friend, your classmates have strongly recommended you, so please come up. It is just a practice, and the result does not matter." Yu Mingji smiled at Han Sen and said. "Wow. Yu Mingji is simply asking for trouble." Tang smiled bitterly. He had never seen someone praying for his own destruction like this. Chapter 168 Chapter 168, God Cannot Save You Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor, Nioebo Studio, Han Sen, come up and spar with Yu Mingji in black and white boxing practice. Professor Yen did not want to waste any time and directly called Han Sr. Han Sen had to stand up and go up the stage. Tang Junliu saw it and said, "Professor Yen, since you has chosen a student, should I do the same?" He did not want to play black and white boxing with Han Sen and ask for trouble. Yu Jiming could enjoy that himself. Professor Yen had no objection and agreed to Tang's proposal. "Who is willing to practice black and white boxing with me?" Tang Junliu felt relieved and asked with a good-looking smile. There was a great show of hands. Tang smiled and said, "I am going to benefit myself and you guys by picking a pretty girl. Miss, would you practice with me?" The students laughed, and the girl asked by Tang blushed a little and went on the stage. Tang Junliu learned her name and asked Professor Yen first, "Professor Yen, should we start first?" Professor Yen agreed. Tang Junliu and Miss Jing started to practice black and white boxing. Tang did not really use all he had, but followed the professor's instructions and demonstrated a variety of movements before he beat Miss Jing. The process was delightful, and the students all applauded. "Han Sen, it is our turn." Yu Mingji could not wait to go up. He smiled and waved to Han Sr. Tang returned to his seat with a faint smile, waiting to see Yu Jiming embarrassing himself. Tang did not know Yu well and was not a fan of his. There was no way Tang would stop you. Han Sen smiled, walked opposite you and stood with a starting position like you did. The so-called black and white boxing practice was, in fact, a training of the judgment of yin and yang forces. Two players stood opposite each other face to face, one arm's length apart. One was to swing one's arm to attack, and the other was to defend oneself. There were two ways of making the attack. A black fist was a yang blow and a white fist was a yin blow. The one on defense needed to determine whether the opponent was using a black or white fist. If it was black, it should be dodged, whereas if it was white, it should be blocked with an arm. Black and white boxing was an entry-level martial art to train psychological gaming and yin and yang forces. All military school students would learn it in the first 3 months of training. Therefore, all military school students had practiced black and white boxing. The black and white fists were thrown in similar manners in black and white boxing. It was not easy to tell one from the other. Observation, judgment and psychological gaming were the key factors. And reflexes were less important. If one's judgment was not accurate, it did not matter if one's reflexes were good. Han Sen, would you throw the punches first? Yu Mingji said generously. The one who attacked would enjoy certain advantages. Yu was confident in his accomplishments in black and white boxing, and believed that he could tell from Han Sen's micro-movements which fist Han Sen was using. Can we start now? Han Sen looked at Yu and asked. Sure. Ouch. Yu Mingji had just agreed when a punch hit his chest before he could react. Yu stepped back and became furious. Professor Yen was explaining seriously, Han Sen did very well. This is a classic psychological gaming technique, taking advantage of the weaknesses in the opponent's mind and hitting hard. However, Han Sen could have improved by hitting the vital parts of his opponent's body, such as nose or eyes, which would disable his opponent and help himself in the future rounds. The students nodded, while Yu Mingji was very pissed. Then he had to suppress his anger, since the professor had put it like this. Han Sen did very well. Now we will continue. Yu Mingji squeezed a smile, and went back to his position. Tang was laughing so hard inwardly. Yu Mingji, you really did ask for this. It is just a demonstration, have fun with a girl. Why did you have to provoke a monster? Even God cannot save you now. Yu Mingji, of course, did not think so. He thought he was just being careless and it had nothing to do with his skill level. Once he became serious, Han Sen would stand no chance. How could a military school student be compared to the chosen? In fact, most of the students also thought so. Although they felt that Han Sen should be great, they believed that against one of the top unevolved individuals in the alliance, Han Sen would still fall short. After all, you basically ranked 6th in the first God's Sanctuary, while Han Sen was only the champion of a school-wide Warframe game, not even a martial arts game. Therefore, the students still felt that you would do better than Han Sr. Han Sen, go ahead. Yu Mingji finished his sentence and immediately became alert, staring at Han Sr. Han Sen directly threw his fist at Yu Mingji's face, since Professor Yen had instructed him to hit hard in the vital parts. Yu Mingji looked at Han Sen's standing position, angle of his body, and the ups and downs of his shoulder. Soon Yu easily made his judgment. Such exaggerated acting. Clearly there is no momentum. He clearly seems to be bluffing, but it is a yin blow for sure. I was better than this in kindergarten. Yu Mingji raised his arm with some contempt, ready to block this white fist from Han Senator. He even used only one arm to show off his self-confidence and accurate judgment. Chapter 169, Just Awesome Bang. Han Sen punched Yu Mingji on the arm. Yu's face suddenly froze. He thought this punch was thrown with the yin force and used only one arm to block Han Sen's fist. But the fierce punch was actually a black fist, which was a yang force, and Yu's arm was smashed into his own face. Sparkles suddenly flew before Yu's eyes and a feeling of soreness hit his nose. He fell back involuntarily and sat on the floor. A hush descended on the entire room as the students were dazed. The result of the first round could be explained by the fact that Yu was unprepared, whereas the second punch was hit when Yu was intent and alert. However, Yu Mingji still made the wrong judgment. Han Sen is awesome. He is good at black and white boxing as well. No matter what the outcome would be, this one punch is good enough. It is the chosen he is playing against. So cool. He is the pride of Black Hawk. Did you see how the expression of Yu Mingji has changed? Han Sen is simply my idol. How many military school students can manage to hit you? It is so worth it today to come to Professor Yan's class. Tang Zhenliu could hardly contain himself for laughing. Yu Mingji, if you are smart, then quickly find an excuse to step down now before you humiliate yourself any further, thought Tang. Professor Yan was making a serious analysis. This is textbook application of yin and yang forces. Pay attention to his toes, which were slightly pointed outward. This is an appearance of using the yin force, since the toes would normally point inward when using the yang force. Han Sen managed to use this disguise, among others, to confuse his opponent. Now if you would pay attention to his waist and shoulders. Professor Yan played back the holographic image of Han Sen's punch and made a detailed analysis, pointing out the strengths of this blow. Although the professor's tone was monotonous as ever, he did highly praise Han Sen's performance. *#T. Well done. So many details in one punch. After listening to the professor, the students shook their heads in tribute. Yu Mingji wiped his bloody nose and got up, unable to keep smiling. But he did not give up like Tang thought he should. Yu Zhiming continued to believe that his loss was due to his carelessness and walked up to Han Sen again. Han Sen knew what was on Yu's mind and understood that Yu wanted to use a student to show off his own strength. Hence Han Sen did not plan to save his face. Another punch was thrown at Yu's face. Eyes locked on Han Sen, Yu again made a judgment. From any perspective, Han Sen's punch was not firm though it looked fierce. Yu decided that it was a harmless punch. Having spent nearly a decade in First God's Sanctuary, Yu had experienced millions of combats. With his rich experience, he was confident in his judgment. Even if it was just a practice between friends, as long as the punch was thrown with any intention to beat the opponent, he would sense it. White fist. Yu Mingji confirmed his own judgment, and put two arms across his chest to block the punch. Bang! Yu Mingji's face turned ashy gray and was only able to stabilize his body after stepping back. He looked at Han Sen, astonished. It was impossible. And the students were so excited that they were about to cry out loud. No one had expected Han Sen to beat Yu once again. If it was not for the fact that the class was still in session, they would go up and hug Han Sen, because it was such an honor for a Black Hawk student to beat the Chosen 3 times in a row. If anyone dared to praise the Chosen in the future, they could say, the 6th Chosen was beaten up so badly by one of my classmates. Oh, I did not go. If I did, that Chosen would lose even more miserably. You think I am bragging? You can ask around yourself. Professor Yan was still doing his job, explaining the theoretical knowledge embodied in Han Sen's performance to the students in detail, but unfortunately few were paying attention to his words at this point. Tang even felt embarrassed for Yu Mingji, who had suggested to switching with Han. Senator Tang Zhenliu shook his head. Yu Mingji has such a small mind. It did not need to be like this. Han Sen agreed to Yu's proposal and became the defensive side. Fixing his gaze on Han Sen, Yu threw a hard punch at the young student. Seeing the fear on the students' faces, Yu smiled within himself. Now all of you must have thought that I have been angry and want to retaliate, so this punch must a black fist. That would be unfortunate since I threw a white punch. This way I would win this round and look like a bigger person at the same time, salvaging my own reputation. Yu Mingji believed that Han Sen would definitely dodge, yet the young student did not even cross his arms. Han Sen simply reached out a hand in front of Yu's fist. Yu Mingji suddenly turned pale. Since his fist was grabbed by Han Senator, the two stood still. *T. Just awesome. I thought it was a black fist for sure, and it was a white one. Han Sen is so great. That is dope. And he is so confident. He is so good at everything. Professor Yen was still meticulously analyzing and teaching. More and more students had come since they heard about Han Sen's performance. Even the corridor outside the windows was full. Those who could not come were also watching the synchronous holographic session via their smart device. Chapter 170, Knocking Out the Chosen. Yen ran, go to the campus community site. Chu Lily suddenly poked Ji Yanran with a finger and whispered. Stop it. We are in class. Ji Yanran was not in a good mood since she had not seen Han Sen for days. Have you heard that Yu Mingji and Tang Zhenliu have come to our school to do teaching demonstrations? Continued Chu Lily, excited. Yeah, but I am not interested in the idols, replied Ji Yanran, absent-minded. When Yu Mingji demonstrated black and white boxing, he picked our genius to spar with him and got his ass kicked 3 times in a row. Genius? Which genius? Ouyang Shaosan. Ji Yanran asked after. Looking blank for a moment. Nope, I am talking about the genius, Chu Lily said solemnly. Which genius? Ji Yanran did not follow. Who can it be? The one who killed it at the Warframe game. He is the only genius on campus. Chu Lily rolled her eyes at Ji. Han Sen. Ji Yanran winced, and then quickly turned on her comlink and entered the live broadcast of Professor Yen's class. The moment she entered the live session, she saw Yu Ximing throwing a punch at Han Sen, who then stopped Yu's fist with one hand. So confident. Our genius is so awesome. But Yu is too weak. If my Tang Zhenliu is against him, then it will be even better to watch, Chu Lily said excitedly. She was a fan of Tang's, and that was why she was paying attention to this class in the first place. After a while, she added, why do I think the genius looks familiar? I must have seen him somewhere. You have seen him during the Starry Cup, Ji Yanran blushed and said quickly. I think it is somewhere else. Chu Lily was slightly puzzled, but soon threw the thought aside. Here goes Yu Mingji again. Ji Yanran was secretly relieved. Fortunately, it was dark that night in front of the dorm building. Chu Lily did not see clearly Han Sen's face and was scared away by Han Sen's bluff. Watching Han Sen from her comlink set Ji Yanran's teeth on edge. Well, Han Sen, you are showing off in martial arts class now. Which girl are you trying to hook up with now? Ji Yanran looked at the old professor who was lecturing in her class and sneaked out of the classroom when he was not paying attention. Sweetie, where are you going? Chu Lily looked at her, surprised. Ji Yanran waved her hand and gestured Chu to be silent before she quickly left for Professor Yan's classroom. She was going to find that bastard Han Sen, and forbid him to fool another girl. But when she came to Professor Yan's classroom, the corridor was so crowded with people that she could see nothing. Ji Yanran had to continue to watch her comlink and wait for Han Sen to come out. Han Sen has made a perfect demonstration of black and white boxing. Professor Yen had been committed to teaching and made a great analysis of the performance of Han. Senator Yu Mingji did not believe he was simply weaker, and tried 3 times with white fist, each easily blocked by Han Sen with a single hand. Yu's face was the color of pig liver in the end, and Professor Yen had to declare an end to the black and white boxing demonstration. Yu Mingji's face was almost blue. He wanted to show his skills off at Blackhawk and had been humiliated big time. As the chosen, it was such a disgrace to be beaten by a military school student, especially in such shameful manner. The worst part for you was that Han Sen was only following Professor Yan's instructions from the beginning to end, and showed no pride after winning. It was as if Yu Jiming was a nobody, and beating him was not worth celebrating. Sen, I did not expect you are so good at black and white boxing too. When we go back. Zhang Yang stopped when thinking of the mysterious afternoon in room 304, and gave up the thought eventually. The rest of the class was somehow awkward. Yu Mingji was restless with his face dark. The students kept glancing at Han Senator. Although no one was whispering in class, the online community was bombarded. The genius beat the chosen. 3 punches knocked a chosen out. Haha, a genius from Black Hawk. Great at both Warframe and black and white boxing. I want to see a fight between Han Sen and Tang Junliu. Not sure who would be better. Is that still worth asking? Of course it is Han Sr., not necessarily. Tang is much better than Yu Mingji. Tang has been the chosen for years and will soon go to Second God's Sanctuary. Makes sense. Tang's only 2 matches in the unevolved would be Dollar and Lin Feng. Tang is great, but we have a genius here. I do think he could fight Tang. I am afraid there is no chance for us to see that. Our genius did not want to go up, and Yu Mingji had to make him. Tang would not do such a thing. It's a pity that we could not see them fight. Reading the comment in the campus community, Ji Yanran couldn't help smiling when seeing others praise Han Sen, as if she was praised herself. After Professor Yan's class, Ji Yanran saw many students hovering over Han Sen and decided not to join them. Ji Yanran checked the time and turned toward the cafeteria. She knew for sure that around this time, Han Sen would go to the cafeteria where there were their favorite juices. Ji Ran did not go far before she was stopped by Chu Lily, who had run over. Sweetie, did you go and check on our genius in the middle of our class? Who said I went to see him? Ji Yanran curled her lips and said with shame. Why else would you skip the class? Chu Lily asked, puzzled. To eat. Ji Yanran said and walked toward the cafeteria. Chu Lily followed her to the cafeteria. Ji Yanran deliberately sat in plain sight, and thought with venom, if that bastard does not take the initiative to come over, I will not forgive him. Sweetie, are you waiting for someone? Chu Lily suddenly asked. No, Ji Yanran replied absent-mindedly. Then why do you keeping looking at the door? Asked Chu Lily, puzzled. Ji Yanran suddenly blushed and withdrew her gaze in panic. She bowed her head to eat and replied, I did not. Sweetie, you are a bit weird today. Chu Lily looked her up and down. The genius is here, someone whispered. Chu Lily quickly looked to the door, and saw Han Sen and Zhang Yang entering the cafeteria. Chu Lily suddenly looked at Ji Yanran with disbelief. Sweetie, you were waiting for him, right? How did you know he would come here? Tell me. Stop it. I was not waiting for him, and how would I know he'd be here? Ji Yanran covered her own panic by taking a sip of her juice. When Chu Lily had thought of more to ask, Han Sen and Zhang Yang had carried their trays to the girls' table and asked with a smile, Sisters, can we sit here? Of course. Chu Lily looked at Ji Yanran, who kept drinking her juice, and looked back at Han Senator. She had understood something. The genius is sitting with Ji Yanran. Is there something going on between them? Shut up. How long has he been here? I have never seen them walking together either. But it seems that their relationship is unusual. Ji Yanran now regretted coming to the cafeteria. It was a rushed decision and she was less mad at Han Sen since he had come over. However, the concerning eyes on her was almost burning a hole in her face. All she could do was drinking her juice. Hi Han Sen, my name is Chu Lily, Warship Command Major. This is my roommate Ji Yanran. You should have heard of her. Chu Lily smiled and reached out a hand. Hello, I am in the archery department. And I am Ji Yanran's boyfriend. Han Sen shook her hand friendly. Ji Yanran suddenly choked on her juice and everyone who heard that was appalled. Han Sen said that naturally, while it was quite an arrogant remark in the ears of others. No one had dared to claim to be Ji's boyfriend. The genius is just different. *T. Is he for real? They are really together. This is too fast. He has only been here for a few months. There goes our campus belle. But he would be the only one who deserves her anyway. Gossip filled the cafeteria as people whispered and sent pictures to the campus community. The genius's girlfriend exposed, you would not believe who she is, campus belle taken. A variety of different titles and videos filled the community in a sudden. At this time, Chu Lily was looking at Han Sen, stunned. Although she thought there was something going on, she did not expect him to admit being her boyfriend. Based on her understanding of Ji Yanran, her roommate would never let this happen. Chu Lily even forgot to release Han Sen's hand and stammered, "You are her boyfriend. What is this nonsense? You think someone like you can be our president's boyfriend? I will kick your ass right now if you keep talking this way," shouted Monkey among a group of men who had come over to this table. Li Yufeng was also among them, looking gloomy. "Why can't I?" Han Sen asked evenly, looking at the emotional crowd. "Our president has said before, whoever wants to be her boyfriend has to beat her at hand of God. Can you?" Monkey asked coldly. "That is easy," Han Sen said casually. Staring at Han Sen, Li Yufeng suddenly said, "Now you have to beat me before you could pursue Yanran." Li Yufeng knew that with Han Sen's warframe skills, this guy must have fast hands, and gave Han Sen a bigger challenge. "Now isn't that even easier?" Han Sen laughed. "What did you say?" Monkey and the rest were furious. Li Yufeng stopped them, and threw a fiery gaze at Han Sr., "Then we will have one match. If you lose, do not let me see you around her again." "Is that necessary?" "You have lost already." Han Sen smiled. "Damn, say it if you do not dare to game," ridiculed Monkey, thinking that Han Sen got cold feet. His friends were all helping him ridicule Han Sen, and Li Yufeng looked at Han Sen with disdain. "If you dare not fight me, then stay away from her." At this time, Chu Lily was suddenly enlightened and stood up. With both of her hands on the table and her eyes fixed on Han Sen, she almost shouted, "Are you Ji Yanran's boyfriend?" The onlookers were shocked by Chu Lily. They all felt that Chu Lily was making a big deal out of nothing, since Han Sen just said he was. But Chu Lily quickly changed her way of asking, "Are you my girlfriend is Ji Yanran?" All of a sudden, everyone opened their mouths wide. They did not expect that this was the guy who had beaten Li Yufeng by 20 points on the battle net. Now that Han Sen had personally admitted that he was Ji Yanran's boyfriend, was it not the most plausible theory that he was behind that ID? "That's my BattleNet ID, Han Sen replied casually. Li Yufeng, Monkey, and the rest all went pale. They could not believe this. If Han Sen was really my girlfriend is Ji Yanran, then there was no need for another match indeed. No wonder the genius said he had one already. So he is my girlfriend is Ji Yanran. The genius is out of this world. I thought he was good at warframes, but he is better at black and white boxing. Now he is even better at Hand of God and has beaten Li Yufeng by 20 points. Great God, he is one of a kind. Han Sen was Ji Yanran's boyfriend, and my girlfriend is Ji Yanran was really Ji Yanran's boyfriend. This news made many feel incredible and relieved at the same time. After all, unless it was Ji Yanran's boyfriend, who would be so shameless to use that ID? But the news was still earth-shaking in Blackhawk, whose campus belle finally had a boyfriend. Han Senator Ji Yanran was the campus belle, but Han Sen was even more famous, the genius who had the starry cup in his pocket, beat the chosen in black and white boxing and killed it at hand of God. Many people only felt a bit surprised when hearing the news, and soon thought that it was rather natural. Even the photos of Han Sen and Ji Yanran together looked sweet and natural. When the two stood together, people noticed that although Han Sen was not as good-looking, he had a man's determination. What was more incredible was his skin was even better than his girlfriend's, making many girls jealous. Any picture with Ji Yanran and Han Sen in it was beautiful. They looked perfect together, like a sword belonged to its knight. If they were with anyone else, it would not be the same. Wait, have we met recently? The more she looked at Han Sen, the more familiar Chu Lily felt. Suddenly, Chu Lily thought of something incredible and her eyeballs almost fell out. She pointed at Han Sr., you, dormitory. Before Chu could finish that sentence, Ji Yanran blushed and dragged her back to the dorm. Sweetie, I did not see that you have such potentials. Tell me, when did you have this guy under your skirt? I can't believe you pretended not knowing him and said you had no idea who your boyfriend was, said Chu Lily with a faint smile, glancing at Ji Yanran, who had her face covered up in a blanket. Ji Yanran said with a look of pretended annoyance, it's not like that. I really did not know it was him. Ha! If you did not know it was him, why did you make out with him in public? Chu Lily twitched her mouth and showed no confidence in her statement. Ji Yanran sat on her bed and took the blanket off her face. Well, I will confess now. I really did not know before. Ji Yanran explained the story from the moment when she met Han Sen on the spaceship. Sweetie, you had your eyes on him then, right? Chu Lily asked after listening, squinting. What? I'm nothing like you. Ji Yanran was speechless. At this time, Ji's comm link rang and it was Han Sr., aha. It must be Han Senator, so romantic, a phone call right after you parted. Chu Lily said, grinning. Ji Yanran was so shy that she had an urge to hang up, but eventually ran to the washroom and picked up. After a while, Ji Yanran came out and said, he said that we barely ate anything before we left, and wanted to invite us eat something in a private room at the cafeteria. You want to go? Who is he? Chu Lily gave an ambiguous smile. Are you going or not? Ji Yanran pouted prettily in embarrassment. Of course, I will ask him to spare me one of his friends. Chu Lily twirled away to get dressed. When Ji Yanran and Chu Lily entered the private room, they saw Han Sen and Zhang Yang sitting there chatting. Seeing Ji Yanran and Chu Lily come in, Han Sen quickly pulled a chair next to him and asked Ji Yanran to sit there. Zhang Yang did the same for Chu Lily. Han Sen, you hid the secret well and had Yanran to yourself so quietly, commented Chu Lily with a faint smile. I have not had the opportunity yet, replied Han Sen with a smile. Ji Yan turned red and ground her foot into Han Sen's, making him yelp. Chu laughed herself senseless and said, Han Sen, let me reintroduce myself. My name is Chu Lily, Yinran's best friend. Han Sen, Yinran's only boyfriend. And this is my classmate and roommate Zhang Yang. Han Sen touched Zhang Yang and said, you can introduce yourself. Zhang Yang puffed out his chest and said, Zhang Yang, student at archery department, Han Sen's roommate, and the greatest commander the Alliance will ever see. Well, there is an ambition. I admire that. To us. Chu Lily raised her glass of wine. The four were all cheerful and young, so it took no time for them to get acquainted. Han Sen, if you and Yanran are a couple, how could you join the Heavy Warframe Society instead of Hand of God Society? Chu Lily asked. Hand of God is not challenging enough, and I was not good at Warframes, so I wanted to learn. Han Sen told the truth. I would only take this answer from you. Chu Lily heard Han Sen's answer and suddenly laughed. When Han Sen was about to say something, his comlink rang. Han Sen checked the number and excused himself to answer the call. So mysterious. Is it a girl? After Han Sen finished, Chu Lily asked directly. Ji Yanran also wanted to ask, but was too shy to do that. Hearing Chu Lily's question, she stared at Han Sr. No, a friend is looking for me, and I'll go to meet him later, Han Sen said. Such a fussy friend. Just ask him to join us, Chu Lily said. Han Sen paused, and Chu Lily continued, Han Sen, are you afraid we are going to see your friend? Han Sen suddenly laughed. Sister, if you do not mind, we can ask him to come over. Do it. I can handle 10 friends of yours. Chu Lily was cheerful and carefree. Then I will ask him. Han Sen called his friend and said a few words. Then he smiled and said, he is close and will be here in a minute. In a minute, they heard a knock on the door. Han Sen opened the door and a guy wearing a hat and sunglasses walked in. Friend, this is a military school. You think you can scare anyone by dressing like this? Chu Lily commented bitterly. Lily, Ji Yanran pulled her sleeve. The man laughed. That is true. I wear these because I was afraid of trouble. He took off the hat and sunglasses, revealing a handsome face. Several people inside the room were suddenly dumbfounded, especially the Chu Lily and Zhang Yang. Tang Zhenliu. Chu Lily stuttered, not expecting her idol would appear here. And she seemed to have been rather mean to him. Hi. I am Han Sen's friend Tang Zhenliu. I hope I did not disturb you, Tang said with a smile. No, of course not. Chu Lily, who was nagging all the time, suddenly turned into a shy girl. Han Sen felt amused, and thought, there is always one thing to conquer another. A girl like Chu turned into a kitty cat when seeing Tang Zhenliu. Nice. Now she probably won't try to give me a hard time. Han Sen introduced everyone, basically just his friends to Tang Zhenliu, since everyone knew who Tang was. Zhang Yang shook Tang's hand very excitedly. He had always admired Tang's fierce broadsword skills and saw Tang as his idol and goal, so he was thrilled to meet Tang in person. Tang Zhenliu, I will beat you one day, said Zhang Yang, holding Tang's hand. Tang froze, and Han Sen nearly died laughing. He explained, Tang, these words from Zhang Yang are absolutely without any malice. Among the people whom this guy will beat are the Shura King, Alliance President, and lots of senators. Tang Zhenliu suddenly came to understand it. He smiled and said, Zhang Yang, it would be my honor to be beaten by you. The girls both grinned. Tang Zhenliu, if you were in a black and white boxing match with Han Sen, will you win? Chu Lily asked unexpectedly. 60-40. Tang gave a reluctant laugh and blinked at Han Sr. Sen is so strong that he stands a 40% chance of beating you? Zhang asked surprised. Ahem, I mean I only stand a 40% chance of winning, Tang said helplessly. The rest looked at Han Sen as if he was a stranger. Someone like Tang Zhenliu said he only stood a 40% chance of winning when playing against Han Senator. This was so hard for them to imagine. Tang ranked second in the chosen. After Tang Zhenliu left, Han Sen resumed his routine and spent most of his time in the heavy Warframe society. There remained to be many problems in his operation techniques. He could easily beat anyone on campus, but in the finals of Starry Cup, he might not be able to get the championship. The championship of the finals was very rewarding, and Han Sen was quite interested. Soon bad news came from the sponsor of Starry Cup. Han Sen and his Silver Killer were disqualified, on the grounds that Han Sen had used an ineligible Warframe. Blackhawk protested this decision and tried to approach the Starry group, but the group insisted that Han Sen and Silver Killer be disqualified. The reason for Starry Group's adoption of this strong attitude was that their young Master Son of Heaven had ordered them to kick Han Sen out. It did not matter who had objection. The decision had been made. Han Sen's disqualification aroused a lot of controversy in the Military Academy League. Some cheered the decision and some said they could not accept it. The biggest controversy was whether or not the Silver Killer should be considered ineligible. Starry Cup had not specified the details of the participating warframes, so what Starry Group called ineligible was just their version. I know that there must be something wrong with the warframe. As a freshman, there is no other explanation for his victory. But how did his warframe violate the rules? Starry Group did not give a reasonable explanation, so it is difficult to convince the public. It violated some rules for sure. I think that Han Sen is the son of some general and thus uses a military warframe. Or else why couldn't we find it on the market? It is a military warframe for sure, which cannot be used in the alliance. Han Sen has violated the law and should be arrested and interrogated. I thought he was somebody, but he simply cheated with a warframe. If you give me a good military warframe now, I can definitely become the champion of a school division in the contest. This is extremely unfair to the other players. I think it is not enough to cancel his qualification. They should cancel his division championship as well. Indeed. Why was such a person made a champion? There were a lot of posts criticizing Han Sen all of a sudden on the Skynet. Needless to say, Son of Heaven was behind that. Many students who did not know the truth were also confused by these voices. After all, it must be true what all men say. But at this time, Han Sen chose to ignore those. Digong had agreed to Han Sen's terms and signed a contract with him. There were many activities that he needed to attend. One of the most important activities was that Digong would host a Digong Warframe match on the 10th of the next month. And Han Sen had to participate in it. And the period of time before the match would see overwhelming advertising campaigns of the new Warframe, SKTS. On the 10th of the next month, the Digong Warframe match would start and SKTS would be launched, while Starry Cup finals would also begin. As the spokesperson of Digong, Han Sen needed to appear in its commercials and campaigns, which he was glad to oblige. His Silver Killer had already been sent back to the lab to have a weapon system installed. But even if he still had it, Han Sen could not operate Silver Killer, because the only warframe he should be driving for the time being was SKTS. SKTS had almost the same appearance as Silver Killer, but its performance level was much lower. As a prototype, Silver Killer was even better than ordinary military warframes, let alone the civil ones. But the outsiders could not distinguish between Silver Killer and SKTS at all. From their looks, they were the same warframe. All of Digang's campaigns had been about the concept of super biological warframe, but none had shown the appearance of this new warframe. At this time, Digong was seizing the time to shoot the commercials for SKTS for publicity. Digong had informed Blackhawk to allow Han Sen to take a leave from school when there was no holidays so that he could go to a base of Digong for the shooting. Because it was a trade secret, Han Sen could not tell anyone anything before the commercials were aired. Han Sen just told Ji Yanran that he had some errands to run before he was taken by the staff of Digong. In a corner office at the base of Digong, an 18-year-old girl in white uniform was arguing in front of Lu Changming. General Manager Lu, I believe that I have the ability and confidence to star the commercial. Why would you ask me to be just a pretty face and let an ordinary military school student to star the commercial? Please give me an explanation. Yu Qianchuan was sizzling with anger. Although obedience was the first duty of a soldier, Yu Qianchuan, who was from a service family, could not accept the fact that she had to be a stooge to an ordinary student. As a member of the Special Warframe Force, as well as the fourth and the only female among the chosen this year, Yu Qianchuan was a bigger star than Tang Junliu and Lin Feng. As early as a year ago, Yu was designated as the official spokesperson of Digong and had endorsed most of the company's new products. The sales numbers of those products had been great. That was why it was difficult for her to accept the order to act in a supporting role to an ordinary military school student, who was from Blackhawk. Maybe for an average person, Blackhawk was regarded as a prestigious school, but for her who was in Alliance Central Military Academy, Blackhawk was nothing. Qianquan, you are not in a supporting role. You are the heroine, and he is the hero, and the commercial will be starred by both of you, Lu Changming said with a smile. Besides, now all young people like to see a beauty in the commercials. You will definitely attract more attention than he ever will. General Manager Lu, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? This is a Warframe commercial. Have you ever seen a heroine who does not drive the Warframe? Asked Yu Qianquan, biting her lip. She had seen the script. Although she was the heroine, there was no scene where she would drive SKTS. The point of her being there was her face, which was not something she was used to. And she was indeed playing a supporting role. After all, whoever drove a Warframe could be called a star in the commercial. Qianquan, you are not only a soldier, but also a star. Trust your performing skills and I believe you can make yourself the protagonist of you too, Lu Changming narrowed his eyes and said. But. Yu Qianquan wanted to say anything, but was interrupted by Lu. No but. This is an order. If you have any opinion, you can go talk to your superior. Lu Changming darkened his face. Yu bit her lip and had to step out of Lu's office. A soldier before a star, she must obey orders despite her own unwillingness. As a member of the Special Warframe Force, she could not even touch the Warframe in a Warframe commercial, which was definitely a shame for her. I want to see who it is that took this role from me. Yu Qianquan ground her fine teeth. If it was for any other commercial, Yu Qianquan would not mind as much, but she was really into SKTS. In her eyes, SKTS was leading the revolution in the Warframe industry. Hence it was her sincere hope to star the commercial for this Warframe. Han Sen was received by Lu Changming himself when he came to the base. Han Sen did not dare to trifle with Lu, who was the general manager of Digong and a major general. Fortunately, Lu Changming had a great impression of Han Sen, and their meeting was also quite pleasant. Lu Changming personally arranged for Han Sen's residence and welcome dinner, where almost everyone involved in the commercial showed up. Lu introduced the director, producer and everyone else to Han Senator. The only one missing was the heroine. But Han Sen did not know there would be a heroine at all and simply enjoyed his meal. The next day, someone took him to the Warframe training ground to get familiar with SKTS. Looking at its appearance, Han Sen could hardly distinguish between SKTS and Silver Killer. The only difference was that when folded up, SKTS was bigger than Silver Killer. Silver Killer was the size of a portable briefcase, while SKTS was like a luggage case. An array of SKTS were placed on the stage, looking identical. Han Sen picked one and turned it on. Although it had the same appearance, Han Sen felt the difference after he started to drive. In SKTS, the comfort of driver was improved, whereas the performance was significantly reduced. But even SKTS was much better than the King series of Starry Group in both performance and smoothness. Used to using a high-performance Warframe, Han Sen was driving SKTS in his usual style, which led to small deviations in the Warframe's movements. Some acts that Han Sen assumed that SKTS would perform easily actually failed due to its lack of horsepower. Having been watching him secretly in an SKTS on the side, Yu Qianquan felt even worse for herself being a stooge to this guy. Even if I could not get the leading role back, I will show you what it is like to be a true Warframe operator, thought Yu. Turning her Warframe on, she commanded it to draw a laser sword and rush toward Han Senator. When practicing, Han Sen suddenly saw an object approaching him at a high speed from the radar. He looked up and saw another SKTS coming toward him with a sword in its hand. Assuming that it was arranged to get him familiar with the Warframe, Han Sen was not surprised. Controlling his Warframe to hold a sword in hand, he was ready for the fight. But Han Sen misunderstood one thing. He thought there was an operator in each SKTS in the array, and was prepared to be thrown into a group fight. Hence, he thought he should get rid of the first warframe coming at him as fast as possible, so that it would be easier for him to deal with the rest. Lu Changming and the director of the commercial Su Wenchang were monitoring Han Sen's practice through a monitor. Suddenly seeing a SKTS moving, they both paused. And then Lu Changming suddenly knew what was happening and his face became grave. It must be Yu Qianquan. This is such nonsense. Ready to ask someone to stop her, Lu Changming rose up but was stopped by Su Wenchang, who smiled and said, "Lu, it is okay. You said Han Sen is a warframe genius, so wouldn't it be brilliant if he could just beat her so that she would play her role willingly?" Lu Changming said a wry smile, "Su, you do not know Yu's background. She comes from a warframe family where generations of people have been dedicated to warframe operation. She was sent to the Special Warframe Force when she turned 16 and have been practicing with the best men ever since. Few at her age could be better than her at warframe." Having taken a deep breath, Lu Changming continued, "Han Sen is very good, but I cannot guarantee that he will be able to beat her. Moreover, she has been practicing on SKTS for days, while he is just getting started. The performance of SKTS is much worse than Silver Killer, so he must be still getting used to it." "Ugh! Let's stop her immediately then," Su Wenchang quickly said. "It's too late." "Let's hope for the best," Lu Changming said with a wry smile. "Even if he sent someone right now, it would be too late for that person to stop you." Yu Qianquan's style of operation was like her character, taking the lead whenever possible. She would fight without fear even when she was against someone much stronger than herself. Yu Qianquan drove SKTS at full speed toward Han Senator with the power generated from the high speed. The SKTS wielded the sword from above fiercely. Seeing Han Sen raising his sword to block her strike, she felt more disdained. With the same warframe, hers had a higher speed than his, so it was predictable that his warframe would suffer more. Once his warframe fell to the ground, he would have no chance to adjust before she beat him. Yu Qianquan's strike was so fierce that she seemed to have put all her anger in it. The swords were merely 10 inches apart and were about to collide. Considering the size of SKTS, the distance was alarming. At this time, Yu suddenly saw Han Sen's sword had disappeared. Yu Qianquan was shocked. But at this point there was nothing she could do other than watching the other SKTS turning swiftly and briskly appearing behind her. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Han Sen controlled his SKTS to kick the other warframe on the back. Accompanied by its inertia of going forward, Yu's warframe was brought to its knees. With the intense impact, Yu Qianquan was dumbfounded, not just because of the physical pain, but also because she could not believe she would lose like this, to someone that she despised. For a moment, she did not move. She knew her opponent could have used his sword instead of foot, which would ruin her and her SKTS. Lu Changming and Su Wenchang were also dazed. They had never thought that she would lose so fast. "This young man is really good," commented Lu Changming gladly. He had had enough of Yu Qianquan's festering these days. Now she had no reasons to complain. Su Wenchang also smiled and said, "Indeed, it is wonderful for an unevolved person to have such performance." Trying to taking it from other SKTS when Han Sen got rid of Yu Qianquan, he found the other warframes remained still. It seemed that it was the only warframe that he was supposed to spar with. When Han Sen was confused, a beautiful girl in white uniform came out of the SKTS on the floor. She was breathtaking and even comparable to Ji Yanran, although Ji was sweet, while Yu Qianquan was valiant. They were both gorgeous in their own style. The real warframes have too much constraint. "We should fight again using the holographic simulation machine," Yu said aloud. Walking toward Han Senator, she was not convinced and thought her loss must be because she had underestimated her opponent. However, at this time, she had to concede that Han Sen was a great warframe operator and not someone she could beat easily. After all, it was not the battlefield and SKTS was quite expensive, so she wanted to ask him to use the simulation to fight, where they would have less constraints. Han Sen thought she was an opponent arranged by the company and followed her lead to the simulation machine. As he was walking, Han Sen thought, Digong is so thoughtful to have arranged such a beauty to spar with me. I was being so rude to her and have to act like a gentleman later. Han Sen was, of course, not thinking about losing on purpose. He only intended to wait longer before he won, letting the girl show her strength. Digong had paid for his operation skills, and why would they do that if he could not even beat the girl they had arranged? Chapter 176, Miserable at the contest among the champions of all shelters, Han Sen had seen Yu Qianquan, but did not pay attention to her. Since she did not tell Han Sen who she was, he did not recognize her. Han Sen thought of her as a training mate instead of an actress whom he would be working with, or else he would let her win at least once. So, Yu Qianquan was miserable. Really, really miserable. Having played a dozen times on the simulation machine, Yu had used all she had, trying to win one round. But she really could not. Her opponent was so good that it was almost creepy. With unparalleled techniques, he brought his SKTS to life. Fighting Han Sen reminded Yu Qianquan of her practice with evolvers. It was like a fight between an adult and a kid. She saw no hope. But her opponent seemed to be deliberately teasing her, allowing her to show what he had and then knocking her out. No matter how pissed Yu Qianquan was, the gap in their strength was objective. Her anger changed nothing but her mood. Although proud, she was nothing like Zhang Yang. After losing a dozen times, Yu Qianquan quit the fight and walked out of the simulator. Is he really an unevolved student from a military academy? Yu Qianquan was very skeptical that Han Sen was simply an evolver. There was no other explanation for him to be able to achieve this level. But when Han Sen came out of the simulator, she saw his face and denied her own guess. Han Sen's look was on the tough side, but his skin became very smooth after he had started practicing jade skin. Yu Qianquan could tell at first sight that Han Sen was not an evolver, but her peer. Judging from how young he looked, she thought he might be even younger than she. Didn't you know that I am a freshman? Han Sen wondered why she would even ask. Since she was arranged to practice with him, Digong should have briefed her on his portfolio. Yu Qianquan cast an odd look at him. He was indeed younger, since she was already in sophomore year. You are so good at this. How did you practice? Yu Qianquan was finally convinced that he was younger, but much better than her, and accepted the fact that Han Sen were to star the commercial. Coming from a military family, she had a straightforward style and respected whoever stronger than herself. Just lots of time and energy. Haven't you heard that saying? Han Sen shrugged, feeling slightly proud of himself being praised by such a beauty. What saying? Yu Qianquan was confused. Success is 99% of talent plus 1% of hard work. Han Sen laughed. Yu hesitated and asked him, you mean that success is 99% of hard work plus 1% of talent, right? Sorry, made a mistake there. Han Sen felt a bit embarrassed, thinking that he should go more often to the cultural courses at school so that he could pass the school's semi-annual assessment. Yu Qianquan looked at Han Sen, and suddenly felt he meant what he had said. Without any calluses on his hands, he had skin as smooth as tofu and looked nothing like someone who would work hard. 99% of talent plus 1% of hard work. I will keep that in mind. She cast another glance at him. Although she did not believe in geniuses, Han Sen seemed to be a living example. Lu Changming and Su Wenchang both watched their simulated fights and were surprised by the outcome. It was hard to find any match for Yu Qianquan among her peers. However, she lost to Han Sen completely, which was absolutely beyond their expectations. It seems that Han Sen was better than we have imagined. Great addition to the special squad. When he becomes an evolver in a couple of years, he will be even more extraordinary, Lu Changming pondered and said. Su Wenchang nodded. Qin Xian has great judgment. It was impressive that she was able to pick him out. I have always had faith in the people chosen by the Qins. Lu Changming laughed. Han Sen later learned that Yu was the heroine instead of his training mate. As cheeky as he was, he felt embarrassed. Fortunately, Yu Qianquan did not know his thoughts. Because she had been convinced by Han Sen's talents, she was very cooperative in the shooting. In fact, even if she was not convinced, as a soldier, she would do her best to follow the order. The only difference was that she would act more naturally this way. During the shooting, Yu Qianquan would spar with Han Sen and ask him questions whenever she had the opportunity. As she got to know him better, she felt even more intimidated by him. Han Sen's speed was one of the things that made her feel inferior to. She estimated that she would only be able to do that when she maxed out on her sacred Geno points. Later, she treated him as a superior and even an idol to catch up with. If it weren't for his tender skin, she might even treat him as a teacher. However, she rather enjoyed squeezing Han Sen's face for the nice feel, which was actually quite alarming for Han Senator. The effect of jade skin had shown, and he was afraid that someone might be able to tell that he was practicing this hyper-Geno art. The whole process of shooting the commercial lasted a total of 13 days, much less than the original plan. Lu Changming and Su Wenchang were more than satisfied with the result. Han Sen too was happy about everything. In addition to working with a beautiful actress, he also ended up having his Silver Killer modified. After the modification, Silver Killer was not only equipped with a weapon system, but also shrunk in size. It was only as big as a 15-inch laptop at this point, and Han Sen could take it with him anywhere. Lu Changming told him that it was the best the current technologies could reach, and a breakthrough in science had to be made before its size could be further reduced. In accordance with their agreement, Han Sen was also given an SKTS, which had a special Digong mark on it, meaning it could enjoy lifelong free maintenance service. Unless this warframe was completely scrapped, anything could be fixed for free in a Digong maintenance station. Of course, if it was located within the range of door-to-door service, that could also be arranged. This type of maintenance service was not commonly seen, and only 2 SKTS had the mark. One belonged to Han Sen and the other to Yu Qianquan. And Han Sen's Silver Killer was also stamped with this mark. But when Han Sen looked at his own SKTS, he made a small request to Lu Changming. Because of the special properties of a biological warframe, its color could not be changed. An ordinary SKTS was in silver, and even the owner added a coating on the outside. As long as the warframe was turned to its compressed form, the coating would disappear. So, Han Sen's request was to ask Lu Changming to add some blue patterns on his SKTS. Han Sen had already had his Silver Killer and was not interested in driving SKTS. With some decoration, it could at least look impressive when he took it out for a spin. Lu Changming agreed, but the color changing was quite difficult and required high-level technology. If the warframe were to be made entirely blue, it would be easier. However, to add blue patterns required the professors in the laboratory to manually change part of the particle structure. When Yu Qianquan found out about Han Sen's request and saw the holographic design of the blue and silver warframe, she requested the same patterns in red to be put on hers. For this reason, Han Sen stayed at the base for several more days and did not immediately return to school. In more than half a month, Digong had been pushing its campaign, but none of the consumers had seen the look of the super biological warframe. A revolutionary creation, a landmark in the warframe history, all the words Digong was using were viewed as a tail-spinning effort. The competitors also turned the public opinion against Digong, and reduced the company into a passive position. Digong did not issue a counterattack, but was quietly waiting for the press conference to be held on September 1, when they would launch the new super biological warframe. Finally, on September 1st, Digong held the press conference on time. Different from the press conferences before, this one was hosted by Lu Chengming personally. Facing the journalists from all the major press in the alliance, he said only one sentence: "Please enjoy epic-making creation presented to you by Digong." After that, a holographic commercial started to play and all the audience were placed in a campus in the springtime, with breezes blowing gently. Then, they saw a beautiful girl sitting under a tree next to the playground, reading a book, her silky dark hair slightly fluttering. The scene was so breathtaking that the audience were afraid their breath might disturb her. Sunshine, green grass, and the beautiful girl brought them back to their innocent school days. Yu Qianquan, I knew it would be her, all the journalists were thinking. The recent Digong products were all endorsed by Yu Qianquan, with great market effect. Therefore, everyone thought Digong would continue to hire her, and it seemed that they were right about it. The scene was followed by a close-up of the book in her hands. In the sun, it felt like the ink could be smelled. However, darkness suddenly fell on the pages and Yu Qianquan looked up, frightened. A grotesque, giant warship appeared in the sky and covered the entire school like a dark cloud. A Shura warship. The journalists recognized what it was. Bang! An ugly warframe fell to the ground, leaving a deep pit. The warframe stood up, the sword in its hand yearning for blood. Next, Shura warframes flooded out of the monster-like Shura warship. The monsters descended from heaven at the same time, turning a sweet scene into hell. The earth was shaking, the gunfire was roaring, and the students were crying and running around. The girl played by Yu Qianquan was also desperately running, holding the book in her arms. But how could her legs carry her faster than the Shura warframes? Not to mention the warframes were everywhere. A suffocating despair spread in the hearts of all the audience. Ah! At this critical moment, she tripped over something and fell to the ground, and the book fell in front of her. Struggling to sit up, she reached for the book in panic. When she turned back, she saw the school under attack and the frightening groups of Shura warframes rushing over. Seeing the despair on her face, everyone was heartsick at once, wishing they could save the poor girl. But there were too many Shura warframes, and one of them had even slashed at the girl with a sword. Bang! A silver box suddenly hit the bloody sword aside, the letters TS engraved on the box. The silver box finally fell into the hands of a boy in school uniform, who pressed the box and threw it up in the air. Some journalists felt that the boy looked familiar, but none could think of who he was. Everyone's attention was on the silver box. The silver box rustled and turned into silver liquid, winding up the boy's body. In the incredulous look of the audience, the silver liquid turned into the parts of a warframe and armed the boy. Silver Killer. It is Silver Killer. Finally someone recognized it. And at this moment, SKTS drew a laser sword and a particle gun, moving toward the Shura warframes like a ghost. In the explosion, the sound of metal on metal, the sparks, and the gunfire, Silver Killer was killing away. Facing Shura warframes, Silver Killer was like a proud warrior, declaring to the Shuras that humans were the true owner of the land. Bang! The laser sword was broken. The particle gun ran out of energy and was thrown at a Shura warframe. With its ammunition exhausted, Silver Killer was still faced with endless enemies. Everyone was shocked by the incredible visual effect. It was even better than a movie. But the next scene was even more thrilling. From the bombarded school, the students rushed out one after another, each holding a silver box engraved TS. When the box was turned on, all of them were covered in silver warframes, which then launched fierce attacks on the Shura army. Warfare between Shura and human was displayed with passionate background music, motivating each audience to join. Boom! The last frame was focused on the first silver warframe, which blew away a Shura that was trying to attack the girl. The lens was zoomed in on the TS engraved on the breastplate of the warframe in the end. A line showed up slowly, with a low male voice reading, SKTS by Digong, September 10, D. Garden. After a moment of silence when all the journalists looked at the screen with a blank look, Lu Changming appeared once again on the stage. The journalists were raising questions like crazy. Mr. Lu, is that a real warframe shown in the commercial? Mr. Lu, can a warframe really be compressed into such a small case? Mr. Lu, has any special effect been used in the video? Mr. Lu, is SKTS the same warframe that appeared on the Starry Cup? Mr. Lu, that boy driving SKTS must be that Blackhawk student disqualified by Starry Group, right? Lu Changming lifted his hands to quiet the room down and said quietly, see you on September 10th. And then he did not say one extra word before leaving under the escort of security personnel. The whole alliance was in a heated discussion of SKTS. And the commercial had gone viral. *T. That cannot be real. Must all be special effects. How can it be special effects? It will be sold on the 10th. So Silver Killer was the latest super biological warframe SKTS. No wonder it was not on the market, it had not been launched yet. Starry Group is rubbish to disqualify the student. How is this a warframe for military use? Everything is clear now. Digong deserves the hype. Amazing stuff. If it really works like this, I need one in my life. I had decided to buy 10 when I saw Han Sen at the Starry Cup. Come on. They have said it is a limited edition. It is still in question whether you could snag one, let alone 10. Digong is playing dirty by showing a virtual image as its selling point. A shame on the military business. Exactly, Digong rubbish. Yu Qianchuan is gorgeous. She has changed her style too. Yes. She is so beautiful. I did not expect she could also perform such a role. A true goddess. Han Sen's operation skills are top-notch as ever. Can't wait for September 10th to come. I'm so eager to get my hands on this. On September 10th Digong will be humiliated by its own lie. How can we produce something like this with our current tech? I am a Blackhawk student. That is our genius there. The genius is a big shot now, being the new face of Digong. He must have always been their spokesperson. Before the new warframe was rumored to be launched, he had used an SKTS already. SKTS was a total hit. All kinds of experts were analyzing if it was possible to make such a product. Some experts supported Digong, while some snorted, thinking it was merely a stunt. The debate was endless, and before SKTS was officially sold, the result would remain in suspense, which worked in Digong's favor, because either way, SKTS had enjoyed unparalleled popularity. And Digong also released the news about the Digong Warframe match on September 10th, the top 3 of which could each win an SKTS provided by Digong. But the applicants needed to be unevolved to be eligible. Only a few minutes past the announced application time, the application sites on the Skynet were almost out of capacity. The application period was only 2 days, after which a Skynet qualifier would be held, and the top 9 would to join Han Sen as finalists to compete in the Digong Warframe match on September 10th. Many commented that Digong was rather stingy by awarding only the top 3 with SKTS so fussy over a warframe. The most expensive warframe for civil use at the time was the King series of Starry Group, which cost no more than $12 million and could be customized as required. SKTS, however, would not allow customization. Every warframe was the same model, not even the color could be changed. A warframe like this would be at most 10 to 20 million. Plenty could afford it. But when they saw the pricing, people were all dumbfounded. It was an absurd 76 million, which could buy 6 or 7 King series warframes and probably broke the record of civil warframes. One could even get 2 or 3 military warframes with that price. Also, only 100,000 units would be sold. It sounded like a big number, but with so many planets in the Alliance and tens of billions of people on each planet, 100,000 was not a lot at all. The competitors attacked Digong ferociously, and the people were also very dissatisfied with the company's strategy. The negative news of Digong was almost overwhelming. Yet Digong had no comment on any of that, waiting for September 10th to come. More and more applied for Digong Warframe match. Fortunately, in the beginning there had not been too many applicants and there was a limit of 2 days for application, or else the preliminaries could not be finished before the finals at all. Han Hao, come to see this person. This person looks like Han Sr. Han Yume frowned and called Han Hao while watching the Digong Warframe match. They just look alike. There is no way that's him. This is a star and Han Sen does not even deserve to polish his shoes, Han Yume's commented cynically. That's right. How could Han Sen star a Digong commercial? But they do look terribly alike. Han Hao, come here and look at this latest Digong Warframe, 76 million. So expensive that we could probably afford one if we sold everything, Han Yume said admiringly. Han Hao came out of the room, his face dark. Seeing the commercial, he gritted his teeth and said, that is Han Sr., what? It cannot be. Where did you hear the gossip? Han Yume and her husband were staring at Han Hao. That is no gossip. Check the list of actors and you will see. Han Hao was in a bad mood. He could not believe that Han Sen would turn things around so quickly. First his cousin was admitted to a famous military school, and now he was in the most popular commercial of the entire alliance. Han Yume and her husband were dazed. They watched the star in the commercial that looked like the god of war, unable to believe that was Han Senator at this time. Han Yume's comlink rang and she pressed answer. Her brother's holographic image popped out and said urgently, Yume, have you seen the commercial of SKTS? Han Sr. In the old house of the Hans, Luo Sulan was watching the same commercial over and over again, her eyes red and full of tears. Since Han Sen spoke to her and told her about the commercial, Luo Sulan had watched it many times. No matter how many times she watched it, she could not get over her excitement, as if that figure in it was her whole world. On the other hand, Ji Yanran was not happy recently. She only learned from Han Sen about the commercial right before it was publicized. Before that, she was not even aware that Han Sen had gone to shoot a commercial. When the commercial was aired, many students came to ask her, Yanran, your boyfriend is actually a star. Why didn't you tell us? Yanran, it the SKTS really how it looks in the commercial? You must know since Han Sen's your boyfriend. Did he take you on a ride in SKTS? She must have been driving it. Yanran, could you talk it up to the genius and get me an SKTS internally? I am afraid I won't be able to snag one. Ji Yanran was so depressed, since she knew as much as they did. Asshole, I need to show him who the boss is when he's back. Ji Yanran fiercely ground her teeth. But when she continued to watch the commercial and saw the incredibly pretty Yu Qianxuan, she suddenly sensed crisis. Han, good job. You are now the spokesperson of Digong, Zhang Danfeng said to Han Sen over the phone excitedly. Huh, do you want an SKTS? Han Sen asked with a smile. Yes. But unfortunately it costs more than 70 million, and even if you could get some discount for me, I still would not be able to afford one. Zhang Danfeng laughed. Hang on, I could get you one in a few days. Han Sen was someone who remembered others' kindness. Since her family went downhill, Zhang Danfeng and his father helped them a lot. Otherwise it would have been even harder on Luo Sulan. And a while back, Zhang Danfeng gave him a $2 million broadsword and Han Sen took it. Although he never used it, he remembered. 2 million was not much for Han Sen now, but it was quite a lot for both of them back then. Even if Zhang could not use it himself, he could have used it to exchange for the meat of creatures, which he did not, but gave the weapon to Han Sr. That's not right. Zhang Danfeng was slightly surprised. Although Han Sen had endorsed the warframe, there was no way Digong would give these warframes away. That's nothing. I have 2 now and will get you 1 in a few days. We could hang out together in them and get the swag. Han Sen laughed. I appreciate it, but I am not interested in driving warframes. If you see some nice broadsword skills, remember to teach me, replied Zhang Danfeng. Okay then, said Han. Senator Han Sen returned to school on September 6. The remodeling of SKTS took longer than he had thought. He could only stay at school for 1 day before going back to D Garden for the Digong Warframe match. He could get another SKTS if he was among the top 3. Unfortunately, this one would not come with a free lifetime maintenance service. Ji Yanran was on the BattleNet playing Hand of God when she saw a reminder saying, "My girlfriend is Jianran," was online. You finally showed up. Ji Yanran would like to invite Han Sen to her virtual room, but thought it would make her look bad. Hesitant if she should ignore him, she saw an invite from him. Ji Yanran subconsciously clicked yes, and immediately entered a room Han Sen set up. Sister, playing Hand of God so late at night? Han Sen sent a voice message. Yes, I do not have a commercial to star, or any pretty girl to perform with. What else could I be doing? Ji Yanran said sourly. Han Sen quickly said, do not mention it. I had thought that an actress would be pretty, but was so disappointed when I saw her in person. She does not have 1/10 of your beauty. As he lied away, Han Sen thought to himself, Yu Qianquan, thank you for the sacrifice. Ji Yanran was secretly delighted, but pretended to be mad, so that you went for her in the first place. No way. I went for you, Han Sen quickly vowed. How does the commercial have anything to do with me? Ji Yanran pouted. You see, I already have a silver killer, but you don't. My family is not rich, so I had to work for Digong to get you a new SKTS. In the future, we could drive matching silver warframes, Han Sen said. Who needs that? Ji Yanran blushed. It's just a warframe. I could have bought it myself. I had this one customized. It has blue patterns, and is unique in the alliance, which shows our love is unique, Han Sen said. Just a change in the color. If I want it to be done, Lu Changming would not dare to refuse. Ji Yanran still pretended to be mad, while rejoicing at heart. My thought is unique though. Han Sen was a bit shocked. He knew Ji Yanran was from a prominent family, but her tone suggested that her family was probably more powerful than he had imagined. You would really give it to me? Yours should come with the Digong mark, right? Ji Yanran pondered and asked. Of course. Nothing is more important than my future wife. Han Sen said. Who is your future wife? A warframe for a wife, you are too clever. Ji Yanran pouted prettily. Okay, a lover then, Han Sen said, grinning. I'll give you a chance. If you could show up in front of me when I count to 3, I could totally be your lover, Ji Yanran teased Han Sr. That is not fair. You know I'm not on campus, cried Han Sr. Anyway, I gave you the opportunity. It's not my fault you can't make it. Ji Yanran knew Han Sen would participate in the Digong Warframe match and must not be at school. 1. Ji Yanran counted with delight. No. Han Sen whimpered. 2. You have to seize the time. Ji Yanran laughed. Can you count down in a few days? Han Sen begged. No, I cannot wait to want to be your mistress. I've showered and been waiting for you to come. How can I stop now? Okay, 2.5. Hurry. Ji Yanran continued to tease him. Sweet sister, wait for me a bit longer. Han Sen continued to plead. I have been so horny. It has to be now. Ji Yanran fell into a strong arm before she could finish the sentence. Surprised, she felt warmth breath next to her ear and heard a familiar voice. Sister, you need to stay true to your words. Now you can be my lover. How can you be here? Ji Yanran was suddenly so shy that even her neck was crimson. She teased him because she was convinced he must be on the way to the garden or there already. Han Sen was holding Ji Yanran behind her, looking at her pink ear, and could not help pecking on it. Ji Yanran suddenly felt an electric shock, going limp in Han Sen's arms. Looking at how pretty she was, Han Sen felt an urge and kissed her deeply on her lips. Arms around Han Lan's neck, she kissed him back. Ah! While the two were at it, a scream scared them and they quickly separated. Ahem, I am just passing by. Please continue. Chu Lily, who had come to look for her roommate, went away, grinning. You come back here. Ji Yanran was full of shame. She quickly ran over to chase Chu Lily. Han Sen looked at his own right hand with contempt. It was this guy that had touched Ji Yanran's breasts when she was dazed. Han Sen only spent one day at school before he took an interstellar spacecraft to the garden. He needed to compete in Digong Warframe match for the endorsement and the prize. There were many applicants for the match in the end. And all the finalists were strong. Some players from military schools even gave up the Starry Cup finals for this. Compared to the King Series Warframes, the mysterious SKTS was clearly more attractive. Lily, hurry. The live stream of the SKTS launch is about to start. You won't make it if you don't run. After class, Ji Yanran and Chu Lily quickly ran across the campus. Out of breath when back in their dormitory, Chu Lily saw Ji Yanran turning her device on and watching the SKTS launch. She was quite relieved and said, "Fortunately we made it." You are doomed, Yanran. Are you still that girl who is the goddess of all guys and does not even spare them a glance? You just fell in Han Sen's laps. Chu Lily looked at Ji Yanran's expression and said incredulously. Ji Yan suddenly blushed. Who said I was looking at him? I simply want to check SKTS out. It's an epic-making product. Ha! The product. Why do you stare at the contestants then? Chu Lily asked with a faint smile. Ji Yanran continued to quibble, that is because he promised me his prize. Otherwise I will never look at him. Stop it. I know all about your family's Warframe collection. You have even the historic Warframe from the Battle of Planet Blackdeer. You expect me to believe you care about this Warframe? Chu Lily twisted her lips. So what? I enjoy watching my boyfriend. Ji Yanran did not even care at this point. Doomed. You are so doomed. Chu Lily was surprised to see Ji Yanran like this, changing from a goddess to an ordinary girl. At the launch, a large number of media and consumers were waiting for the release of SKTS. It was even more crowded than Lu Changming had imagined. Although there were a lot of bad comments on the Skynet, many were simply attracted by this controversial Warframe. When Lu Changming walked up to the podium, the major media were desperately taking pictures. Reporters that wanted to ask questions were all stopped by the guards. I will not say anything but ask you to enjoy Daigang's recent masterpiece. The gate was lifted after Lu Changming finished the sentence. Boxes with TS engraved on them were neatly arranged on the shelf in a huge warehouse. It looks the same as in the commercial. It sure does. It's just the look. Its performance cannot be compared with the ones in the commercial, right? The media and those who wanted to buy SKTS were staring at the rows of silver boxes. Suddenly, they saw two persons walking from the warehouse and to the stage. Look, it's Yu Qianxuan and Han Sen. They are also carrying SKTs. The journalists were taking pictures as fast as they could. And at this time, Han Sen and Yu Qianquan exchanged a glance and turned their SKTs on, throwing the warframes in the air. Same as the scene in the commercial, the silver boxes turned into the silver liquid and flowed down, turning into parts of warframes and armed the two. Very soon, 2 SKTs were standing in front of people. SKTs made by Digong is officially on the market. Yu Qianquan and Han Sen drove the warframes to the match venue and started a demonstration. The techniques they used bedazzled all. Oh, it's true. Everything in the commercial is true. A biological warframe is so impressive. *#T. Even that move is possible. Viva Digong. This is really an epic-making product. That's my dream warframe. The new era of warframe has finally come. A warframe revolution. Don't push. I came first. The entire site was in madness. As expensive as it was, all 100,000 units of SKTs were sold out almost in the blink of an eye. Many regretted coming too late. And after the launch of SKTs, the Digong warframe match officially took off. This day, almost all the media were crazy about SKTs. And those who got their hands on one started to brag. A variety of videos about the testing, operation, and first impression of SKTs went viral. It was as if there was only this one model of warframe in the entire alliance. Those who were originally interested in SKTs but hesitated because of all the rumors were very regretful. Bang! Son of Heaven smashed a glass cup. It was the opening of the Starry Cup finals, but there were almost no reports on the Starry Cup. Almost all of the media chose to cover Digong and SKTs instead. This was a major loss of Starry Group. And what made it worse was that the spokesperson of SKTs was Han Sen, whom Son of Heaven should have killed a long while back. The massive Starry Cup finals turned out to be rather quiet. The finalists all felt quite rueful about coming. Had they known about how good SKTs would be, they would have applied for the Digong warframe match instead of Starry Cup. Both matches were commercial anyway, so all that mattered was the prizes. And how could a Starry Group warframe even be compared to SKTs, when the latter was the best and limited edition? And because most of the ace players had chosen to participate in the Starry Cup, the competition was not as fierce in the first Digong warframe match. Many of the applicants to the Digong match were the bench players of famous teams. Since they had no chance to compete in the Starry Group, they had chosen to compete in the Digong warframe match. That was also a fact that contributed in Han Sen's championship of the Digong match with 9 victories. The second place was Yu Qianquan. She only lost to Han Senator. The red and blue patterns on Yu Qianquan and Han Sen's SKTs had also attracted a great deal of attention. Many inquired if they could add patterns to their own SKTs, and was replied that those were only designed for the spokespersons and would not be sold on the market. At this point the SK series had become a synonym for high-end warframes. Han Sen had also become quite a celebrity among the unevolved. In Steel Armor Shelter, young Monli widened her eyes, glaring at Han Sr. Why? Why would you want to refuse to Digong's new warframe SK Wolf? Young Monli could not begin to understand that. Digong had offered Han Sen excellent conditions for him to endorse their new 4-legged warframe SK Wolf, but Han Sen had turned their offer down. In the view of young Monli, Han Sen was just arrogant. He thought he had become a big star after shooting a commercial. Why did you turn it down? Qin Xian looked at Han Sen and calmly asked. Endorsement could bring me a lot of wealth and popularity. Han Sen paused, and then continued, but my goal is not to become a big star, and this endorsement takes up too much of my time. I do not have time to be wasted on these things. SKTs was quite enough for now. Please explain on my behalf and turn down Digong's offer. I believe you would not want to see me failing the semi-annual assessment either. Qin Xian smiled and said, since you have decided, I will reply Digong and you can focus on other things. Thank you, Captain. Han Sen was glad that he was working for Qin Xian, who was an admirable boss in every aspect. After Han Sen left, young Monli was very puzzled. She looked at Qin Xian and said, Captain, why did you agree to let him turn down the endorsement? It would do him and the special squad good. Qin Xian grinned. An endorsement does not mean much. He has done quite enough. And he was right that the special squad does not need an expelled student. Do you really believe what he said? Young Monli widened her eyes. He was exaggerating, but was right about one thing: if his own strength cannot keep up with his fame, then everything is just void. He really should not waste too much time on vanity. Qin Xian paused and said, draft a document to turn down Daigang's endorsement request, please. Han Sen was taking Wang Mengmeng to Devil Desert. In order to get the S-Class license as soon as possible, Han Sen spared no effort to make Wang Mengmeng max out on all types of Geno points other than the sacred ones. Fortunately, Wang Mengmeng was resourceful, so it should not take too long. And he was not her only protector either. She would only ask him to accompany her to the extremely dangerous places like Devil Desert. There were quite a lot of sacred blood creatures in Devil Desert, and Han Sen would like to take a chance and see if he could gain a sacred blood weapon. If he could, then in the future, he would not have to run from the sacred blood creatures like the silver bird, but could try to kill them. Wang Mengmeng rarely went to school. The reason she had chosen Heavy Warframe Society was that there was no constraints there, so that she could spend most of her time in God's sanctuary. In addition to Han Sen, there were several other special squad members taking her out on hunting trips. Coupled with adequate advanced meat for her consumption, Wang Mengmeng improved fast. Currently she could fight a mutant creature alone. Han Sen leisurely followed Wang Mengmeng riding the mutant three-eyed beast, watching her fight. All he had to do was to summon the golden rock worm to clean up the creatures she had killed. Now Han Sen's targets were limited to mutant and sacred blood creatures. However, Wang Mengmeng still needed some primitive Geno points, so they were still hunting for rare primitive creatures. Brother Han, there seem to be a group of creatures eyeing us from above, said Wang Mengmeng, sitting on the back of her big white bear. It has been a while. I wonder why they did not attack us. Han Sen nodded, as he had already noticed them. It was a group of black-feathered beasts. They were primitive creatures with a monkey-like body and a pair of black wings. Han Sen had spotted them before. But they usually appeared in small groups instead of a large group like this. There were at least 36 black-feathered beasts gathering in the sky right now. These black-feathered beasts were hovering over them, but did not mean to attack. Han Sen had some doubts about this. Although they were intelligent, he did not believe that they could tell he and Wang were strong from their looks. With so many of them, the beasts could have tried to attack. When Han Sen was wondering, he suddenly heard faint sounds of fighting ahead of them. The two exchanged a look and urged their mounts up a dune. From there, they saw a group of people being attacked by thousands of black-feathered beasts, some of which were mutant creatures. Surrounded by black-feathered beasts, the group had no way to escape. They were fighting hard, but there were bodies of both the black-feathered beasts and humans on the sand. So these guys hovering over us are just the sentinels. No wonder they had not attacked us. We were never their goals. Han Sen was scared by how intelligent the creatures could be. They even had a strategy. That looks like Huangfu Pingqing. What's she doing here? Wang Mengmeng watched for a while and looked surprised, her eyes on a woman in red armor among the group of people. Huangfu Pingqing. Who is she? Han Sen paused as he had never heard such a name in steel armor shelter. Judging from Wang's reaction, she seemed important. She is the daughter of Huangfu Hao. The Huangfus and Wangs have been friends for generations. We have been cooperating in many businesses. She is 2 years older than me, and has entered God's sanctuary 2 years before I did. Her shelter should be Faith's shelter. Why would she be here? Wang Mengmeng asked, Brother Han, can we help them kill the creatures? Do you know the rest of them? Han Sen did not answer, but asked. No. Wang Mengmeng shook her head after looking carefully. How tight are you and Huangfu Pingqing? Han Sen asked again. We have known each other since we were little and our families have business collaborations, Wang Mengmeng thought and replied. Then we'd better stay here, so that they would not assume that we wanted to steal the creatures. Han Sen narrowed his eyes and said. Wang Mengmeng instantly understood what he meant and stayed quiet. Obviously, Han Sen believed that the group was able to cope with the group of black-feathered beasts. If the two of them rushed over, the group might misunderstand their intention. After a while, a young man of the group summoned a pair of white wings, flew up and started a killing spree. He is great. Wang Mengmeng was slightly surprised to see the young man moving. Your friend is better, Han Sen smiled and said. Her. Wang Mengmeng looked to Huangfu Pingqing in surprise, only to find her shooting arrows under several people's protection. Compared to the winged young man, she seemed less impressive. Every arrow she shot would kill the beast that poses the most danger to the group. And even a mutant beast would be shot dead by her. She looked ordinary, but her threat to these creatures is greater than the young man. She is both calm and capable. I think she is probably better than I in archery, said Han Sen, squinting. Wang Mengmeng observed carefully, and found Han Sen was right. Huangfu Pingqing's arrows seemed out of order, but would always hit the most dangerous black-feathered beast. Suddenly, with a strange cry from afar, the cloud-like black-feathered beasts scattered quickly, leaving thousands of dead bodies on the sand. The group of people clearly had noticed the two of them a while ago. Some of them stayed to clean up the field, and Huangfu Pingqing walked over to the two together with the young man who had beast soul wings. Mengmeng, so great to see you here, Huangfu Pingqing held Wang Mengmeng's hand and said dearly. Sister, I was afraid that you might misunderstand, so I did not go over to help. You will not blame me, right? Wang Mengmeng blinked and said. Of course not, I understand that you meant well, Huangfu Pingqing said, and looked to Han Sen in surprise. Aren't you the spokesperson of SKTS? I did not expect to see a celebrity here. It is my honor to meet you. Huangfu Pingqing had reached out her hand. It seemed that she was genuinely happy to see him. Miss Huangfu, you flatter me. I just got lucky. Han Sen felt a chill. Although Huangfu Pingqing had a beautiful smile and cordial manner, he had an instinct that she was more dangerous than Son of Heaven. The poisonous plants were always beautiful. Since Mengmeng is my friend and you are hers, then we are friends and you can call me Pingqing. She then introduced the young man with her. This is Wang Dongling. He has been a great help in the shelter. If it weren't for him, I could never get here and chat with you. Wang Dongling's face was grim when seeing Huangfu Pingqing talking to Han Sen like that, but now hearing her remark, he suddenly smiled and said hi to Han Sen and Wang Mengmeng. After the four chatted for a while, Han Sen learned that Huangfu Pingqing and the rest had traveled from Faith's shelter and across the Devil Desert to reach here. It is really good to see you here. Can you take us to Steel Armor Shelter? Huangfu smiled and asked. Wang Mengmeng was ready to agree, but Han Sen suddenly said, Miss Huangfu, we are not far from Steel Armor Shelter. Here is a map and if you follow this, you will get there in days. We have just arrived and will not head back now. Huangfu looked surprised for an instant before she put on a smile and gave the map to Wang Dongling. That being the case, I have to trouble Mr. Wang to take the group there. I have so much to talk about with Mengmeng, and will join you on your hunting trip. Wang Dongling's face slightly darkened. He quickly said, Ping-Ching, it is too dangerous for you to be here alone. I will ask the rest to go to Steel Armor Shelter and I can stay to protect you." Han Sen could not help frowning. Huang Fu, Ping-Ching and Wang Dongling decided to stay without his consent, while the rest of the group took the map and went to Steel Armor Shelter. "Miss Huang Fu, do you need these black-feathered beasts' bodies?" Han Sen pointed to nearly 1,000 dead black-feathered beasts on the ground. "So much primitive meat. Even if I want it, I won't be able to take it back. If you can use it, be my guest." Huang Fu wondered what Han Sen could possibly do with it. Han Sen thanked her and summoned the golden rock worm king, which was now the size of an ox. It quickly squirmed to the bodies and started to swallow. Huang Fu, Ping-Ching and Wang Dongling were both shocked by how the worm ate its food. They had seen nothing like this since there were not a lot who kept advanced beast soul pets. Seeing the golden rock worm king eating the bodies up and growing in size, Huang Fu, Ping-Ching could not help feeling surprised. "Mr. Han, is this a sacred blood beast soul pet?" Huang Fu looked at Han Sen and asked. "It is. But it's basically useless. All it does is eating." Han Sen laughed. He gained the beast soul of the golden rock worm king when he was with Wang Mengmeng, so he did not hide it from them. Plus, everyone knew it was hard to make a beast soul pet transform, let alone a sacred blood one. Han Sen was trying to seize every opportunity for him to feed the worm king. "You are full of surprises. It's so impressive that you have a scared blood pet. I've always wanted one. If you could sell it to me, I promise that I will pay handsomely," Huang Fu said unexpectedly. Before Han Sen answered, Wang Dongling could not help saying, "Ping-Ching, what do you need a beast soul like this for? It is almost impossible to make a sacred blood beast soul transform. Without a lot of sacred blood meat, that could never be done." Han Sen chuckled inwardly and thought, this guy is so dumb. That was just a probe. She does not really want to buy the Worm King. Huang Fu heard Wang Dongling and said with a smile, "I just really like it. Would Mr. Han be willing to sell?" Han Sen smiled faintly and said, "Miss Huang Fu, if you like it, of course I could sell. But I have spent quite some energy to feed the Golden Rock Worm King and the price would be high. I suggest that we barter. I could trade this sacred blood beast soul with another. What do you think?" Huang Fu pondered and said, "I also need sacred blood beast souls. Do you accept cash? I am willing to buy it with 100 million. Han Sen slightly shook his head. "I am sorry for Miss Huang Fu. I am not short of money, and would only consider another sacred blood beast soul. It is really a pity." Huang Fu seemed to feel genuinely sorry. The conversation had ended. Huang Fu never wanted to buy the beast soul pet, but her probe did not get her what she wanted to know. But Han Sen did make her feel alarming. She had an intriguing smile on when seeing him. Because Huang Fu, Ping-Ching and Wang Dongling had joined them, Han Sen did not need to do much. He simply protected Wang Mengmeng to hunt and did not fight himself. Wang Dongling, on the other hand, had been very eager to show off in front of Huang Fu. He was constantly killing creatures, making Wang Mengmeng quite unhappy. Wang Mengmeng planned to practice her skills in Devil Desert. It was rare that she saw two mutant creatures, which were both killed by Wang Dongling to kill. Fortunately, those two mutant creatures were both too large for anyone to eat. So they fell into the stomach of the Worm King in the end. Mr. Han's Warframe skills are the best among the unevolved. I wonder which aspect are you good at when it comes to martial arts? Huang Fu, Ping-Ching wanted to see how well Han Sen could fight when they saw the mutant creatures, but Wang Dongling was quite eager to show off and her plan failed. "There is nothing in particular that I am good," Han Sen casually replied, wondering if he should end the trip early. With these two following, he could not achieve anything. With his skills in Warframe, Mr. Han must have spent all his time on that, Wang Dongling cut in. Han Sen almost laughed out loud. Wang Dongling was definitely the worst teammate ever. He did not understand the minds of Huang Fu at all and was playing cover for Han. Senator Huang Fu frowned. As astute as her, she was impatient about Wang Dongling, who had disrupted her probe for Han. Senator Wang Mengmeng also felt amused. Seeing it getting awkward, she said, "Brother Han is in the archery department, so he is good at archery, but definitely not as good as Ping Qing." Han Sen being an archery student was reported by various media, and Wang Mengmeng felt it was okay to share that. "So Mr. Han, you are in the archery department. We shall have a little competition later." Huang Fu did not pay any special attention to Han Sen before and only learned his name via the Digong commercial. Knowing he was an archery student, she was quite delighted. "I think we should forget it. My archery skills are quite ordinary." Han Sen was tired to cope with Huang Fu. As pretty as she was, this woman was too cunning. Han Sen did not like women like her. "Ping Qing, do not embarrass him. He must have spent all his time on warframes instead of archery. If you want to compete, I can join you." "I have practiced archery for a long time," Wang Dongling said with a smile. Han Sen and Wang Mengmeng exchanged a glance, and both of them twitched the corners of their mouths. This guy was so dumb that he was almost cute. Huang Fu was about to burst with rage. She thought, "Wang Dongling, you must be a pig. Han Sen is obviously Wang Mengmeng's protector. If Han Sen had nothing special about him, would the Wangs trust Mengmeng alone with him in such a dangerous place?" Huang Fu was so mad that she stopped talking. The four continued into Devil Desert. After a while, Han Sen suddenly looked up at the sky and said grimly, "We should go back." "So soon?" Wang Dongling slightly hesitated, not understanding what made Han Sen say so. Huang Fu, Ping Qing and Wang Mengmeng looked in the direction of Han Sen's sight and saw two black-feathered beasts circling in the sky. "You are worried about the black-feathered beasts?" Huang Fu lowered her voice and asked. Han Sen nodded. "These days there have always been black-feathered beasts around us. Maybe it has something to do with that large group of them." Wang Dongling said with a confident smile, "Mr. Han, you worry too much. They are merely beasts and not as intelligent as you think they are. And even if they come here, I could kill as many as there are." Han Sen did not have time to explain to Wang Dongling. He summoned his mutant three-eyed beast mount and called Wang Mengmeng, "Mengmeng, let's go." Han Sen had seen what the sacred blood fox king could do, and these black-feathered beasts might also have a king like that. Constantly seeing them around gave him a bad feeling. Since he had taken Wang Mengmeng here, he needed to be responsible for the safety, not to mention the trust she placed in him. "Sister, let's go together." Wang Mengmeng summoned her big white bear, and asked Hongfu Ping Qing. Huang Fu nodded and summoned her mount, following the two. Wang Dongling had to summon his mount and follow them. He murmured, "Just a few black-feathered beasts. What's to be afraid about?" Han Sen simply ignored him, and guarded Wang Mengmeng run at full speed. Half an hour later, the sky darkened. It was daytime and in a desert, but the sun was suddenly gone. The black-feathered beasts rushed toward them like bats. The four were filled with aghast. This group was even bigger than last time. They must be more than 10,000. Among them many had wings like iron, which indicated they were mutant. Among the black-feathered beasts, there was a red one over 9 feet long and its wingspan more than 60 feet, roaring and snapping. In its roar, the horrifying black-feathered beasts were like soldiers, launching organized attacks at them. "A scared blood black-feathered beast!" Huang Fu cried. Wang Dongling's face was grim. He summoned beast soul armor, his white wings and a pair of beast soul knives, throwing himself at the black-feathered beasts. He seemed to plan to get rid of the black-feathered beast king first. But Han Sen put away his mutant mount and jumped on the big white bear's back. He shouted, Meng Meng, to the southeast cliff. Wang Meng Meng rode the big white bear at full speed over there. Standing on the bear's back, Han Sen summoned his horn bow and mutant black stinger arrows, aiming at the black-feathered beasts. Huang Fu did not expect Han Sen to act so decisively. She threw a glance at Wang Dongling, who was in the center of the beasts, and urged her mount to follow Han Sen and Wang Meng Meng. In the meantime, she summoned Beast Soul Bow and arrows, and turned back to shoot at the beasts from time to time. Her archery skills were truly great, and she had more than one Beast Soul arrows. With her mount carrying her at full speed, she managed to shoot 7 Beast Soul arrows at the same time, killing the 7 black-feathered beasts closest to her. Han Sen did not mind her. Whenever there was a black-feathered beast coming close, he would simply whack it with her horn bow. With the Geno points he had unparalleled strength. Although the bow was no blade, it was still sacred blood and blew the black-feathered beasts away instantaneously. None could approach the white bear. Huang Fu's mount had great speed and kept up with the white bear, sharing the protection from Han Senator. At least she did not need to worry about beasts on his side. Wang Dongling regretted immediately after flying among the black-feathered beasts. There were simply too many of them. Groups of mutant black-feathered beasts surrounded him, leaving him no chance to approach the sacred blood one. His situation was highly risky. Although he had a pair of knives and was using them to the extreme, he could not block the black-feathered beasts coming at him in all directions. One got a chance and bit on his unprotected thigh. Ouch! Wang Dongling screamed and kicked the beast away, turning around to run. But the group of mutant black-feathered beasts would never let him go easily. Flapping their iron wings, they snapped at him and he was stuck in a bloody fight. Soon his skin was ripped apart everywhere and blood was welling. At this time, Han Sen and Wang Meng Meng had rushed to the cliff, which was more than 60 feet tall, standing aloof in the sand like a yellow cake. The bastards are too fast. We can't run away. Let's fight them here. At a corner, Han Sen carried Wang Meng Meng and jumped down from the big white bear's back. He turned his back to the cliff and stood in front of Wang Meng Meng. Having summoned a black chopper, he slashed at a black-feathered beast coming at them, cutting it in half. This was one of the 2 mutant beast souls he gained from Gu Ming. It was called the Beast Chopper and was much more useful in a melee like this than lighter weapons. Huang Fu Pingqing also jumped off her mount and came next to Han Sen and summoned a pair of daggers, fighting off the black-feathered beasts. She knew that if they fought as a team, there might be a chance for them to survive, whereas she would be doomed if fighting alone. But even if they were against the rock and did not need to worry about attacks coming from behind, Huang Fu still felt her heart racing. She regretted taking the risk alone. Wang Dongling had some strength, but no brain, and was by no means helpful. Ah! Wang Dongling screamed and screamed, making the 3's hearts sink. But they did not have much energy to think about him, as they could barely deal with the overwhelming black-feathered beasts. Blood soon colored the rocks and sand on the ground red. The bodies of the black-feathered beasts almost buried Han Sen and the girls, limiting their space of movements. Bang! Suddenly a bloody body fell from above in front of the 3. It was a headless body, and looked like it belonged to Wang Dongling. And in the sky, the black-feathered beast king was grabbing the head of Wang Dongling, and let out a cry of triumph. The scene sent a chill down Huang Fu's spine. Her face became grim as she felt doomed. With so many black-feathered beasts, it would take them a while to kill them all even if the beasts did not fight back, not to mention the mutant and sacred blood black-feathered beasts. And now they had been trapped in the bodies of the black-feathered beasts. If they did not manage to go out, they would be torn apart before the king came to them. When Huang Fu was in despair, she saw a giant golden object in a sudden. It turned out to be the Golden Rockworm King. Summoned by Han Sen, the Golden Rockworm King quickly ripped at the beasts' bodies. With its size like a rhinoceros, the Worm King pushed away all the bodies, blocking the three away. The black-feathered beasts threw them at the Worm King. However, the Worm King's shell was already really hard and the claws of the beasts could not harm it at all. The Worm King did not mind them and continued to devour the dead bodies. With the help of the Worm King, the three had gained space to move around. Wielding the chopper seamlessly, Han Sen killed all the black-feathered beasts that dared to come close. Primitive black-feathered beast killed. Beast soul of primitive black-feathered beast gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 primitive geno points. With so many black-feathered beasts killed, Han Sen eventually gained a primitive beast soul. Huang Fu killed about the same number of beasts as he did. Dancing with her daggers and using different martial arts, she caused the great damage to the beasts, making Han Sen quite surprised. But the black-feathered beasts were so great in numbers that they could never kill them all. Han Sen frowned and knew this would not work. The sacred blood black-feathered beast king was determined to kill them. Last time they scattered because Huang Fu had lots of men with her, and now there were only a few humans, so they had come back. The beast king did not care about its own kind. Han Sen knew their strength could not last them very long. Meng Meng, stay here and I will lead the beasts away. After I have finished, run back and leave the desert, Han Sen said. Huang Fu felt that he must be lying. The only reason Wang Meng Meng was safe was his protection. Once he was gone, how could she fight all these black-feathered beasts? And with so many black-feathered beasts here, how many could he lead away? Even if he could get half to chase him, Wang Meng Meng still needed to deal with the rest. In Huang Fu's view, Han Sen was simply making an excuse for leaving Wang Meng Meng and escaping on his own. When Huang Fu Pingqing was guessing, Wang Meng Meng said, "Take care, brother Han. Are you really one of the Wangs? Can't you see he is running alone? And you are still worried about his safety?" Huang Fu thought. But she suddenly saw Han Sen reached out a hand, and a blue suite of crystal beast soul armor covered Wang Meng Meng's body from head to toe. The armor was simply like a beautiful piece of art, showing off Wang Meng Meng's nice body shape. She suddenly looked like a goddess of war from heaven. At the same time, Han Sen summoned his horn bow and black stinger arrow and shot the arrow at the beast king. The horn bows attached great strength to the arrow, which buzzed as it flew across. And Han Sen had tied a thread at the arrow's nock at some point. With the other end of the thread in his hand, he was carried by the arrow and went close to the beast king. Holding the thread in one hand, a sharp green dagger in the other, Han Sen slayed every black-feathered beast that dared to approach him. This dagger was the other beast's soul that he gained from Gu Ming. The chopper was too heavy and big, which would weigh him down as he rushed to the beast king. That was why he had used the dagger instead. Watching Han Sen using an arrow to approach the sacred blood beast king, Huang Fu was dazed. Originally, she had thought Han Sen was about to leave Wang Meng Meng alone and escape. So, she had made up her mind that as long as Han Sen moved, she would follow him to make her way out. But in fact, Han Sen was trying to approach the beast king flying in the sky like this. She had not expected this to happen. What was the use of doing this? He could not even fly, so how could he cause the sacred blood beast king any harm? Once the arrow slowed down, he would be shredded into pieces by the numerous beasts. Stupid. He is more stupid than Wang Dongling, Huang Fu thought. Glancing at Wang Meng Meng, Huang Fu found that with the armor, the black-feathered beasts could not even leave any mark on it, let alone hurt the girl. Sacred blood beast soul armor. Huang Fu was shocked and her expression became complicated. With such armor and his strength, he could have easily go out himself. However, he had chosen to risk his life and leave the armor to Wang Meng Meng to protect her. This man is either mad or arrogant. Huang Fu looked up and saw Han Sen in the sky. The arrow had lost the momentum because of his weight and the obstruction from the black-feathered beasts. Han Sen did not make it to the Sacred Blood Beast King. And mutant black-feathered beasts started to throw themselves at him. He had lost all means of defense in the air. But at this time, Huang Fu suddenly saw a red shadow. Suddenly Han Sen was covered in red armor and his short and black hair had become long and blonde. With a ruby crown on his head, he was glistening in the sun. Once he had shape-shifted into a fairy queen, Han Sen felt the world had slowed down. All the mutant black-feathered beasts seemed to act in slow motion. Seeing the first mutant beast approaching, Han Sen held his hands down on it and jumped over its head, his dagger cutting its throat. Mutant black-feathered beast killed. Beast soul of mutant black-feathered beast gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 primitive geno points. Han Sen was not moved at all by the voice. Without a pause, he stepped on a mutant beast and sent it down to the ground. With this step, Han Sen instantly reached another mutant beast. Beheading it with his dagger, he turned to push another beast to jump up and dodged the blow from 2 other beasts. Huang Fu was shocked by Han Sen's ghostly move in the air. His smooth movements and killing made it hard to believe that he was human. At least Huang Fu had never seen anyone who could accomplish this in First God's Sanctuary. I have never heard of such a person in steel armor shelter. Huang Fu thought Han Sen must be one of the chosen, but he was not even in the final rounds. But then she thought that although Han Sen was impressive, it was Dollar who represented steel armor shelter this year. This way, it was understandable that Han Sen never became the champion of his shelter. In the middle of her thoughts, Huang Fu suddenly saw Han Sen jump from the back of a mutant beast and summoned his horn bow, shooting an arrow and followed it to throw himself at the Sacred Blood Beast King that was commanding the beast's attacks. This time Han Sen was really close to it. The Beast King screeched and simply flew higher, flapping its giant red wings, making Han Sen miss. Han Sen stayed calm and shook the thread in his hand. Once again he drew the string and shot the arrow which carried him to the Beast King. Now he was even closer. He slashed at the Beast King's throat with the dagger. Seeing it was too late to fly away, the Beast King roared and grabbed the dagger with its red paw, blocking it from moving further. And its other paw clawed at Han Sen's face like a red lightning bolt. Han Sen let go of the dagger and grabbed its arm with both hands. Like a snake, he coiled around the Beast King's body using Ghost Haunt. With a twist, he broke one of its fingers. Roar! Screamed the Sacred Blood Black-Feathered Beast King, flapping its wings and rolling around, wanting to get Han Sen off its back. No matter how it rolled, Han Sen stuck to its back and could not be touched. Hearing the screams of the Beast King, the black-feathered beasts returned to save it. Suddenly, all beasts surrounding Wang Mengmeng and Huang Fu Pingqing went to save their king and rushed to Han Sr. "Sister, let's go," called Wang Mengmeng on the back of her big white bear, disappearing in the direction of the desert's border. "You won't wait for him." Huang Fu looked at Wang Mengmeng, feeling odd. Han Sen went there to save Wang, and she would just leave. Wang Mengmeng said calmly, "Others might not be able to do this, but Brother Han is. I would only become a burden to him if I were to stay. When I get somewhere safe, he will come to me." Huang Fu paused. Although Han Sen was indeed very strong, Wang Mengmeng's trust seemed a bit too much. It was a group of beasts with a Sacred Blood King. Huang Fu did not believe Han Sen could easily make it back. "Sister, we should go," Wang Mengmeng said and urged her white bear to accelerate. Glancing at the beasts in the sky rolling like clouds, Huang Fu followed Wang Mengmeng with complex feelings. Seeing the girls had left, Han Sen was relieved. He shape-shifted back to himself and put on the black beetle armor. Still on the Sacred Blood Beast King's back, he repeatedly punched at the back of its head. The Sacred Blood Beast King was quite tough. With the geno points Han Sen had at this point, his strength was considerable. However, the Beast King was only bruised after taking a dozen punches from him. Screeching in pain, it buried itself in a dune below. Han Sen thought, has it lost its mind? Holding the Beast King with his arms, Han Sen planned to take its life when it was in the sand. However, the place where they landed was full of shifting sand. Both the Beast King and Han Sen fell in deep. Under the protection of the sacred blood armor, Han Sen did not suffer from too much impact. Thump! Han Sen and the sacred blood Beast King fell on the rocks. Bearing the pain, Han Sen looked up and was surprised to find them in a huge underground cave. Han Sen could not tell how large the cave was. Stalactites were so tall that they were like skyscrapers. Many unknown vines were wrapped on the rocks, and there was an underground river. And on the surrounding rocks and vines, blue lights that looked like stars were everywhere. They lit up the dark cave, and with Han Sen's good vision, he could see everything clearly. The sacred blood black-feathered Beast King tried to wiggle free, but was pinned back down by Han Senator growling. It did not struggle again. As Han Sen was wondering why it had stopped, he saw the lights were disturbed by the Beast King's growl and started to fly toward Han Sen and the Beast King. What is that? Han Sen was shocked. After taking a closer look at them, he noticed that the lights were each a blue butterfly the size of his palm. Their blue wings were glistening. And soon the blue butterflies had reached them. Only then did Han Sen know that the Beast King was not here by accident. It was trying to use these butterflies to get rid of Han Senator. Han Sen became vigilant, and slashed at a butterfly before it could fall on him. Primitive creature ghost butterfly killed. No beast soul gained. Meat inedible. As Han Sen was puzzled, he suddenly saw that dead ghost butterfly burst into blue flames. Han Sen rolled to the other side of the Beast King and the flames fell on the Beast King. It suddenly cried in pain, its fur burning. Flocks of ghost butterflies rushed over, hitting Han Sen and the Beast King one after another. Once they were in collision, they would immediately burst into blue flames. There were simply too many ghost butterflies and neither of them could manage to avoid them. The Beast King growled from time to time from pain. Although Han Sen's sacred blood armor could protect him from burning, it could do nothing about the heat, and Han Sen was burned inside. Han Sen cursed the Beast King inwardly. But at this point, he was in no mood to deal with it. Han Sen threw himself in the underground river, since otherwise he would become barbecued. As Han Sen jumped into the underground river, the Beast King followed him and jumped. It was very swift considering its size. With its wings folded, it swam downstream quickly. Han Sen gritted his teeth and followed up. There were so many ghost butterflies, many of which were mutant creatures, generating great heat. But the Beast King was so fast that it almost disappeared from his sight. Han Sen would not like to see that and shot an arrow at it underwater. The arrow could not travel too far underwater. Fortunately, Han Sen was not too far from the Beast King. The black stinger arrow hit its wing and the thread attached to the arrow was entangled with its feathers. When the Beast King moved forward, Han Sen was carried to go as well. It was faster than a fish, pulling Han Sen forward. Is it an amphibian? Having followed the creature in the water for a while, Han Sen could no longer hold his breath. He had not evolved to the stage where he could breathe underwater, whereas the Beast King seemed to be able to do that. Otherwise, it would have been out of breath by this time. Han Sen gritted his teeth and summoned the black stinger arrow back, leaving the Beast King alone and stuck his head out of the water to breathe. He looked around and found himself in the cave still. There were still some ghost butterflies, but only several of them, staying still on the rocks and vines. Since he had lost the Beast King and this place was not dangerous, Han Sen was in no hurry. Looking at a ghost butterfly on the rocks, Han Sen shot an arrow at it. With a pop, the butterfly turned into flames. Primitive creature ghost butterfly killed. Beast soul of primitive ghost butterfly gained. Meat inedible. Han Sen was thrilled. He had good luck today in terms of beast soul. Although it was merely a primitive beast soul, it was a one-off beast soul like the wasp arrow that Son of Heaven once used, which was generally more powerful than the beast souls on the same level. Generally speaking, the beast souls of these inedible creatures were all one-off. The other ghost butterflies were alarmed and flew toward Han Senator with his arrow. Han Sen soon managed to shoot them all dead. Blue flames bloomed in the air. After killing all the ghost butterflies, Han Sen climbed out from the water and started to review his trophy sitting on top of a rock. In addition to the primitive ghost butterfly beast soul, he had also gained a primitive beast soul and a mutant beast soul from black-feathered beasts. Type of primitive ghost butterfly beast soul, one-off hidden weapon. Type of beast soul of primitive black-feathered beast, flying. Type of beast soul of mutant black-feathered beast, flying. Han Sen saw the latter too and became overjoyed. There were so few creatures near his shelter that would produce flying beast souls that few people had wings in the entire steel armor shelter. These black-feathered beasts actually produced flying beast souls, which was great. He needed the wings himself as well, since he could only use the purple-winged dragon wings when he was $. Han Sen only regretted that he did not manage to kill the Sacred Blood Beast King, otherwise he would have a chance to get another pair of Sacred Blood wings. I need to go back and kill a few more black-feathered beasts. Even the primitive flying beast souls could be sold at a good price, since many youths would buy them just for the look. Han Sen summoned the ghost butterfly beast soul, and suddenly a blue butterfly flew into his palm, changing into a butterfly-shaped boomerang. The two wings of the weapon were thin and sharp, looking rather scary. Han Sen threw the butterfly boomerang out, which whirled in the air and came toward Han Sen. Han Sen was startled and quickly dodged the boomerang. The boomerang's sharp edge cut into the rock behind him and burst into blue flames. *T. Han Sen was stunned by the power of a primitive ghost butterfly boomerang. If he could get a mutant one, it would probably even be a great threat to sacred blood creatures. The shape of the boomerang was quite unique, and he must learn some special methods to use it. Han Sen was very intrigued. There were ghost butterflies in the cave and he could easily gain a lot of beast soul boomerangs if he killed all he saw on his way. As for the danger, he was not worried at all. If he shot the arrows hidden in the underground river, he could make a dive whenever it seemed dangerous. And he also had his mutant black barracuda mount and did not need to swim and dive himself. The ghost flame butterflies could not harm him anyway. Well, I will go along the underground river and kill all the ghosts butterflies I see. Then I can exit from where I fell. If I encounter the black-feathered beasts again, maybe I could even get a few more flying beast souls to sell, thought Han Sen, going up along the underground river. The Sacred Blood Black-Feathered Beast King had actually taken him to a wonderland. Han Sen killed numerous ghost butterflies, which could not cause him any damage at all. Although there was no meat, Han Sen had harvested a lot of butterfly beast souls. In the end, he had gained 24 primitive ones and 7 mutant ones. There were indeed so many ghost butterflies in the cave that he had almost got tired of killing. Han Sen had now walked for 7 days in the cave and still had not got back to the exit. In the beginning, he was using arrows, and later found that arrows were too slow. Then he put on his sacred blood armor and rushed in, slashing around with the chopper. Many would hit his armor or be cut by hit instantaneously. When he could not take the heat, he would simply throw him in the river, and let the black barracuda carry him to the bottom of the river. After some rest, he would repeat the process. The process had been very satisfying, since it was the first time he got so many beast souls at once. Another flock of ghost butterflies flew over, and Han Sen welcomed them waving his chopper. Ouch! In the blue flames, a ball of flame that was nearly purple burned on him. He uttered a piercing scream before jumping into the underground river like a rabbit. Sacred blood creature ghost butterfly killed. Beast soul of sacred blood ghost butterfly gained. Meat inedible. When Han Sen crawled out from the river, his armor was greatly damaged. Many parts were melted, bearing his charred flesh. The sacred blood armor no longer had lost all its prestige. Struggling to get up, Han Sen took the armor back. It was lucky that the armor was not ruined completely and could recover over time. At the same time, Han Sen was also glad that the armor had blocked most of the harm brought by the sacred blood ghost butterfly, which was very powerful. Since Han Sen had gained the black beetle armor, he had not suffered so much as this time. He was burned badly all over. Had he been farther from the river or a bit slower than he was, he would have been burned into ash right now. Han Sen still had some lingering fear. As his package was burned, he had nothing left, let alone medicine. Han Sen had to use jade skin, hoping to ease his burn. He had to recover a little before he could leave the cave. Using jade skin, Han Sen felt a coolness calming his burn and easing his pain. Originally, Han Sen was worried that he might get an infection, which was the worst part of getting burned. However, his wounds were gradually scarring after he had practiced jade skin for a while. To his delight, Han Sen had found all his wounds healing after using jade skin for a dozen hours. Jade skin is indeed extraordinary. I wonder where Shui Longyan came from. Han Sen had been paying attention to see if there were any prominent clans with the family name Shui. However, none of the large clans and demigods had that family name, leaving Han Sen puzzled. Although his burns still looked scary, he felt fine. When he went back and rest, he would recover in time. Han Sen did not dare to risk his life like this anymore. He had gained quite a lot of beast souls already, one of which was sacred blood and his first sacred blood weapon. It was a shame that it was one off. Even when hunting sacred blood creatures, Han Sen would not use it easily. Han Sen ignored those ghost butterflies, and traveled underwater on the back of the mutant black barracuda. Once in a while, he would take a breath above the water, not daring to disturb the ghost butterflies. The ghost butterflies were countless like stars in the galaxy. If he were to kill them all, it would probably take him forever. Fortunately, Han Sen had found where he and the Beast King fell at last. Before the butterflies noticed him, he summoned his purple-winged dragon wings, shape-shifted into Fairy Queen, and flew out. Ready to fight with the black-feathered beasts when he came out, Han Sen had found none nearby, which was a relief. He could not use his sacred blood black beetle armor for a while and he had given his other armor to Wang Mengmeng. It would be troublesome if he ran into the black-feathered beasts. Leaving Devil Desert safely, he hunted several creatures for food on his way, and then met Wang Mengmeng and others who came to look for him. Do not cry. I am fine. I hunted some other creatures on the way and it took some time. Sorry to make you worry. Han Sen patted Wang Mengmeng who were in tears his arms. Brother Han, you scared me, said Wang Mengmeng choking, her eyes watery. Little fool, you should have more confidence in your brother. Han Sen patted her little head. I have confidence, but you were gone for so long, so I am a little worried, Wang Mengmeng said and gave the sacred blood phantom ant armor back to Han Sr. Well, we will talk about it when we get back. I am so tired now and want nothing but a good sleep, Han Sen said with a smile. People turned back, while Huangfu Pingqing cast a complex look at and Han Sen who was chatting with Wang Mengmeng. I can't see through him, Huangfu whispered to herself, looking at Han Sen with an intriguing smile, as if she had seen an interesting toy. Huangfu believed she was among the top in First God's Sanctuary and would become the chosen in next year's contest. But even she had no confidence in surviving the attack of all those black-feathered beasts alone, which Han Sen had accomplished. It was no coincidence. Huangfu still remembered Han Sen's performance in the air, carried by an arrow vividly as if it had just happened. Mr. Han Shao, I've come to Steel Armor's shelter with some beast souls to sell, including 2 sacred blood ones. If you are interested, you can have a look, Huang Fu said. Sacred blood beast souls. Which type? Han Sen asked. Generally speaking, I could not reveal that before the auction. But since you have asked, I can tell you one is a flying beast soul and the other is a weapon, Huang Fu smiled and replied. I will be there. Han Sen had always wanted a sacred blood weapon, and was thus very interested. With a sacred blood weapon, he could kill a lot more sacred blood creatures and speed up his evolving process. For instance, if he had a sacred blood weapon, that sacred blood beast king would have been killed. Back to school, Han Sen needed rest for his burns to heal, which gave him time to go to lectures. This day, Han Sen was in a lecture of theories of hyper-geno arts. While listening, Han Sen was playing with a palm-sized butterfly boomerang in his hand. The blacksmith who had sold Han Sen Z-steel weapons had custom-made it for him according to the size and weight of the beast soul butterfly boomerangs. The blacksmith's craftsmanship was impressive, and this almost looked the same as the beast souls. Han Sen had ordered a total of 10 butterfly boomerangs. He was only using these to practice, since he would have used his beast soul ones up before he could practice properly. Han Sen had the foundation of sleeve blade and had looked up many atrial arts of hidden weapons, so he was able to learn how to use the boomerang on his own. Listening to the professor, Han Sen let the butterfly boomerang dance in his hand as if it was alive. Han Sen carried it everywhere to get the hang of it. Genius, can I ask you something? After class, several students went to Han Sen, and one of them said to Han Sr., "What?" Han Sen was slightly surprised, as he did not know this person. Genius, so we are from Martial Arts Society and my name is Su Qian. We have registered for a black and white boxing competition on the Skynet, and it is a team challenge. We have 4 now and need 1 more player. Can you join us? After the student finished, all 4 of them looked at Han Sen full of hope. There are many who are good at black and white boxing. Why have you come to me? Han Sen asked, puzzled. So if it is any other game, we could afford to lose, but this one is different. We are against Street Germain and we cannot lose. That's why we've asked you to help, said the student excitedly. Seeing Han Sen was at loss, the students knew that Han Sen was unaware of the conflicts between Blackhawk and Street Germain and started to explain. Soon Han Sen learned that in terms of martial arts, the 2 academies were bitter rivals. For 3 consecutive years, the obstruction to Blackhawk Military Academy getting into the 8 finals of the Alliance tournament was Street Germain. So this time, although it was just a casual game, Martial Arts Society still did not want to lose to Saint Germain. After Han Sen heard them out, the students looked at him nervously. Although they knew Han Sen was great at black and white boxing, he was not a society member and did not have the obligation to join them. Han Sen saw their look, pondered and said, "When is the game scheduled? If there is no time conflict with my schedule, I could join you." The students were ecstatic. It will be in the weekend. Other matches are unimportant, but the one on October 6th was against Street Germain. We really need you for this one, but we need to include your name in our registration now. No problem, I should be able to participate in that one, Han Sen smiled and said. Also, do not call me genius. It does not represent all my strengths. Okay, so we will call you Han Sen then. Here is the form, you have to fill it out before we submit. Su Qian handed a form to Han Sen excitedly. Right, genius. Han Sr. For the Skynet game, you need to register with an ID, so fill that in as well, Lu Yuhu, who was one of the students, reminded him. Okay. Han Sen thought about it and filled the form out. Black Fist Emperor. The students saw his ID and were dazed. That was so arrogant that they did not believe Han Sen had chosen such an ID. It can't be already used, can it? Han Sen looked at the students and asked. No, it can't be. We are registering as a group, so there will be a prefix of the school name. Even if the ID is used, it will still be fine, Su Qian quickly said. The students thought to themselves, even without the prefix, no one would be so daring to use such an ID, but they did not say anything. If someone else had used such an ID, they might try to talk that person out of it. However, when it came to Han Sen, it seemed okay. After the class, Han Sen walked toward the training field of martial arts. Ji Yanran was training there and he had said he would pick her up for lunch. Now the two had gone public, and everyone knew about it. They weren't trying to hide it either and started to show up together, making the single students feel sorry for themselves. When Han Sen arrived at the training field, Ji Yanran was still training with others under the professor's watch, so he sat down at the stands. Ji Yanran was in the worship department, but martial arts was a compulsory course in all majors. It's the genius. He must have come to pick up the beauty. Sure enough. It's not likely he's visiting us. He's got great skin. I really want to see how it feels. Many students were whispering. Since Ji Yanran was in a relationship with Han Sen, she had become more and more thick-skinned. Hearing people's comments, she did not even blush and felt quite content. Yanran, do you feel fun showing off like this every day? Chu Lily touched Ji with her elbow, complaining. I think it is a lot fun, Ji Yanran smiled and said. If you do not want to feel bad, you could find a boyfriend yourself. I'm not as fortunate as you, to have a strong and charming man thrown in your lap. Chu Lily said sourly. What can I do about my beauty? I did not even ask for one, Ji Yanran said with a smile. Chu Lily bitterly stared at Ji Yanran. I found that since you are with him, you have become more and more shameless. He is a bad influence. Research shows that after husband and wife spend a long time together, they will gradually be affected by the other's genes. Haven't you noticed that Han Sen has become more and more handsome recently? Ji Yanran blinked and said. You two deserve each other. Chu Lily rolled her eyes. In the past, a dirty joke could make Ji Yanran blush, and now Ji could throw a dirtier one back. Damn you Han Senator, I want my innocent roommate back, Chu Lily thought bitterly. Professor Chen Ling, who was teaching martial arts, was a 30-year-old plump woman. She saw that the class was distracted by Han Sen's appearance and said with a smile, a star is indeed different. So, it seems you are in no mood to practice. How about we ask him to do a black and white boxing demonstration? Yes, Professor Chen, you the best. The students cheered, as they all knew Han Sen had beaten Yu Jiming in Professor Yan's class. Han Sen, you are quite well known. Come and do a demonstration for your classmates. Chen Ling smiled and said to Han Sr., for Professor Chen, always, Han Sen said with a smile, and then came down from the stands. Another burst of cheers, and Chen Ling asked, do you want to pick an opponent, or should I pick one for you? Professor Chen, there's no need. For sure it should be Ji Yanran, our beauty, a student teased. Suddenly everyone laughed. Although Ji Yannian was less shy now, she was still flushed in the laughter. Then Ms. Ji it is. Chen Ling also smiled. Although a bit nervous, Ji Yanran went ahead to demonstrate with Han Senator. The students were waiting to see Han Sen's legendary black and white boxing skills, but he lost to Ji Yanran in every single round, making the students and Chen Ling stunned. It seems that the genius was henpecked like me. Our beauty trained her man well. Do not be afraid, man. You can kneel for mercy when you go back home, but have to consider your dignity in public. Han Sen acted as if he heard nothing and lost more than 20 rounds in a row. The students were amused, whereas Chen Ling was extremely surprised. In black and white boxing, it was not easy to win, but it was also hard to lose, especially to lose as naturally as Han Sen did. He had to make the perfect judgment of Ji Yanran's move to lose perfectly. It was easy to lose a few rounds, but not winning any had surprised her. Han Sen was, after all, still unevolved. After the training session, Han Sen was preparing to go to the cafeteria with Ji Yanran. Chen Ling came over and said, "Han Sen, I have something that I want to talk to you about. Can you spare a few minutes?" Han Sen and Ji Yanran were both dazed. Chen Ling did not teach the archery department and they did not know each other well. Han Sen was not sure what she wanted to talk about. "Can we go together?" Han Sen looked at Ji Yanran and Chu Lily. "Sure. Let's all have lunch together." "My treat," Chen Ling said and walked out. Han Sen, Ji Yanran, and Chu Lily quickly followed up. They were all very curious what Chen Ling needed. Chen Ling took them to a school cafeteria and booked a private room. After Han Sen and the girls had ordered, she said, "Han Sen, in a few days there will be a black and white boxing competition on the Skynet, and it is a team challenge. Blackhawk had applied, but for some reason, we are one man short. Can you do me this favor?" Ji Yanran and Chu Lily were both surprised, not expecting Chen Ling to invite Han Sen to go. Han Sen was neither in martial arts department nor in martial arts society, and contestants of this kind of game were usually selected from these two places. "Su Qian and his friends have come to me, and I have already promised to join them in the match against Saint Germain School. But I cannot guarantee that I have time to go to the others," Han Sen smiled and said. Chen Ling was suddenly overjoyed. "So those boys have it covered. Nice. It's so great that you could join. We could not lose to Saint Germain. Blackhawk is counting on you." After lunch, Chen Ling left satisfied. Ji Yanran and Chu Lily had classes in the afternoon, so Han Sen had to spend the time alone. At this point, he had almost recovered from his burns. Recently, he had been in so many classes that he was a bit tired of studying, and decided to go test his physical fitness. He had not tested his fitness in a long time, and had no idea how well he could do. After reaching the test hall, Han Sen chose to pay for a private test room so that none could see his test result. In fact, Han Sen only planned to test a few key items, such as strength, speed and reflex. Bang 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 bang. With a fierce blow on the machine, the number 15:46:56 showed on the screen. And as Han Sen bolted, his speed was rated 15:76665. He was rated above 15 in all his test items, which surprised him. According to the statistics of the Alliance, when one maxed out on all 4 kinds of Geno points, one could reach 15 in these items. If one was especially good at certain things, then one might be rated 16 or 17 in 1 or 2 items. But now Han Sen was quite lacking in sacred and mutant Geno points, and his test results were already higher than 15, which was a bit scary. If he continued like this, even Han Sen could not be not sure how high his fitness index would be when he maxed out on everything. Han Sen guessed that this was because he had practiced Jade Skin. Hyper-Geno arts could enhance one's fitness, but he had never heard of any improvement like his. Normally, one who had practiced Hyper-Geno arts could reach 17 or 18 when one maxed out on all Geno points, and might reach 20 in 1 or 2 items. But Han Sen estimated his fitness index could probably pass 20 when he maxed out, which was something unheard of before. Coming out of the test room, Han Sen encountered a man who had stopped and seemed to recognize Han Senator, but Han Sen did not recognize this guy, so he continued on. "So you will participate in that black and white boxing competition?" the man suddenly said. Han Sen stopped and looked around to make sure this man was talking to him. "Yes, you are." Han Sen looked him up and down. This man was about 20. He was tall and slender and his face had some tough lines. He looked like a shining weapon, with a unique sharpness. "Oh, Yang Shaosan. The man's voice was without emotion. You are him. Glad to be your teammate. Ouyang Xiaosan was a celebrity in the martial arts department, and Han Sen had heard of him. He was the slugger in all kinds of competitions, and Han Sen thought he would be in this one as well. Seeing Han Sen reaching out his hand, Ouyang was not about to shake it. Ouyang Xiaosan said coldly, I did not sign up for that. Why? Han Sen was surprised. As one of the best players, how was it possible that Ouyang was not on the team? I know we won't win, so that would be a waste of time. It's pointless to waste one's time and energy on some stupid game like that anyway. Ouyang regarded Han Sr., I have seen the match between you and Yu Mingji. You have talent. Are you interested in joining the martial arts society? With my training, you could become an excellent martial arts player. The two of us might have a chance at the championship of the Alliance tournament. Looking at Ouyang, Han Sen smiled and said, I understand now. It was because you did not want to participate that the team was one man short. And that was why they came to me. Do you want to transfer to the martial arts society? Ouyang continued to ask with no expression on his face. Well, let's make a bet. And if you win, I can promise to join your society. If you lose, you will join this black and white boxing game. Han Sen laughed. I never bet on luck, Ouyang said quietly. Black and white boxing duel, best of 9, Han Sen said. Okay, Ouyang agreed without any hesitation. It is just black and white boxing, so we can just pick a private test room and do it here, Han Sen said and walked back into the room where he took the tests. He swiped his card and said to Ouyang, I'll put down the room fee first. And the loser will pay for the room. Ouyang followed him inside in silence, and then closed the door. The two stood face to face, prepared. Shall we flip a coin to decide who attacks first? Which side do you want? Han Sen took out a coin and put it in his palm. Tails, Ouyang said. Han Sen casually threw the coin in the air and caught it. It was tails. You first. Han Sen saw Ouyang's fist as soon as he finished the two words. Ouyang's punch was fast and ruthless, as if there was no turning back. But Han Sen did not dodge, or even raise his hand. He simply stood there watching Ouyang's fist approaching his face. Ouyang's punch stopped less than an inch away from Han Sen's nose. The contrast between the dynamic and static forces was so strong that it was dazzling. Deliberate in counsel, prompt in action. Well done. Han Sen smiled. Losing is losing. Your turn, Ouyang said. A punch of that kind of speed and strength was not enough to deceive Han Sen, who did not even try to block it and was confident that it was a white fist. Do you know what ID I am going to use? Han Sen did not throw a punch, but smiled at Ouyang and asked. That has nothing to do with me, said Ouyang indifferently. No, it has. My ID is Black Fist Emperor. So, for this punch, I will be using a black fist. Pay attention and don't copy my reaction. At least you need to block it with your hand, so that you don't get injured too badly, Han Sen said earnestly. Cut the crap. Just attack. Ouyang had been in numerous competitions and was tough mentally. He was not the least swayed by Han Sen's words. Han Sen suddenly threw his punch at Ouyang in an equally fast and ruthless manner. Ouyang Xiaosan was not shaken by Han Sen's words. Staring at Han Sen, he was making his judgment based on his ability and experience. There was no doubt that this was a white fist. Ouyang Xiaosan thought it was simply impossible to be a black fist. Verbal attacks would not work on me. This punch was not provocative at all, and would never be a black fist. Ouyang Xiaosan did not even move, calmly watching Han Sen's fist approaching. Like Han Sen, he did not even try to block it with his hands, because he was confident that this was a white fist. Since Han Sen did not really use his strength, his fist would stop when it got close to his face. Deep in his thoughts, Ouyang suddenly felt a soreness in his nose. And then he fell back involuntarily before he sat on the ground. How could it be a black fist? Ignoring his nosebleed, Ouyang looked blankly at Han. Senator Han Sen offered tissues to Ouyang, and said with a smile, "I told you so." Ouyang did not take the tissues, but wiped the blood off his nose and stood up. He said firmly, "Best of 9, that was just 1. Han Sen smiled and put the tissues back. Standing opposite Ouyang, he said, "I'll continue then." Ouyang said nothing, staring at Han. Senator he would not miss his slightest movements, which were the basis on which he would make his judgment. Once one used great strength, one's muscles would move. The key was to see through one's disguise. Han Sen looked at Ouyang, who looked grim, pursed his lips and threw another punch. This time, Ouyang had seen clearly that although Han Sen's muscles looked tightened, the direction of this punch would not be forward, which meant this could not be a black fist. "This time you can't fool me." Ouyang stood firmly, raising his arms to block Han Sen's fist. Although he had judged this fist to be white, Ouyang still raised his arms. It seemed that he had taken Han Sen for a serious opponent, so he still prepared for the worst scenario when he was confident about his decision. Boom! Han Sen's fist hit Ouyang on the arm. Ouyang's body shook but did not fall back. Ouyang was pale since Han Sen's punch was still a black fist with enough strength. He was wrong. "Too," said Han Sen with a smile. Ouyang looked at Han Sen and was puzzled. Can he really hide his strength so well? Ouyang cast an odd look at Han. Senator black and white boxing was only a popular practice in martial arts, and the key was the yin and yang. There had only been matches of black and white boxing recently. Although it could not be regarded as the mainstream of martial arts, it was now quite popular. After all, it would make a great match to watch. Ouyang had participated in a lot of black and white boxing games and seen a lot of black and white boxing masters. A lot of people had mastered yin and yang forces, but whenever they throw a punch, he could still tell. Ouyang had rich experience and was particularly sensitive about his opponent's intentions, which was an advantage for him in black and white boxing games. Especially when he was the defensive side, the probability of his misjudgment was very low. Even if there were occasional mistakes, it would be because his opponent had used something he had never seen. And after he got familiar with it, it would not work anymore. But in the 2 rounds against Han Sen, he had felt something different from all his previous experience. That feeling was hard to describe. Han Sen's moves were misleading not only because of the false appearance of his body, but because Ouyang felt that Han Sen did not intend to hit him. There has to be flaws. If it is something unknown to me, I can always find out how it works. Once I do, he can no longer fool me. Ouyang calmed down, and got ready. Again. Ouyang slowly spit out the word. Bang! Han Sen threw a punch and Ouyang raised his arms. This time Han Sen punched harder, but Ouyang could still stand still. "You are very fit." Han Sen regarded Ouyang, surprised. Although he still reserved his strength, Ouyang would not be able to block it with a fitness index below 13. Ouyang did not reply, because he lost again. Again. Ouyang was not discouraged. Han Sen threw another punch, and the result was the same. Ouyang took another black fist. This time, Han Sen deliberately weakened his strength, because he did not want people to know how good he actually was. To do well in black and white boxing was not just about strength, but also about fooling your opponent. This is your last chance," Han Sen looked at Ouyang and said. "Go." Ouyang did not hesitate to say. Han Sen threw another fierce punch at Ouyang. It was as fast as a bullet. Suddenly, Ouyang moved away and dodged Han Sen's fist. At this critical time, Ouyang did not insist on his own judgment and tried to block, but chose to dodge. Since whenever I think you were using a white fist, you used a black one. Then if I act counterintuitively, I could beat you, Ouyang said with a smile of self-confidence. But very soon, Ouyang's smile froze. As Ouyang dodged, Han Sen's fist froze in the air. It was obvious that if this punch was a black one, Han Sen would not be able to stop it, which meant it was a white fist. Why is it a white fist? Ouyang's confidence was smashed by this white fist. Exactly the same way of using his strength, and Ouyang had made the same judgment. Only this time, he acted against his own judgment. However, he was still wrong. This white fist that had stopped halfway was harder on him than 1,000 actual punches. Why did you use a white fist? Staring at Han Sen, Ouyang wanted to know the answer. There are 3 levels in black and white boxing: observing the people, observing the heart and observing the body. You are still observing the body. And I am beginning to observe the heart. That's why I won. Han Sen smiled at Ouyang. Remember to register for the competition and pay me back for the room next time we meet again. Ouyang watched him going and froze for a long time until Han Sen had disappeared from his sight. Chen Ling was both happy and worried. She was happy that Han Sen had promised to participate, while worried that Ouyang had refused to participate. If Ouyang and Han Sen could join forces, maybe Blackhawk could be the champion of the Skynet competition. Although this game was not that important, but Blackhawk had not been a champion in a long time. This championship would still be a big comfort to her, a part-time coach of the Martial Arts Society. Su Qian, is Ouyang here? Chen Ling called Su Qian over. I have not seen him, Su Qian looked around and said. Let me know when he's here. Chen Ling wanted to make the final effort. Suddenly Chen Ling saw Ouyang coming through the door and quickly walked to him. Ouyang, I know the old players' retirement reflect negatively on our results, but you need to give the young players a chance to grow. Count me in, cut in Ouyang before Chen could finish. Do not rush to refuse. You listen to me, we have invited Han Sen in the match against Street Germain. If you... Chen Ling suddenly realized what he had said and was surprised. You just said you will participate. If you have the form, Ouyang said indifferently. Chen Ling quickly asked someone to bring him the application. She felt odd and asked, how did you suddenly change your mind? Su Qian and others also came. They were all glad that Ouyang would join them. He was, after all, a star player and had contributed great performance. With Ouyang and Han Sen, they were confident they could beat Street Germain. To tell the truth, Han Sen was their replacement for Ouyang. Even with Han Sen, they thought it would be hard to beat Saint Germain. The old players had all graduated and Ouyang was the only one left. Martial Arts Society was now in a hard place and did not have much to offer. Now with Ouyang's return and Han Sen's participation, their strength had been greatly increased. At the same time, it was unexpected that Ouyang suddenly changed his mind. He was particularly cold, and was not easy to get along with. They could not imagine how his mind was changed. Because I lost to Han Sen and he told me to. Ouyang filled the form out. But Chen Ling and the members of Martial Arts Society were shocked. Although they knew the story of Han Sen and Yu Mingji, but they thought Ouyang was probably even better than Yu. In the Alliance tournament, the top 10 would not be inferior to the chosen. After all, the Alliance tournament did not allow beast souls. In terms of fighting skills and physical fitness, Ouyang was the best of the best. Such a person said he lost to Han Sen, which was shocking. How many rounds did you play? Su Qian asked. 5, Ouyang casually replied. So that is 3-2. Su Qian continued to ask. 5-0, he was 5, and I was 0, Ouyang said, giving the form that he had filled out to Su Qian, who opened his mouth so wide that it could fit a duck egg. 5-0, Han Sen did that. Not only all members of the martial arts society were dumbfounded, but Chen Ling also looked surprised. The worst score Ouyang had seen was 1-4. And his opponent was someone who ranked first in black and white boxing in the alliance. 5-0, they could not believe how good Han Sen was. But since Ouyang had said that himself, it was true without a doubt. There was no reason for him to lie about that. We will win this time. Saint Germain, wait for our comeback. Chen Ling and the students were so excited they were speechless. Since there is such a player in their team, coupled with Ouyang, beating Saint Germain was a piece of cake. Chapter 195, Brother Han. Han Sen saw an attractive woman after he stepped out of a gravity trainer. Huangfu Pingqing. Why are you here? Han Sen paused and asked. Not being a Blackhawk student, Huangfu was not supposed to show up here. I am studying as an exchange student at Blackhawk. In the next 2 years, I will stay here. Huangfu looked at Han Sen with a smile. In order to come to Blackhawk, she spent quite some efforts. Han Sen thought it was a bit too coincidental. Seems that Brother Han would not welcome me. Huangfu leaned forward, blinking at Han Sen. Han Sen then noticed that Huangfu was wearing a pair of jeans, Chelsea boots, and a low-cut ecru blouse that showed a little too much, making the young man feel hot. That is quite busty, thought Han Sen, unable to move his eyes from her seductive curve. The last time he saw her, she was wearing beast soul armor, so it was hard to tell. But this time in clothing like this, her breasts would attract so much attention, not just from guys, but from girls as well. Huangfu saw Han Sen's eyes fall on her chest, and slightly leaned further. Suddenly Han Sen thought his nose would bleed if he did not leave right away. Ahem, ms. Huangfu, do you need me for something? Han Sen subconsciously rubbed his nose, for fear that there would be blood. Nothing import. Just to say hi. I just arrived and there must be a lot that I don't know. Please help me if you could. Huangfu smiled. Han Sen was dazed by her look and figure. Of course. Han Sen suddenly felt it would be best if he stayed away from her. Also, 2 days until the auction of beast souls in steel armor shelter. Brother Han, you must come. Huangfu blinked. I will. But I'm wondering about the form of payment in the auction. Han Sen had sold a lot of stuff recently. Plus his salary and endorsement fee, he had a total of more than 60 million. But it was obviously not enough to get a sacred blood beast soul with this kind of money. As long as the beast soul was not too shabby, it could easily sell at more than 100 million. Not to mention Son of Heaven, who was super rich, was also in the steel shelter, and Han Sen was no match to his in terms of wealth. Levo dollars work, and you can also barter. Huangfu smiled at Han Sen. If you saw something you like, you could let me know and I could keep it for you. Han Sen thought, I haven't even seen the beast souls. How would I know? Huangfu saw through his mind and shook her hand in front of him. Her breasts were also moving and Han Sen almost passed out. There is the information of the beast souls in the auction. Let me know if you like something and I can keep it. Huangfu put the chip in his hands. You mean it? Han Sen was so happy that he wanted to insert the chip into his comlink right away. Don't rush. And this is not the best place to talk about things. This information is still a commercial secret at this point and we don't want others to see. Let's go, I will buy you lunch. Then, Huangfu held the Han Sen's arm and took Han Sen out. Han Sen felt the softness on his arm and went blank. Sister. I will buy you lunch. Han Sen felt that he was molested during this meal. Huangfu sat next to him. When she spoke, her lips were almost touching his ears. The warmth from her breath ticked him. However, he was not thinking about the woman, but the beast's souls. Huang Fu and her people were selling the beast's souls that they had brought to Steel Armor Shelter and made quite some money. But those were only the primitive beast souls, and the beast souls for auction were at least mutant. Han Sen did not look carefully at mutant beast souls and directly turned to two sacred blood ones. One was a flying beast soul called Holy Bird, which was a pair of colorful wings. And the other one was a beast soul weapon that Han Sen had always wanted. It was a shiny silver harpoon only 2 feet long. Its blade and the tip were so shaped that it made one feel scared by looking at it. Han Sen fell in love with the harpoon at first glance. A harpoon required harder techniques than a dagger, and was a very rare weapon. Han Sen was very interested in the sacred blood harpoon and checked its name. He then asked Huang Fu, "Sister, how much is the 3-blade harpoon?" "Brother Han." Han Sen saw an attractive woman after he stepped out of a gravity trainer. "Huang Fu Pingqing. Why are you here?" Han Sen paused and asked. Not being a Black Hawk student, Huang Fu was not supposed to show up here. "I am studying as an exchange student at Black Hawk. In the next 2 years, I will stay here." Huang Fu looked at Han Sen with a smile. In order to come to Black Hawk, she spent quite some efforts. Han Sen thought it was a bit too coincidental. "Seems that Brother Han would not welcome me." Huang Fu leaned forward, blinking at Han Sen. Han Sen then noticed that Huang Fu was wearing a pair of jeans, Chelsea boots, and a low-cut ecru blouse that showed a little too much, making the young man feel hot. "That is quite busty," thought Han Sen, unable to move his eyes from her seductive curve. The last time he saw her, she was wearing beast soul armor, so it was hard to tell. But this time in clothing like this, her breasts would attract so much attention, not just from guys, but from girls as well. Huang Fu saw Han Sen's eyes fall on her chest, and slightly leaned further. Suddenly Han Sen thought his nose would bleed if he did not leave right away. "Ahem, ms. Huang Fu, do you need me for something?" Han Sen subconsciously rubbed his nose, for fear that there would be blood. "Nothing import. Just to say hi. I just arrived and there must be a lot that I don't know. Please help me if you could." Huang Fu smiled. Han Sen was dazed by her look and figure. Of course. Han Sen suddenly felt it would be best if he stayed away from her. Also, 2 days until the auction of beast souls in Steel Armor Shelter. "Brother Han, you must come." Huang Fu blinked. "I will. But I'm wondering about the form of payment in the auction." Han Sen had sold a lot of stuff recently. Plus his salary and endorsement fee, he had a total of more than 60 million. But it was obviously not enough to get a sacred blood beast soul with this kind of money. As long as the beast soul was not too shabby, it could easily sell at more than 100 million. Not to mention Son of Heaven, who was super rich, was also in the steel shelter, and Han Sen was no match to his in terms of wealth. "Levo dollars work, and you can also barter." Huang Fu smiled at Han Sen. "If you saw something you like, you could let me know and I could keep it for you." Han Sen thought, "I haven't even seen the beast souls. How would I know?" Huang Fu saw through his mind and shook her hand in front of him. Her breasts were also moving and Han Sen almost passed out. "There is the information of the beast souls in the auction. Let me know if you like something and I can keep it." Huang Fu put the chip in his hands. "You mean it?" Han Sen was so happy that he wanted to insert the chip into his comlink right away. "Don't rush. And this is not the best place to talk about things. This information is still a commercial secret at this point and we don't want others to see. Let's go, I will buy you lunch then." Huang Fu held the Han Sen's arm, and took Han Sen out. Han Sen felt the softness on his arm and went blank. "Sister. I will buy you lunch." Han Sen felt that he was molested during this meal. Huang Fu sat next to him. When she spoke, her lips were almost touching his ears. The warmth from her breath ticked him. However, he was not thinking about the woman, but the beast souls. Huang Fu and her people were selling the beast souls that they had brought to Steel Armor Shelter and made quite some money. But those were only the primitive beast souls, and the beast souls for auction were at least mutant. Han Sen did not look carefully at mutant beast souls and directly turned to two sacred blood ones. One was a flying beast soul called Holy Bird, which was a pair of colorful wings. And the other one was a beast soul weapon that Han Sen had always wanted. It was a shiny silver harpoon only 2 feet long. Its blade and the tip were so shaped that it made one feel scared by looking at it. Han Sen fell in love with the harpoon at first glance. A harpoon required harder techniques than a dagger, and was a very rare weapon. Han Sen was very interested in the sacred blood harpoon and checked its name. He then asked Huang Fu, "Sister, how much is the 3-blade harpoon?" Chapter 196, 10 Years of My Life. Huang Fu sat up and said, "In principle, the 2 sacred blood ones had to be shown at the auction. But if you want it, I can sell it to you beforehand. In that case, we would have to trade with the estimated price. I am not the sole owner of the business and can do nothing about that." "How much is it?" Han Sen asked again. Huang Fu took out her comlink and showed Han Sen the price list. When Han Sen saw the price of the harpoon, he said bitterly, 230 million, that I cannot afford that. All his property added up to more than 60 million, and he had 3 warframes. He did not plan to sell Silver Killer and the Blue SKTS. Even if he sold the other SKTS, it would be an additional 70 million, which would still cover the price of the harpoon. The estimated price is certainly very high, mainly because this time Son of Heaven will be attending, Huang Fu said. If you really want it, I could give you an employee discount, after which it would be 180 million. Han Sen then understood the immense profit margin in the beast soul industry and also learned how much a sacred blood beast soul was worth. With all his sacred blood beast souls, he would become very rich if he sold them all. Seeing Han Sen remain silent, Huang Fu said, "If you still don't have enough, I have a proposal, so that you take the harpoon without spending a penny." "What proposal?" Han Sen was slightly surprised. "If you are willing to sign a contract and work for our company for 2 years, then the 3-blade harpoon can be paid as the salary to you," Huang Fu said slowly, looking at Han. Senator Han Sen hesitated, and then laughed. "I did not know that I would be worth 100 million per year." Huang Fu said, "Even if you are the spokesperson of SKTS, would not pay that kind of money to hire you. But after I saw your ability in Devil Desert, I know you will be a great help for us to do business in other shelters. Do you want to join us?" The reason why she went through the troubles to come to Blackhawk was to hire Han Sr. "Thank you, sister. But I can't agree to the terms." Han Sen did not hesitate to refuse her. Although her people would travel to other shelters and run into advanced creatures, for business's sake, they would avoid risks, and that was not what Han Sen wanted. "Do not rush to refuse. You can think about it. We can negotiate your salary as well." Huang Fu did not give up because of Han Sen's refusal. "Sister, I am really sorry." Han Sen was very determined to turn her offer down. Huang Fu did not expect Han Sen to be so direct. But since she was there already, she would not easily give up. "Well, let's change the subject then. Whenever you change your mind, you can always come to me." Huang Fu opened a bottle of wine and poured it into their glasses. Taking a sip, Huang Fu held her glass and said, "As a member of the company, I have finished the work talk, and now we can talk about private matters." "What are the private matters?" Han Sen looked at her puzzled. Huang Fu suddenly hugged Han Sen's arm and asked with a charming smile, "Brother Han, do you have a girlfriend? If not, would you consider me?" Han Sen spewed the wine he just sipped on Huang Fu. Then he quickly took some paper towel to wipe it off her, but felt something was wrong. Under the paper towel were the magnificent boobs, which were bouncing when he wiped them. You. Huang Fu's cheeks turned crimson. She did not think it would turn out like this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I did not mean it. Han Sen took his hands back quickly but reluctantly. Huang Fu bit her lip, and gave Han Sen a fierce stare, covering her wet blouse with her hands. Han Sen quickly took off his jacket and put it on Huang Fu, covering the great view. Sister, now it's late and we should get back. We can talk next time we meet, Han Sen said. They were in a military school. And if Huang Fu yelled, help, he would be doomed. Until next time. Huang Fu did not want to stay either. She did not want to sacrifice herself, but was only teasing him. It's not so easy to escape from me. Leaving the private room embarrassed, Huang Fu thought of the places where Han Sen stroked and her face was red like a piece of red cloth. Han Sen walked away and looked at his hands. That was magnificent. Huang Fu was a calculating woman. And Han Sen was very sharp. When he touched her boobs, she had a sudden urge to kill him. Although she tried to hold it back, he still sensed it. And Han Sen also glanced at her comm link, which was blinking, and was likely to be recording. If he did anything else and she taped it and showed it to Ji Yanran, he would be seeking small gains at great cost. No, it should be seeking big gains. Han Sen corrected himself in his mind. Ji Yanran's were not small either, but somewhat smaller than Huang Fu. Han Sen went back to his dormitory and saw Shi Zhikang talking. Sen, great timing. Did you know there is a new exchange student who's a babe? Exchange student. Han Sen pretended to be surprised. Shi suddenly looked excited and said, yes, a babe. She is beautiful, especially her anyway. Huang Fu Pingqing is now the absolute busty queen. Whoever sees her is so overwhelmed. If I could touch them just once, I am willing to give 10 years of my life. 10 years. Han Sen subconsciously looked at his right hand, and thought, that is not okay, I will have to sacrifice so many years of my life. When Xiu was now very unhappy as an intern host and journalist of black and white boxing contest show, she was assigned to work for the famous Fang Mingquan. Originally with her qualifications, she could not have been assigned to shadow Fang Mingquan, who was a big shot right now. The only reason she was here was her prominent family. She had thought she could show the world her talent under Fang's guidance. However, the first task Fang had assigned to her was to go to Black Hawk Military Academy. This black and white boxing competition on Skynet was sponsored by a well-known gaming platform, and all famous military schools had been invited to participate. When Xiu expected to be assigned to the schools that had ranked first or second last year, but Fang insisted that she go Blackhawk, which was not even in top 16 last time. Although she had argued, Fang Mingquan still sent her there, and said there would be a surprise. When Xiu could not imagine there to be any surprise. She had checked the arrangement, and Blackhawk's first opponent would be Saint Germain, one of the top 4 last year. Saint Germain had been good at martial arts in general and had been among the top 4 in all kinds of items. They were especially strong in black and white boxing. They were only in top 4 in group match, but got the second place in the singles match. This competition on the Skynet was a group game, but Saint Germain would not lose to Blackhawk by any chance. When Xiu even doubted whether Fang Mingquan had got the names of the military schools mixed up and she was in fact supposed to be at Saint Germain. Although when Xiu had hinted Fang Mingquan several times, Fang did not seem to hear her and sent her to Blackhawk. Well, it's the same game anyway, and I could always focus more on Saint Germain. When Xiu did not have much hope for Blackhawk. When Xiu understood that Blackhawk was not strong originally, and this year a lot of its main players had graduated, so Ouyang Shaosan was the only one that had some skills. But Ouyang Xiaosan was at best top 10 if put in a singles match. He alone would not change the result of the game. Although she was disappointed, Wen Xiuxiu still came to Blackhawk to do an interview and introduction of the players in advance. Holding her press credential and entering the campus, she was lost in the gigantic campus of Blackhawk. It was as big as a city and she had no idea where the black and white boxing players were training. When Xiuxiu looked around at a green area and found almost all the students were in groups or pairs. Not far from where she was, a student was sitting alone on a bench, reading. When Xiuxiu walked to him and carefully looked at the student, thinking, "It's so good to be young. Even a guy has such nice skin." "Sir, sorry to bother you. Do you know where the martial arts society is?" When Xiuxiu flipped her hair as she asked, believing that as a pretty lady, she could easily charm a young boy into leading the way. The boys looked up at Wen Xiuxiu, smiled and said, "To go to martial arts society, just follow this road and turn left at the third intersection, continue to walk 2 blocks and then turn right." Wen Xiuxiu was still confused, and quickly put on a charming smile. "Do you have a minute? Can you show me the way? I am really not familiar with this place." "I'm sorry. I still have things to do and cannot do that. Would you ask someone else?" The boy smiled and said. When Xiuxiu suddenly felt terrible. She had been a campus belle when she was younger, and the prettiest girl no matter where she went. Although she was older than the students here, she still had her glamour. Now this young man was not even impressed by her beauty, and she thought it was quite unacceptable. Unwilling to give up, Wen wanted to say something, but saw a girl walking over to the bench and sat next to that student. She looked at Wen and asked the guy, "Who is this?" Wen Xiuxiu was a bit dazed by the girl's look. Even as a woman, she had to concede that the girl was gorgeous. Although the girl was not old enough, her youth and innocence were very attractive. "She is asking for direction," Han Sen replied with a smile. Ji Yanran looked at Wen Xiuxiu, blinked and asked, "You are a military school student, right? Where are you going?" Wen Xiuxiu quickly took her press card out and said, "I'm a reporter of Huaxing Station, and want to interview some students from the Martial Arts Society, but I don't know where to find them." Ji Yanran pondered and pointed to several guys near them. "Those are the members of the Martial Arts Society. They should be able to take you there." When Xiuxiu had to thank her and went that way. Fortunately, this time things went more smoothly. These guys finally appreciated her beauty and took her to the Martial Arts Society with passion. The Martial Arts Society was more or less the same as she had thought. When Xiuxiu did not pay much attention to their 3 bench players since only the 5 first team members had been announced. She also took for granted that since their first team was not impressive, their bench players would be even worse. But when Xiuxiu thought of the guy she met today in the school, she felt he looked somewhat familiar, but could not pin it down. It was no wonder that she did not remember. Han Sen had not been exposed to the public after that commercial. He also had makeup on in the commercial, so it was natural that she had not recognized him. Although Blackhawk has Ouyang Xiaosan who is a star player, but their overall strength was not good. It is courageous of the Black Fist Emperor to lead the game, but it would not be easy for him. I hope he could do his best and the result is not so important. After all, his opponent is a strong team. It's great that young players could participate in games to get more experience. After the beginning of the game, both sides sent their first players to log in, and when Xiuxiu introduced Han Sen first. Ji Yanran listened to her and was even more upset. "What's with this host? She interviewed us, and why is she on the other side? She must be out of her mind." Chu Lily was also annoyed. In fact, after Fang Mingquan heard Wen Xiuxiu's commentary, his face became grim. He meant well when he sent her to do this show and did not expect her to take such a stand. Fang Mingquan immediately called her, "One, you are doing the show in Blackhawk and should take their stand." If it was not because of her family, he would have said something harsh by this time. Mr. Fong, I think that the commentator should take a neutral point of view. Since Blackhawk is the weaker team, I can't lie, right? That would be against what I believe in. Wen Xiuxiu paused the commentary and replied. What you believe in? Fong Mingquan shook his head. Young people these days are so self-righteous. Yes, I have my belief and professionalism. I'm sorry, but I have to stay true to myself, Wen said confidently. As experienced as Fong Mingquan was, he would not get mad with a little girl. He smiled and said, well, then based on what you believe, which team do you think will win? Blackhawk would lose miserably, Wen did not hesitate to say. In fact, she still held some grudge that Fong sent her here. So what if I say Blackhawk will win? Fong Mingquan asked softly. That won't happen. Wen was doing the show because she liked black and white boxing. No matter how she thought about it, Blackhawk would not win. Well, so if the Blackhawk loses, I'll allow you to choose where you do interviews in the future. Fong Mingquan paused and said, if Blackhawk won, you need to fulfill the task assigned to you without objections. Mr. Fong, you think that Blackhawk will win? Wen now had doubts about the professional level of Fong. Whoever had the slightest understanding of black and white boxing should know that Blackhawk could not win. Blackhawk will not only win, but their victory would also be overwhelming, Fong Mingquan said with a certain tone and hung up. Now Wen was regretting that she had requested to work for Fong. She used to admire his capability, and had used her family connections to get into Huaxing Station. But now the professional skills that Fong Mingquan demonstrated were simply disappointing. He could not even see the result of in a no-brainer like this one, which made her feel terrible. Wen Xiuxiu continued to comment in accordance with her own understanding of the game, naturally showing her faith in Saint Germain. Han Sen and Li Yu had logged into the Skynet platform. This team competition took the form of an arena race. If the first player won the first round, he could stay on and fight the next player in the other team, until he was beaten. Such a game system allowed the situation where one player fought five, but due to the high uncertainty in black and white boxing, that would be hard to achieve. Because it was a game on Skynet platform, the system randomly picked Han Sen as the attacking party. After the game began, Han Sen threw a punch, and his holographic image online was synchronized, hitting Li Yu's image. The professional equipment could scan Han Sen's body, so that it could tell the strength he had put into the punch. Once the strength used passed a certain level, the punch would be considered a black fist, otherwise, it would be considered white. But the scanning data were invisible to the players and they would only know the result after. Li Yu calmly stared at Han Sen. This punch was very fierce, but Li stood still and did not even try to block. Li was very confident of his own judgment. Han Sen's punch looked like a black fist, but from some of the details, he could tell that it was a carefully disguised white fist, and no real strength had been put into it. Because it was on the Skynet, Han Sen could not hurt him for real, so he did not even bother to defend himself. Win Talker was just a new player, but we can tell that he is very skilled and confident in his own judgment. Wen Xiuxiu praised Li Yu, because she had made the same judgment. An average person might believe this to be a black fist, but she had studied black and white boxing and could tell from the details that it was indeed a white fist. But before Wen finished her sentence, an explosion sounded and Han Sen's fist had landed on Li Yu's face. The system automatically showed the special effect of the black fist, blowing Li Yu's image away. For a moment, everyone was dazed, including Wen Xiuxiu and the Street Germain players. The comments became scarce online. There are consequences for making my girlfriend mad. Han Sen's eyes were cold. He had wanted to win closely so that it would not attract too much attention, but now he had changed his mind. In addition, he had also got a kiss waiting for him. So, he would show no mercy. Sister, what brought you here? Han Sen took Huang Fu to a green area outside the warehouse. No one was nearby since it was approaching midnight. Can't I come to you for no reason? Huang Fu looked at Han Sen ambiguously. Yes, of course, but now it's too late. If you have nothing to say, I should go back to rest. Can we talk next time? Han Sen licked his lips and said. What? You are afraid that Ji Yanran might know. Huang Fu had learned a lot about Han Sen since she came to Black Hawk, including his girlfriend. Ahem, sister, shall we focus on the business? Han Sen asked. Well, last time you left before we could finish. Huang Fu threw him a glance, her charming demeanor making his heart leap. Please continue, Han Sen said with a smile. If you want the Sacred Blood 3-blade harpoon, there is another way. You have an extra Sacred Blood armor beast soul, don't you? The one you let Meng Meng wear. Shall we trade? Huang Fu said seriously. No. Han Sen turned her offer down. A Sacred Blood armor beast soul was very rare and it could save his life, so he would not trade it for the harpoon. But you have the other Sacred Blood armor beast soul, and you don't need both. Isn't it perfect that you trade one for a weapon? I could pay you money for the difference and let me know how much you want, Huang Fu advised. I'm sorry, sister. I don't want to trade. Han Sen did not hesitate in the slightest way. Huang Fu had mistaken the Fairy Queen for a Sacred Blood armor beast soul, and in fact the Fairy Queen's armor was a bit inferior to a real Sacred Blood armor beast soul. Han Sen would never trade his Phantom Ant armor, which was something he could always use in First God's Sanctuary and might still be of some use in Second God's Sanctuary. Furthermore, he had promised Lin Beifeng that he would consider to sell it to Lin first if he wanted to sell. The Phantom Ant armor was not just practical, but also incredibly glamorous. Although it had the same function as the Black Beetle armor, its price would clearly be much higher. Think about it. And money is not an issue. Huang Fu still would not give up. She loved the look of that armor. It was not only perfect in terms of the look, but would also protect her on her way to other shelters, which was far more important than a weapon. I don't need money, Han Sen said with a smile. He blinked at her, but if you want me, that's okay. Shall we get a room? How can you get a room on campus? Huang Fu blushed and gave up. She checked her comm link and said to Han Sen, think about it and let me know if you want to sell. I must go now. Watching her leave, Han Sen grinned. The black and white boxing competition was held on the Skynet. Most people watched directly online and the players were also using the devices at their schools to compete. There was little to see on site. When Xiu arrived at the holographic equipment hall early, and there was basically no one there other than the students from the Martial Arts Department and Martial Arts Society. She set up the camera and was ready to introduce the players when they came in. After that she could switch to the online data and would not need to shoot anymore. She was also the only reporter at Black Hawk, since it was not a popular team and all other media went to the schools that had some chance at winning. When Xiu entered the lounge of the players, part of her reporter's privileges. Suddenly, when Xiu saw Han Sen sitting among the Martial Arts Society members, chatting. This guy turns out to be one of the Martial Arts Society members. When Xiu was a bit upset, but since his girlfriend is that pretty, it was also understandable that he did not lead the way. Ignoring Han Sen, when Xiu interviewed several players in the first team and a coach of Martial Arts Society, Chen Ling, Coach Chen, what do you think of this match? Black and white boxing is one of Saint Germain's strengths, not to mention Nailan Chengnua's fame. What plan or strategy do you have? When Xiu asked Chen Ling, no plan or strategy needed. Blackhawk will win, period, Chen Ling said casually. Chen Ling's answer made when Xiu pause. She could not begin to understand Chen's confidence. Because Chen Ling's answer was beyond her imagination, her prepared materials were now useless. And she did not know how to continue. The answer when expected was that Saint Germain is a very strong team and Blackhawk will try its best. But Chen Ling threw her off her feet. Wen opened her mouth but could not think of anything to say. I have something to deal with. Ms. Wen, would you go interview my players first? Chen Ling saw Wen Xiuxiu's look and was amused. Wen Xiuxiu was embarrassed and turned to the players. She finally saw Ouyang Shaosan, who was resting. She hesitated, and first approached Su Qian, who she had talked to. Hi, Su Qian. Do you have any confidence in this game? Su Qian was very easy to talk to and glad to be interviewed. He grinned and said, of course. We will win for sure. Hearing him, Wen felt that the entire team were simply too optimistic, blind to their weakness. Wen asked a few more questions, and interviewed several other players. The answers she got were all the same: Blackhawk would defeat Saint Germain and go to the next round. Mr. Ouyang, I would like your opinion on Nailan Qinghua. Wen Xiuxiu finally found a chance to interview Ouyang Shaosan. I don't know him. Ouyang did not even lift his eyes. Wen Xiuxiu had no idea that her interviews had caused a debate in the Skynet. Fang Mingquan sent Wen Xiuxiu to Blackhawk not to fool her. Wen Xiuxiu was from an important family, and as someone who cared about his future, Fang Mingquan had to take good care of her. He knew Han Sen would also participate in the game, and that was why he had sent Wen to Blackhawk. The moment Wen's show began, he promoted it in his own show, and many of his loyal fans and audience tuned to her program. Fang Mingquan was now doing great. All his shows had been successful. As he promoted Wen's show, Wen suddenly had more than 10 million audience watching. In fact, this competition was not very high profile. Even some were paying attention. It was likely that they were on the Saint Germain side, since that was the stronger team with Nailan Qinghua there. As for Blackhawk, they would have even less attention if their opponent was not Saint Germain. Those who had watched for Fang Mingquan's recommendation were mostly uninvolved. After they had seen Wen's interview, they were pissed off. Blackhawk is so arrogant. Who gave them the courage to say that? Haha, Saint Germain was despised by Blackhawk. Waiting to see how they lose. With Blackhawk's black and white boxing talents, they had the nerve to say this. Rubbish. I really want to know what Saint Germain would think after seeing this. It chanced that one of the Saint Germain players was a fan of Fang Mingquan's and was watching his show in the lounge. Seeing the show promoted by Fang Mingquan was the live show of their match, he clicked in and became livid. Blackhawk. You think you are good? Wait till you see how we kick your asses, Wang Yangjun thought ruthlessly. Saint Germain and Blackhawk had always been foes. In the most important martial arts games, Saint Germain had kept Blackhawk from entering top 8 multiple times. Seeing a loser so arrogant made Wang Yangjun mad. Qinghua, come to see this. Wang Yangjun walked to Nailan Qinghua and played that interview bit again. The Blackhawk team must be out of their mind. Lu Yunqing sneered after watching. And illusionary. Ma Chongkong laughed. Poor things. Wang Yangjun also laughed. Nailan Qinghua glanced at the video, blinked and did not speak. He narrowed his eyes and kept eating the jelly in his hand. Qinghua, you are eating too much jelly. It might give you diabetes. Wang Yangjun looked at Nailan's flawless skin jealously. Diabetes? That is an ancient disease. Lu Yunqing laughed. The team talked and laughed, not taking Blackhawk seriously. In fact, this year, Saint Germain was especially strong in black and white boxing. They not only had a star player, Nailan Qinghua, but also had 3 other players in the top 20. Plus the newly recruited talent Li Yu, Saint Germain was very likely to win the championship of the Military Academy League game. This Skynet competition should be a piece of cake for them. The only threat to them in Blackhawk was Ouyang Shaosan, who was no match to Nalan and not much better than the rest in Saint-Germain. Chinghua, how about you go first this time and give them a 5-0 to teach them a lesson? Wang Yangjun suddenly had an idea. Great idea. Let's what they say after the game, Ma Changye seconded with a smile. Right. I can't wait to see their interviews after. Lu Yancheng also laughed. We should follow the coach's arrangement. Nalan was still eating jelly with a harmless smile. There should be no problem. Against Blackhawk, we don't need to take them seriously. I'll talk to the coach and he will agree. Wang Yangjun said and went to the coach. Saint-Germain's coach Su Yundi heard the proposal of Wang Yangjun and his eyes lit up. Su grinned and said, to fight Blackhawk, we wouldn't even need Nalan. Li Yu can go first and easily give them a 5-0. Can Li Yu do it? Wang Yangjun said a bit worriedly. Rest assured. Li Yu is not as good as Nalan, but should be among the top 10 right now. Sending him would be quite enough to beat Blackhawk. Su Yundi laughed. Li Yu was a talent discovered by Su Yundi in his coaching career. Su thought Li Yu would be the next Nalan promise. Li was very talented and all he needed was a little bit of experience. Su Yundi believed that, under his watch, Li Yu would be as good as Nalan in less than 2 years. At this time, Li Yu would be all it took to deal with Blackhawk. Li Yu, can you deliver? Su Yundi smiled at Li. Please be assured, coach. I will not give them any chance to fight back, Li said softly. Let's do this then. You will be the first up. Su Yundi appreciated his confidence very much. Wang Yangjun did not say anything. Li Yu was indeed very talented in black and white boxing. As long as he could beat Ouyang Shaosan, it would be easy for them to get a score of 5-0. The key was the match against Ouyang Shaosan. Wang Yangjun and Ouyang had fought many times and Wang admired Ouyang. It was Ouyang's teammates that were bad. How about it? The coach agreed. Seeing Wang Yangjun was back, Lu Yancheng quickly asked. The coach said, Li Yu was all it took to beat Blackhawk, replied Wang Yangjun. That is true. Li Yu is quite talented. If he could beat Ouyang, the rest would be no threat to him. Lu Yancheng nodded. When Wen Xiuxiu thought the interviews could not continue, she saw the online broadcasting had started and switched to stream the competition. Soon the first lineups of both teams were shown and first up were Saint-Germain's 5 members. Wow, these are the best they got. They are not giving Blackhawk any chance to fight back. I don't think this is necessary when they are against Blackhawk. Nalan alone could nail it. Who is that Win Talker? And why is he the first? You are not a fan, are you? Win Talker is the new talent Li Yu in Saint-Germain. I heard that Wang Yangjun can only beat him 5 out of 10 times in training. Li is only a freshman now and has great potential. Wow, he is so strong. Saint-Germain is doing great this year. They'll probably become the champion. Sure thing. I wonder what Blackhawk would say after they lose. They'd be lucky to have 1 point. As everyone was talking, the player list of Blackhawk was also shown. With a glance, people were attracted by the first ID name they saw, Black Fist Emperor. Black Fist Emperor, who is so arrogant to use this ID? Strange, I have never heard of the ID. Blackhawk is so good at bragging, even with their IDs. Black Fist Emperor, I think it is more like Kick My Ass Emperor. Haha, he's the first. We will see how this emperor was overthrown. The Saint-Germain players were also upset with this ID, as it implied they would be ruled by him. Li Yu. Do your best. Wang Yangjun patted the shoulder of Li Yu and said. Brother, please rest assured, Li Yu said. This ID was indeed a bit too arrogant. Wen Xiuxiu, who was hosting the live broadcast, was also dumbfounded. She did not remember this ID at all. Is it a bench player? Wen Xiuxiu quickly looked at the files she had, and it was indeed a bench player. Since in this kind of competition, normally the bench players would never go up, she did not look at their information. With such an arrogant ID, he must be so full of himself, like everyone else in Blackhawk. Wen was wondering why the Blackhawk team could think so highly of themselves when they were against Street Germain. Black Fist Emperor is a bench player of Team Blackhawk. His real name is Han Sen, 16, freshman, never been in a black and white boxing match before. It seems he has no experience and is a new player. Wen read out Han Sen's information. How can a new guy be so arrogant? Ignorance is bliss. Blackhawk had no one to send and let someone with zero experience lead. Many people watching the live broadcast ridiculed the player, for his ID got on many people's nerves. They did not recognize Han Senator. The commercial of SKTS was indeed very popular, but people hardly remembered the name of the actors in it, unless they had already been famous. So, in that commercial, most people probably could only name Yu Qianxuan. And even if they felt the name was a bit familiar, they would not connect it with a Warframe player, since the two fields had nothing in common. When the viewers were cynical about Han Sen and his ID, Blackhawk students who were watching the game could no longer take it. What are you talking about? Black Fist Emperor is our genius, and had beaten the chosen Yumingji in black and white boxing. Huh, go on. Huh, why don't you call yourselves Bragging Military Academy? Having beaten Yumingji, in your dreams, right? Please, Yumingji was not even a black and white boxing player. Do your research before you lie. Garbage Blackhawk, you are all talk. Blackhawk had only so many students, whose comments were drowned in the negative voices. This really pissed off the Blackhawk students, especially those who knew Han Senator Ji Yanran was the most furious of all. She typed as fast as she could, but it did little good. An individual was helpless in front of hundreds of thousands of people. Looking at the comments that ridiculed Blackhawk and Han Sen, she was so mad that she turned pale. She might be okay with people saying bad things about her, but when it came to her boyfriend, she could not take it. Can you win this game? Ji Yanran suddenly sent a message to Han Sr., yes. Han Sen replied simply. If you can make Saint Germain gain no points, I'll buy you dinner. Ji Yanran blushed and sent. Just dinner. Han Sen replied. And a kiss. Ji Yanran was flushed, but did not hesitate. Great. Han Sen saw her text and became excited. Although they were a couple now, Ji Yanran was so shy and they were always on campus, so it was hard to get anywhere with her. But Han Sen first sent a message to Shi Zhikong and asked if something was wrong. Shi told him all about the live show and Han Sen's face darkened. After reviewing his opponent's files, he said in a low voice, "There will be severe consequences for those who made my girlfriend mad."